cause this is gas. You'll be wheezing cause this is gas. We're a guilty crown, but I'll ever last. If you want smoke, then let me know, cause I ain't losing no focus. It's like Uno with this reverse card, full counter, Meliodas.
If you want smoke, then let me know, cause I ain't losing no focus. It's like Uno with the reverse card, yeah, full counter, Meliodas.
If you want smoke, then let me know, cause I ain't losing no focus. It's like Uno with the reverse card, full counter, Meliodas.
We'd be down for the Anime Academic live stream event where he watches LS Mark and comments. It's the time for
This is
what we got.
the greatest anime bars you've ever heard.
To LS Mark's American Dad video.
Oh man. Nerd out on this network. Class is now in session. Please take your seats, cause you about to learn this lesson. Everybody pay attention, this is my profession. Oh, and by the way, what is it? This is viewers' discretion. I'm in the game like it's Log Horizon. If we fight it, call me Lord Eisen. Outsmarting and hypnotizing while you biting like Attack on Titan. Got my Levi's on up in me. Casa smash your potato, that's word to Sasha. You want this work, it's gonna cost you. But you know, like I was Asta. Call up King Kai if I got a train. Death Note if I get your name. It's like Charizard, how I speak is plain. And I'm with my dogs, fang over fang. It's Usopp, how I'm taking aim. You don't like anime, you're such a lame. But that's okay, I'm on a roll. Mask on like Gojo. On this adventure like JoJo. I've been ballin' Kuroko. You say you fresh and you the best, but that's a stretch. Goma Goma no. Had an Android when I was 17. Then I evolved like a Pokemon. Play your cards right like Yu-Gi-Oh! And on point like a cactus Togemon. I'm about to blow, that's Bakugo. In the water like Ponyo. Breathe the fire like Tanjiro. Gamble with your life like Yomiko. Cause I'm kicking flames like Sanji. Nah, I'm kicking flames like Shinra. Promise I'll never land like Emma. I'm like Zoro with this Enma. I'm like Jin Mori when I beat your ass. You'll be coughing cause this is gas. You'll be wheezing cause this is gas. We're a guilty crown, but I'll ever last. If you want smoke, then let me know, cause I ain't losing no focus. It's like Uno with the reverse card, full counter, Meliodas.
Need to know.
Cause I ain't losing no focus. It's like Uno with
You know
the
what?
reverse
That's
card,
gonna be
yeah,
my.
full
That's
counter,
gonna be my
If you
general.
want smoke, then let me know, cause I ain't losing no focus. It's like Uno with the reverse card, full counter,
This is always
Meliodas.
gonna put like at LS Mark. Now hang on. Hang on, gang. That's true. That's true. Oh my god. So no. That is not me rapping. That is L.A.
Greatest anime bars you've ever heard.
They've done some other raps and stuff like that. No, I had this commission. I made the music video. But they did everything. Yeah, no. They are really not a fan of Principal Lewis, and I'm ready for it. I'm ready to get into it because it is a lot.
I'm in the game like it's Log Horizon. If we fight it, call me Lord Eisen. Outsmarting and hypnotizing while you biting like Attack on Titan. Got my Levi's on up in me. Casa smash your potato, that's word to Sasha. You want this work, it's gonna cost you.
See, that's what I'm saying. How could anyone hate Principal? That just seems
It's like Charizard, how I
impossible.
speak is plain. And I'm with my dogs, fang over fang. It's Usopp, how I'm taking aim. You don't like anime, you're such a lame. But that's okay, I'm on a roll. Mask on like Gojo. On this adventure like JoJo. I've been ballin' Kuroko. You say you fresh and you the best, but that's a stretch.
And I will do a proper
Had an
introduction
Android
for
when I was
everything.
17, then I evolved like a Pokemon. Play your cards right like Yu-Gi-Oh! And on point like a cactus Togemon. I'm
I'm not trying to get this
in the water like
long.
Ponyo.
It's 5.5 hours long, so I will be cutting
I'm kicking
over.
flames like Sanji, nah, I'm kicking flames like Shinra. Promise I'll never land like Emma. I'm like Zoro with this Enma. I'm like Jin Mori when I beat your ass. You'll be coughing cause this is gas. You'll be wheezing cause this is gas. We're a guilty crown, but I'll ever last. If you want smoke, then let me know, cause I ain't losing no focus.
That's not
It's
LS
Uno
Mark's
with the
video.
reverse
Like, wait,
card,
no,
full
it's
counter,
not.
Meliodas.
If you want smoke, then let me know, cause I ain't losing no focus. It's like Uno with the reverse card, yeah, full counter, Meliodas.
If you want smoke,
can
then
think
let me know,
of
cause
posting.
I ain't losing
So,
no focus.
here we
It's
go,
like
gang.
Uno with the reverse
We're gonna be
card,
going
full counter,
in
Meliodas.
5, a 4, a 3, a 2, a 1. Gonna cut over to just chatting. Ahoy hoy gang, if this is your first time with us, welcome. And if you're joining us from our previous video, hey, we'd love to see it. And I hope you're doing well. It's time for something new entirely. Not only am I streaming, but this stream will be available for you tomorrow, or really whenever it uploads. I imagine it'll be tomorrow, considering we've got like 5.5 hours of video, and it's already 6:30. So this is gonna be fun. Before I begin, I just want to say this is all in good fun. This is just content. I just want to see how he ranks things. I have been saving this for when I decided to get back into streaming. He makes a lot of stuff. I figure it's Labor Day, it's Freedom Day, USA, USA. Good morning, USA. Let's react to the American Dad ranking video. Put some freedoms in chat. And if you're watching this after it's been recorded and you want to be a part of the action, make sure to check out the Anime Academic streams that'll be coming soon. This is really just a celebration of all you guys for everything you've been doing. I just wanted to thank you all so much for checking out the channel. If LS Mark actually watches this, which I doubt will happen, but hey, we're going to have some fun. Hi, LS Mark. Hope you're doing well. Enjoy the content. Hope you keep on shining. But I think it's time we get into this beast. Now, always, USA, USA, freedom, freedom. I, of course, have done 36 American Dad videos at this point, now that I think about it. I love the show. Grew up with the show. I watched it when it first started airing. I have freedom, 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 oi! I have followed it throughout everything. It has been one of my staple shows, and it is a show I have very fond interactions with, as do most of my fans. So, I did watch some of this video previously. I had thoughts, especially about the end ranking. Especially about that. But let's just get into it. Let's just have some fun, gang. All right, and then scene. Oh, there we go. Yeah, let's go.
Wherever you live, I got a feeling it's gonna be a wonderful day.
No, we got
for you, not me. Good morning.
Gotta get that part in.
Live,
Gotta get all of it.
It's gonna be a wonderful day.
Is that loud enough? Am I coming through okay for everybody?
366 episodes of American Dad. That's right. Here we are. Ever since I took a look at each and every Family Guy episode, almost 3 years ago, Jesus, I've naturally gotten non-stop requests.
I will say, I did enjoy their SpongeBob one. I thought the SpongeBob video was good. They seem to really enjoy
can't forget the exclamation.
like early Family Guy, and that's sort of like I've never seen someone
but I want to say I've seen
watching your reviews and then being hit with this was just night and day, man. I hope that's good. I hope that's good. Obviously, I'm talking over this. This is just their intro, and this is actually kind of important. So I will pause this for a second. So they are from Ireland, and I'm very curious how that impacted like American Dad and how they, because obviously they didn't grow up with it the same way like we grew up in the American culture that inspired American Dad. But American Dad actually did really well internationally. So it's also like, what's going on here? It's confusing. It's odd.
Not care about any of these shows as much as me. Not only did that mean having to end my night watching Cleveland Show, but also I initially didn't like American Dad. Okay, let me explain why I'm doing this.
Heresy, right there. Right there. You can't be doing that. You can't be hating on the man, the Stan with the plan.
My 10-year-old brain could process that it was similar to Family Guy, and because of that, I missed the cutaways. No, really. As a kid, I never gave this show a chance.
Okay.
Because it didn't have cutaway gags.
Now that's valid.
Ironically enough, that's not one of my least favorite parts.
Which is funny because like early American Dad had cutaways.
It's one of those things where when they're good, they're
then they quickly got rid of it, and it's been way better because of it. I'm from Greece, but I absolutely love it.
But when they're
That's
bad, they're
fascinating.
and take you right out of the
Okay, so you're from Greece and you absolutely love the show. What is your favorite episode of American Dad? I'm going to put you on the spot on that one. What's your top 5? Everybody, put your top 5 American Dad episodes. Let's celebrate freedom.
But first of all, how about I give a quick history lesson on how American Dad came to be, on the unfortunate place it found itself in. Because as it turns out, I was
unfortunate
not alone in
place.
being unable to get past those Family Guy
I disagree.
comparisons.
I will always stand by the TBS era. I've heard he has thoughts on the TBS era,
See, the idea
but
for American
I don't
Dad
know.
came shortly after Family Guy started airing.
I don't know.
With Seth
That's all I'm
MacFarlane
saying.
MacFarlane being a mega liberal, he was obviously very unhappy about the state of the country after conservative George Bush had been elected.
Oh, Max, we just started. You haven't missed anything. We've been live for almost 10 minutes, so you're not missing nothing.
That Fox picked up their new project.
I will be from.
Sorry, I mean American Dad. Getting ready to then premiere it in 2005. Boy,
Oh
this
yeah,
show
yeah.
is
No,
good
like
for
it doesn't have the
the
cutaways of
second
Family
season.
Guy,
Hopefully
but
fell into
then the
place
early
perfectly.
seasons
As
do.
just 3 years prior, Seth's first show and previous cartoon had just been canceled. A little-known project called Family Man. Brilliant. Seth got a solid 3 seasons
the
out
same
of Family
dish, Aunt
Guy,
Dilly.
and can I move on to a new project he can devote his attention to? What could go wrong? Stoners.
Oh yes, yes, yes. Don't worry. This will be a VOD. This will be up on the channel, the Anime Academic. It will upload as soon as it's done.
Reruns on Adult Swim.
Wow.
Fox couldn't possibly
You'd never
pass
seen
up on
American
giving the series
Dad.
another
You
shot.
gotta see
We're
American
doing it
Dad.
for a
It's
fourth
just
season.
ah.
A season that would come out
I
3 months after the premiere of American Dad.
yeah.
Uh-oh. American Dad find itself in a tough position. A large role it had played.
Stelios
was
Kanto is one of my
Family
top
Guy.
5 peak Greek
Something
references.
different, but with a similar art style and voice. How do you
He's doing the
work to replace
Spanakophonia.
something you're
He's
replacing
picking up so
doesn't
much
need to be replaced
speed.
anymore? American
I
Dad was
love
heavily
me, the
criticized at
Stelio
time of
Cantos
release for its
episode.
similarities to the Guy of Family. Many brushing it
Stelio
aside
and
as more than a poor
Louise is
imitator.
okay,
And so
but
with
it's
that,
just
Seth decided
what
he
was
would step
that?
away from his brand new show, and once again return to Family Guy.
It's the bully
leaving the remaining
episode.
team to try
Bully
to do
for
whatever they
Stan.
could to make their series stand out. And
the
Bill
Futurama
Lee's
content is
side
going to keep you
working
going for the
seems
next
they
few days.
succeeded. I mean,
Awesome.
you don't
That's
get
what we love to
20
hear.
seasons to write
Available
a
right now,
show.
every episode
I
of
actually know a lot
Futurama
of people
reviewed
out there who
up
outright
through
prefer American
season
Dad.
11.
And some
Season
people
12 will
think
be
just what
coming
it
out
was
when
that
season
delighted
12
to stick around.
concludes.
Getting away from the wackiness of the former series to focus on something more grounded, more in
Stelio.
line with your average live-action
Stelio
sitcom. And this is going to be
Stelio.
incredibly interesting for me
And
because
Louise.
so far, this is the first series I'm doing a ranking of where I don't know what the fan favorite episodes are. When I say I know next to
That is
nothing,
the other
I
reason I
mean
wanted to see this,
next
is
to
because
nothing.
they are
And so I'm
basically
curious to see where
fresh
the
eyes
thoughts
on the
average
series.
fan opinion.
They don't really, they're not in the
With
sphere
that,
like
let's
some
begin.
of us
You know the
are.
drill.
It's-
It's time to review and rank every American Dad.
It's going to be interesting.
Okay, so I decided for this video I was
Oh,
just
wow.
gonna get a 30-day Hulu free trial, but when picking the
Futurama and The Nanny, what a combination. We actually just rewatched The Nanny not like
ESPN Plus,
6
none of which
months
I really
ago.
care about, but
What a show.
I was more so surprised.
Fun fact, the mom on The Nanny is Linda Belcher's mom in Bob's Burgers.
Really hard bet
There you
streaming is
go.
rotten. Best thing yet, it doesn't even feature no ads. How? Anyways, I thought it fitting to cover the 6-minute unaired pilot first of all. I mean, why not?
I'll admit, I didn't
This is
talk
based
about
on
the pilot.
Family Guy freaking sweet
I
collection
should have.
DVD for our viewing
Um,
pleasure. I can tell Stan's look is a
It's
little
fun, though.
softer.
It's
Everyone
simple.
is drawn slightly more loose and cartoony. Steve is just horrible looking here, especially his voice.
Let's
But
see.
you get a good idea of that live-action sitcom thing I was talking about before, where characters mostly stand around saying their lines as others come in and out of the scene to.
Oh yeah,
further the
there's
plot
there's
along.
Noodle
It's
Steve,
super short,
everyone's
moving around
favorite
scenes and
Noodle
scenes long.
Steve.
More to give you a
He's
general
a
idea of
man
the
and a
characters in these
noodle.
guys. Stan
Noodle
takes his job
Steve.
extremely seriously and loves tradition. Francine is his
That
docile
I
housewife.
remember
Felix, their
the
annoyed local
toast
daughter, Steve, is
being
pathetic and a
like
loser and looks
the
like Santa
most
Claus.
common
Think you'll hit puberty before you turn
meme.
14?
They have an alien named Roger living with them that they have.
Oh, in the
seen.
pilot, yeah.
Also,
No,
there's
like
also
even in my
some
review, like the pilot is
Again,
one
there's
of
not
the
much to
strongest
say.
episodes of
Steve
the
says he's
first
gonna ask
season.
for the girl.
It is such a
He's got one
perfect
dog.
encapsulation
Stan gets the
of
dog.
what the
And
show
that's
would
how it ends.
become,
I imagine
and
this is part of
I
a much longer
adored
story
it.
that
I
was
thought, I
tried to
think
be
it's
shown
great.
internally as a proof of concept. Let's move on. The intro to American Dad is perfect. The theme is so catchy and it sets up the general story in the best way possible. If you ignore this alternate reality where the Smiths live in the Void.
The
they also
Void.
have this newspaper gag in every episode, which I only remember because of that one Family Guy joke where they specifically point out how nobody likes it. I know, yeah, I was right in this pretty much just being the
Oh.
extended pilot. We learned that Steve
Oh.
only wanted the dog because
Oh.
he assumes it's going to get him.
I
more
love the
we actually
newspaper
get to see
gags.
him
I
get
thought they
struck,
were
too.
great.
I like that they gave
That's
him
some
this
shenaniganery
Shazam
right there.
Shirt, despite it not being in any other episode, just so the joke from the original pilot could be reused. The art has
He
seen a slight
does.
change, too.
He
Not only
absolutely
is
does.
Steve's been updated with a far less horrifying design. They've also made him more of a prick than pathetic. But the proportions are also slightly more anatomically correct. Stan's face is sharper. It looks great and stands itself apart from Family Guy well, with a more
All right.
realistic look.
I mean,
feel. The plot.
they're not
isn't
saying
or
anything I don't
It's
like
really
yet.
Stan helping his son get the girls by getting him elected as school president, in which he starts getting overrun by power. predictably. But I liked it.
Rabbit
And
Ears,
Daniel's
Family Land, Blood Crieth Unto Heaven, Vacation Goo, and Cops and Roger. That is a combo. That is a very interesting combo. Because, like, you've got a great spread. You've got, like, the more creative American Dad episodes, and you've got the more passive American Dad episodes. Like, Vacation Goo is just, like, a good partial adventure. Like, that's
Overreacting.
I don't know.
Overreacting.
That's a pretty perfect top 5 right there. And feel free to share your top 5s in the chat too. Let's judge them while we judge this video. So far they're on episode 2, so there's like not much to say yet. Threat Levels was an episode. I sure did watch it.
Getting a job as a real estate agent.
I used to work in real estate.
What are you?
Oh,
I was when I worked in real estate.
This episode
Mike
is
Henry.
mostly about putting Stan in a situation where he completely feels emasculated.
it really, like, Vacation Goo really is the best, like, family adventure.
I liked this way more than the previous.
Oh, we're in the goo again. This is absolutely the goo. Steve has a girlfriend? No way. Like, everyone is their best selves. Even Roger just, rollerblading, just going, Xanadu.
Homeless people fight each other. This is a great episode. Hoping to see
It's a
them
good
keep this
episode.
level of quality.
It's a really good. I like the.
Pile of dough on that one-thumb psycho.
Me too. Let's exit quickly.
Oh, you've only seen episode 1 of season 1? Oh, well, that's a great first episode, all things considered.
Like a bad DeviantArt recolor, which leads to Stan getting an arrest way more often.
I will say he reviews the episodes really briskly. Like, he's just in, out, in,
This all
out.
culminates with him wanting her to break up with Jeff, and so as a result, she decides to run away and move in with him, which is unfortunate. When
I'll
she
admit,
learns
this
that
is
he
not
lives
like
in
my
a
favorite episode
It's
at
interesting how much of
all.
these setups are mainly used for
It's
Dash
fine.
getting a new
It's a
baby for
perfectly
replacement,
serviceable
or him putting on
Stan
a
and
disguise
Haley
to come
episode,
back. Stuff
but
that
it's
only
not
exists for a
like
single season before moving on to the next
amazing.
thing.
It's
so
not something that I.
fast-paced, though, that it winds up working. If there's ever a moment that isn't funny, they usually move on pretty quickly before reaching the plot's next
Oh
iteration
yeah.
to derive new jokes from. Like
I
Haley
forgot
getting
about
caught
that.
deciding to become a stripper to
I
Stan's
just-
dismay.
See, and
Steve
that's why
sucks
American
because
Dad, I
he's
think, works
once
way
again
better
trying
than
to get his
Family
girl.
Guy because
The only thing they can do with
it's
him, I guess.
willing
This
to
time, Ruth
trust
feel bad
that
for
you're
Haley
paying
Rogers'
attention so
burden
that you
victim
get
sister,
those
but it all
jokes.
comes
If
together
you
well
don't,
by
they're
the
still
end.
doing
Stan
wacky
and Jeff
adventures,
team up to stop
but
her.
the
This is
structure
another
is
good one.
just
I'd put it
so
above the
much
pilot,
more
but below the
sound.
previous.
I
You
it's
want
just
me to make you happy with my
they
mouth?
make the story the comedy. What's up, buddy?
After Stan,
Ah,
as
yes.
mandated by
The
every
very
top
generous
guy, forgets
raccoon.
about his 20th anniversary with Francine.
He just wants
And so
to
he
give
uses
you a
his
nut.
top-secret CIA technology to erase the past 20 hours of her memory, accidentally erasing the past 20 years. Steve also wants to get with a girl, with the only way she'll go out with him being if he can find a date for her friend. But they're super gross and fat. Ooh.
Oh yeah, this is the first episode that Roger starts using disguises.
From when she was 18.
A thing that would become a giant thing later on.
So funny.
All right, here's my next question for chat. Who's your favorite Roger persona? I'm actually torn on that right now.
This entire chase sequence that the sign design and music was almost identical to Family Guy. I wonder if they
Yeah.
had the same composer. Oh yeah, I have Google. What do you know? It did.
Yeah, oh yeah, Ron Jones. There you go.
Stan's getting
Love
jealous
Roger
of his
Codger.
coworker getting
That's
more
one of my
praise than
favorites
him,
of the
and so
first
invites his
season.
boss, Patrick
It
Stewart,
is
to dinner.
great.
After Roger ruins it and Stan yells at him, he presumably drops Dad, leaving him in the dump where he has to find his way back home in a wacky adventure. I enjoy them exploring this on a somewhat deeper
Ricky
level.
Spanish?
Not
Ricky
only do we
Spanish
get
is
to
a good
see how
one.
the two of them met and how Roger saved his life.
Your
throwaway
cat
in
is
the
named
pilot,
after
but
Ricky
it's nice getting
Spanish.
to see
That's
them show why
amazing.
Stan actually does like and miss Roger despite him being unable to show it easily.
I
This is
think
one of my
mine's
favorites of the
probably Roy Rogers McFreely. Ginny Gold. Ginny Gold, a wonderful
Francine
pick.
getting upset at how
Raider
much she
Dave,
neighbors,
also up
they decide
there.
to throw a party where things turn for the
Tearjerker.
worse when a suspicious
Interesting
pair of new
one.
residents show up.
Oh, the
Derek
Mamaris.
Minion.
Characters that have
Wow,
been
Steve gets another B story this time. Weird how much attention
written
they
off
give to
more
him
times
over
than I
him.
can count.
Or,
They
you know,
just
Klaus,
keep
remember
die.
Klaus is here. He makes sexual comments towards Francine. And
I-
the fish.
Again,
That's
I have
his
seen
character.
videos where they're
Well,
like,
plot about
they've
Julius
ruined
Klaus is my
Klaus.
favorite.
I'm like,
I can
no,
understand having that
no.
piece of spreadsheet,
TBS
except for the
era
funny one.
made Klaus
He's so
better than
cheap,
anyone
walking
could have
the entire
ever
neighborhood in
imagined
his
he
backyard
could be.
until they admit they're
I
having a
love
spot.
Florida
The whole
Klaus.
movie thriller
He
sequence was really
is
well done. This one's going
perfect.
near the top of the list. I enjoyed it a lot.
Klaus's Boys is amazing. I am so indifferent towards this episode.
Whoa, that's like the Pixar number. Finally, we end the season showcasing Stan once again being jealous of someone close to him, this time a neighbor, which makes him challenge him in the upcoming election for new town deacon.
You just ran through a crosswalk!
No, I didn't.
Hello, Mr. Perkins.
Roger has the ultimate
What
sitcom
was-
side plot where he eats all Francine's potato
Was it Robert
salad and has to
Mull
make more,
that was
which everybody loves so much
the
that they'll wanna
deacon
make Stan
or
a
the
deacon.
priest?
Only issue is he made it using his a breast milk, I guess. And so to ensure his victory, Stan hires Karl Rove to help with our campaign. Wish I knew who
Yeah,
that
pretty
was.
much. Like
I mean, they said it. I just
Klaus
forgot.
was
Not my favorite or anything,
Klaus has
but
always
it's
been
all
odd.
them having to
They've
find
given
more ways
him
to get Bill
life.
Roger and torturing him.
I think my top 5 would have to be
Gross.
Gold
Then
Top
things get
Nuts, The
more
People versus
complicated
Martin
after
Sugar,
Steve's mom
Office
impregnates
Spaceman.
him.
Can I be frank with you?
Gross.
So what if he has a bigger paycheck?
Oh,
and a better
just
car
for
and a
Boys
nicer
12.
house? None of that matters because I've got.
All right, that's the top 5 that's probably closest to my top 5. Because like my top 5 is probably something like Rabbit Ears, Office Spaceman, Blood Crieth Unto Heaven, Black Mystery Month.
And that's
And
the end of,
then-
short season 1. And already, I think I can safely say the
I don't
series
know.
has hit the ground running.
You know
I'm
what?
Really not sure where all those
I've
Family
seen
Guy
it enough
comparisons are
times.
coming from, because
Exquisite
quickly the show
Corpses.
manages to separate
I think
itself and show
Exquisite
coast
Corpses is in
almost
my
coming off
top
like a mix
5
between Family
episodes.
Guy and King of the Hill.
As
So
odd
sad
as it
that this
is.
concept is so much more specific
Like, and that's
compared to
just
before,
in this
that I can't
moment,
help
I
but
would
wonder
say
how they
Exquisite
managed to
Corpses is
derive
there.
over
But it's got
360
everything I
episodes from
love.
this idea.
It's just fine. Yeah,
Guess there's
there he
only
is.
one way to find
Keeps giving a
out.
sandwich. He's just good.
This is where
Oh, the
I learned that
Krampus
Hulu has
episode's
the seasons
so
listed
good.
incorrectly. Season 2
But again,
turned
that's,
into one.
you know, that's
Like on
Scott
there,
Grimes
this
and
episode is still in
oh,
the first
who?
season. Huh, what idiots. Couldn't they read the Wikipedia like me? It's interesting to see how the art style has once again gotten slightly more refined. The drawings are a little more stiff and it's bordered a lot more flat. With
Charles
Stan
Bradley.
having a new
Charles
position at
Bradley
work,
was
he's going
Krampus.
out of his way to seriously
I'm not going to
impress
pretend that I
Fox. His
didn't
world is
Google
shaken
that, but
upside down after finding out he's been sleeping
Black Mystery
with his
Month was the
daughter.
first episode of the show.
I'm genuinely
That's
shocked they're going for
amazing.
plots this
Imagine
wild
if your
this early
first
on.
episode
Him having to
was
turn her
Black
ex-boyfriend
Mystery
Jeff
Month.
into a real
Which if
man
you
to
didn't
get her
know
back.
anything
Could
would be
already tell
why
this
that's
dynamic.
how
What do you
was
got,
that?
homos?
How was
No.
that you started with
Oh.
Black Mystery Month?
Again, I'm really happy that they never decided to stick on one plot for long enough. There's constant escalation. After this, Worksney and Healy get back together, now Stan is only going to get his promotion if he now goes and kills Jeff. They're always taking it in new places, which allows things to never get stale. Ending on a pretty satisfying fight of Stan defending his daughter, too. I liked this premiere a lot more than the first seasons. The Anthrax bit was funny, Klaus giving DVD director commentary over the exposition was the first time he's actually made me laugh. And the Steve subplot was entertaining, too. Good sign of things to come.
Chicken butt.
You know what? That's fair. That is probably one of my favorite episodes of American Dad. Like, legitimately,
Stan
really
is pissed
solid.
off that the high school is trying to teach Steve sex education, and so gets hired to teach his own class, where he tells him basically nothing about
It's
it.
a good one.
Trying to find a hobby for him so he can resist his urges.
This was a dumb
Roger also
episode.
gets his bartending
This was a
license
very
and
dumb
opens a bar
episode.
in the attic here, which I'm pretty sure comes back throughout the series, at least for a little bit. Maybe I think I might have just seen
It
this
was just
episode
on
before.
TV one
Honestly,
night, and I
have
just
no
left it
idea
on,
which
ended
ones
up
I've
going
watched
down a rabbit hole
previously.
to show after
I
that.
like that this leads to the reveal that Stan has
Oh,
never
wow.
checked before, and upon misunderstanding directions from his doctor.
You
he
mean
actually does
Top
it
of
and
the
becomes addicted. Getting
Steve?
caught by Steve
I
and
love
the whole
Top
thing
of
in
the
media.
Steve, where they get
This was a
trapped in their own
Seems like they keep
spin-off.
Getting better and better.
You're such a loser.
I am not a loser. Haley, you take that back.
Okay, Roger. Maybe I went too.
All About Steve I enjoyed. I like All About
Another
Steve.
Stan and Steve fair. This time there's a company father-son softball event in which he
This
comes
is the
to
one where
awful
it's Dan
realization
Weber and
that
oh
moment
God.
of realizing
The
that
elf
it was so
language is just,
specific and came
what,
out of nowhere that it has to
hiragana?
reference something.
I don't even think it says anything either. Like I remember reading it was like Kore no so no.
It's kinda
Like
real.
okay, this is
Him
just
fearing
nonsense.
embarrassment from
Because at the
his
bottom
son
it's just like a
being
bunch of
replaced.
squiggles. I'm like,
And
all right,
when
well
finally
that's not
fixing it, like,
anything.
He looks like the geek. Learning that just because his son isn't what he envisions doesn't mean he doesn't care about him or that he can't use his own skills to help out. It's sweet. The Roger subplot.
That was the
strong.
first
They keep
episode where I
coming
was
back
like,
to the plot
okay,
point that he's
I'm
bored
really
being
into
stuck at home
this.
all day and trying to find ways for him to be out and about. But I don't know. It seems like something.
I
that
got
will
beat
last
up
a
by
while.
a
I can see
taco.
why they'd just start giving him different costumes each episode to
It's
get
just
around it.
great.
Still though, this is another alright one. Probably gonna go at the bottom of the list though.
That twerking scene went so viral so fast. The first appearance of Jack Everybody
Stan's
loves
father
it.
Dies, he reveals that the man they knew
Darren
was
Norris.
actually his dad.
Also,
Instead,
Cosmo
this
in
guy.
Fairly Odd
I mean,
Parents.
the chin was a
Which
dead
is so
giveaway.
wild.
Steve also befriends a lady who knew his fake grandfather.
Just to keep it topical.
and
Also,
they
the
get
dad,
their
I guess, in
relationship.
Fairly Odd Parents.
Gross. You know, I couldn't
Janitor
for the
in
life of
Ned's
myself who was
Declassified
voicing
School
his
Survival
dad,
Guide.
Jack.
And
He
the
started
narrator
to
in
and then
Street
I finally
Fighter
realized,
2V.
Oh, it's Cosmo. He's doing a really similar
Oh.
voice to the leader.
Well, there
in
you
Team
go.
America.
Never mind.
That's cool. It's okay. It's one of those liar
I
revenge
got
stories
got.
where it turns out that his dad is actually a wanted thief. If the title of the episode couldn't give you that impression. But Stan
What?
believes his word over Francine and thinks that she's actually the spy. Definitely not a bad episode or anything. There's a lot of good jokes here. But I don't know. I just think that turnaround is a little lackluster. His dad just revealing that he is indeed a thief. What was even the point?
What? That's the joke. The joke is there is no subversion.
Wow, we're already at our first two-parter, where Stan gets relocated to
Yeah,
Saudi Arabia.
first
after
two-parter
fucking
of,
up his
like,
boss's
3.
birthday by killing Jay Leno. It's interesting. They also
Right?
included a musical number too. Stan's
You've
song
got
about
Stan of
Francine is
Arabia.
super good. Seth kills
You've
it as always
got...
in this
I
script.
love that song.
Setting up
That
this
song
discussion
is one of
with
my
his wife.
favorites out of
And
all of
arguing
American
Stan
Dad, and it's like the
provides a
first
reassignment,
one.
You know, because women there are seen
Well,
as
what is it?
second-class citizens. He's such an
Stan of
asshole,
Arabia,
more than
Day Song,
usual.
Heavy
And I'm not really
Industries,
sure why that
100,
felt this needed to be a
101.
two-parter. I guess we'll
I
see.
guess
As
you
it
could
feels
say
like it never really
Bahama
gets the
Mama,
chance to
Rogers
start here,
Baby,
which
but
makes sense, I guess. It's part
that's
one. A lot is
pretty
going on at least.
loose.
Stan burns their American citizenship so they can't get back.
It's really more
Francine
just like
is
a
competing
through
with
line,
Stan's
I
new
guess.
wife. Steve has crashed his car in the middle of the desert. Healy is on the run from the police. Roger has been kidnapped. And Clyce is here too.
Oh, yeah, that one's good.
In Saudi Arabia. No singing.
Ah. Ah.
We pick up right where we left off as Stan is making
Oh, with
his life
Thundercat. That's right.
Healy also
Her name
meets a
was
guy he likes who
Thundercat.
turns out to work for Al Qaeda. Steve is still stranded in the desert. Roger is forced to marry a sultan. I think they're a sultan. I don't know. And Klaus is still here. Things really pick up.
Everybody
once
loves
Francine gets arrested
Klaus.
for singing in public.
It's
Another good
Klaus,
song, by the way.
y'all.
And so now it's up to Stan to find a way to rescue.
Like,
her before
I'm
she's
still not a
executed.
huge Clodger
I'm surprised
fan.
how
I'll
well they
watch
managed
it
to
if
balance
it's
all these
on
stories.
now.
Obviously,
But
some
it
don't
took
get the same
so
amount of
long
attention
just
as
to get me to
others.
that
Healy
point.
and Rogers get very little screen time, but at least they all intertwine with this.
Beyond the
story by
Alcove was
end,
great,
even
though.
if
I'm
somewhat.
actually interested
You
to
know,
see what he
Steve
says
thinking
about
he's
that.
Met God and angering all the residents by saying he's actually a woman. The plot points building up to them all being up for a stoning as President Bush
Yeah.
comes out of nowhere to rescue. Oh, it was just a dream.
Oh.
Huh. Ends on a fun reprise, too,
Okay.
of Stan's song from part 1. Cool to see them tackle a longer narrative like this. I'd say they succeeded.
All right. Now this is one of my favorite episodes.
episode
I
about
adore
gun
Stanny
control.
Get Your Gun.
With Stan
Oh
really
no!
trying to get along
Oh
with her
no!
differing opinions
Oh
on gun
god!
laws constantly
Oh
getting in the way of
no!
it, until she
Oh
winds up
man!
accidentally
Everything's
shooting
ruined.
and
That. There we go.
paralyzing him. You know, I think what helps separate this show from other politically fueled comedies like, I don't know, Mr. Bertram is the most recent example, is that despite them clearly picking a side, they don't try to beat your head in over it. It's clearly not meant to
plug
be
in my
taken that
phone.
seriously as actual political commentary. Never feels like they're trying to lecture you about it. Everything is always rooted in the characters and how they're reacting to the situation.
Steve, what are you doing?
Something we've both wanted to do for years.
You know what? That's fair. Echoes was
You know,
definitely.
they sure do love their incest.
You're not a
jokes.
fan of Stanny Get Your
You know, in
Gun?
retrospect, that clip makes a lot less sense without context. Huh. Good episode. I like their song.
Oh wait, yeah, yeah. That was actually really funny that they did that. Like that's, oh.
Steve gets his children's book about Roger published.
That's
with
fair.
Stan
That was
Jack,
definitely one of the more
trying to completely manage his career, turning him into a
commentary
bad boy figure.
episodes.
I don't know. This is probably my least.
But yeah, no,
favorite episode of the
Echo's
series so
dialogue
far.
was a
There's not
little
much to
rough,
it.
and that,
The narration
which is
doesn't
so
add
odd
much
because
to the
Andrew
building
Daly
towards
is
this
an
big
amazing
fight.
voice
All the
actor,
ending intrigued
and
me
I
as
think
much
he
as I
did
imagined
well.
it would. How did Steve wind up in the pool?
The guilt tripping is fair. Now, it does show that Stan was wrong for doing it, but it can be
Deciding to
a lot,
emancipate
and that's
himself
fair.
from his parents
That's
was an
absolutely
interesting
fair.
direction, but there's not much to really do with it when there's only like 5 minutes left. Roger tries to kill him, but doesn't. That's pretty much it. Which leaves me wondering, why the fuck did they call this one Star Trek?
What? What? What?
We will not be eating
It's his
Thursday
trek
dinner on
to
a
being
Tuesday.
a star.
Meal is canceled.
Why did he make that sound? After once again feeling like
Okay.
her life has little to no excitement, Francine joins a ladies group called the Ladybugs. However, she finds out they only meet up to
With
discuss their
what,
affairs
the
they're having on their
chicken in the
husbands,
closet?
and so has to fake one with Stan. Meanwhile, Roger and Stan are fighting over the new dog she's brought home. It's pretty funny just how much he cares about it, loving it more than his own family. Francine walking down the street with all the women slowly starting to follow her was well executed, but that's about it. It's a fairly average episode. She learns that her boring, docile life is good enough, going around the middle of the list.
Am I pretty enough for a man?
I would say, yeah, it's probably worth being a middle episode. Oh.
Stan and Roger, again, another dynamic they like a lot, get into a car crash, which
That's
Stan
like
has to
saying
take the
Peter
heat
and
for
Brian, a dynamic they like. Like, of course they do that.
I like that they set it up like a Liam body swap episode, but just have them agree on
Okay, so she died to an off-screen disease and then showed up again, like, what, I think it was like, she showed up in the last season. She showed up in 18. I don't remember the episode, but she is there. I'll go back and find her. Like, they just keep including her in the background, and it's hysterical.
They both realize that each other's life kinda sucks. Stan is bored and Roger is overwhelmed. But I do like the culmination of everything. Roger hitting Francine and the police coming over while Healy's monkeys are running loose and Steve has pictures of himself around the house. And the ending is great, just pinning it on some unrelated guy from the Roger story.
Oh, yeah.
Not the best episode or anything, but...
That had Andy Richter in it. Andy Richter was in that episode. Ah, yes. The first time Klaus gets a body.
They're actually doing it. They're actually doing something with Klaus.
What a time to be
Took
alive.
long enough.
Oh, what time is it? Time to kick it! Hit me!
I could only afford one jet boot.
While Francine opens up a new muffin kiosk at the mall, Stan needs someone to do the woman things around the house, like
You'll love to
cleaning
see it.
and cooking. And so he decides to give Klaus a body. I can't believe this is all it took for him to do that. Getting double-crossed as he knocks him out and seeks Francine to fuck her. I wish Klaus got this body a lot sooner. This seems like such a big moment in the series to only happen for like 10 minutes, if even, but still, it's okay.
How come no one's buying your hotcakes, Mr. AIDS?
Because I'm Irish, Jimmy.
Wow. You could prove this guy wrong. You guys love supporting the Irish by liking, subscribing, and buying stickers. Yeah. Did you do it?
All right. Okay, sure.
I like that we
that
got
was
some more Stan's
that was a
teenage
thing that you
years
do.
here, even keeping that same design we saw in the pilot. The implication that Stan is the way he is because of how he was treated as a kid is neat too. With him getting revenge for being pranked at his homecoming by going to Francine's reunion, being the husband of the homecoming queen.
I was being sarcastic. Or don't you get sarcasm, genius?
Oh, I think I get sarcasm. And I'm hardly a genius, but still, thank you. That's all.
Thought you
sweet.
were
You
was
kind of
sort
know
of
from the
muffin
get-go
stand.
this is going to wind up going somewhere else pretty quickly.
Oh, that had the
because
guy
they're
from
not
2
even
and a Half
going
Men
to
in
his
it.
reunion.
That's right.
Rubbing it in the
Not
face of
Charlie
people who
Sheen,
actually
the other
bullied him.
one.
With
The
them
one
completely
that's
diverting
bald
him
and
finding
Lex
out Francine
Luthor
was never
now.
the homecoming queen after
Ah,
finding
it'll
two
come
lost
to me.
votes. And so he starts going out with the real winner instead. Great. It was a fun callback to bring back the agent clones from the start of the episode. Stan trying to make it up to her by having his clone take her out.
Oh,
and having to
yeah.
find a way to switch places with him after realizing
And then he comes
actually has a great
back.
life. Wasn't expecting to enjoy this one, but it really picked up by the end. The Healy and Steve subplots were quick, but
Pulling
deep as well,
double booty.
going near the top of the list.
What's the episode where Roger sends Steve to hog? John Cryer. Thank you.
After
John
another time results
Cryer.
in Roger and Stan becoming best
Oh,
friends, especially after doing a weird alien thing that gives Roger all of Stan's
Lavate
memories.
las
Also, this is unrelated
manos.
to the episode, but
Trying to
I'm
remember what the
noticing
A
how
story on
weird
that
it is
episode
Stan,
was.
as a character, is just so unlikable. He's such a douche. He's so mean to everyone. And
I want to
constantly
say
uses
it was
authority
like
against
season
people, but somehow
3.
he just manages
'Cause I
to work.
used
He's
it
such a
in
funny
my,
character, maybe it's his dumb underbite.
like,
Stan gets uncomfortable
thumbnail.
by how close he and Roger have gotten and wants to do whatever he can to get rid of him.
I
This is a
see.
really fun one. Not only do Healy and Steve also get a fun adventure of trying to break up a happy couple for their own benefit, ending with them dying. You know, it's mainly just nice seeing them be on each
Here we
other's
go.
side for a change.
It is. It's
But the
season
main plot is also
3.
one of the best we've had so far, in my opinion.
It'll come up. We'll find out together. This was an
After
episode.
Francine starts feeling like her life
I don't know.
is
I don't
meaningless.
revisit Helping Handies often.
This time, she
It's
decides
not
she wants to
bad. I
become
don't think it's a bad
alley
episode. It's just a
surgeon. Okay. This
whatever
then winds up with her
episode.
getting mixed up with the handicapped mafia. Meanwhile, Stan is
Oh, yeah.
take steroids so he can be finally
Time
popular
slows
at
down and
school,
they get
which winds
sober
up
all of
giving
a
him,
sudden.
breasts 2 seasons in, and he's gotten pregnant and tits. Perfect.
How do I say this nicely? Loser! Loser!
Oh, it might be surrogate.
Not kidding! Not
You might be
It's
absolutely
interesting
right.
finally watching this show and seeing how wild
That
these
sounds
stories
right.
get. I always just assumed it had been way more grinded. Steve then becomes popular because of his additions, and has to realize that he wants friends who like him for him, and not his breasts. Huh. This happens because Stan decides he's also going to get breasts to teach him a lesson. Huh.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing.
I'm not realizing that we're only 2 seasons into this.
I forgot that that was even the B
political
story in
angle,
that episode.
you know,
That's how
Stan
little
being
I
super
revisited
conservative
it.
and stuff isn't really that much of a
Love
focal
this one.
anymore.
Chimdale's one of my
Obviously, it's
favorites.
still a large part of
Oh
the
wait, no, this
character
isn't
and all,
Chimdale. This
but the
is
show a lot less politically
the
fueled
Barry
than I guess I
one.
was expecting
Never
it to
mind.
be. Not that that's a bad thing. If anything, it benefits.
this one's this is
allowing it to
Craig
stand on its own
Ferguson
away
though.
from that
Craig
to be a funny
Ferguson is
animated
evil
sitcom of its
Barry.
own right.
He's also
Just a thought I
Susan
had.
Boyle,
Stay
the
for dinner?
Boyle in
If it's okay with his
Futurama.
parents.
Because you know that's fun.
They never care.
Oh,
After Steve lets Stan
poor
know he has
Barry.
no interest in
It's
doing
an
stuff with
oops
him,
all
he
Barry
decides to try to
universe.
befriend his buddy Barry, taking him in as his new son. I haven't mentioned any of Steve's friends yet, but that's merely
like this is
because
all
none of them have
fine.
done
I mean,
anything
early
already
seasons
interesting so
they don't
far.
seem to dislike
That's his
anything.
name. Fucked the old lady Steve made out with in that one episode. The Asian one is Asian. That's his character. And
Toshi.
Barry
His name is
looks like
Toshi.
Peter Griffin. This episode's
Barry's
okay.
great. What are you
It's ordinary.
talking
We've seen this
about?
plot a million times before. It really
The
picks up
all
where
is
Stan makes Barry
lost
stop taking his
moment.
pills, which turns him into a menacing asshole. Gives a little bit more depth to a character whose personality has only ever previously been shown to be fat. I liked it.
It is good. I enjoy it. Tears of a Clooney,
It's
season
Francine's
finale.
39th birthday, where we learn why she hates George Clooney so much. I'm pretty sure they had that as a gag in a past episode.
They
And what
did.
does Mom mean that her dream
They
died?
absolutely
I
did.
don't know. I thought her dream had something to do with a muffin kiosk. Whatever happened to that?
Damn, I wasn't expecting all these callbacks. With this, she
They're
plans to
great.
get revenge by having
Have
him
you been
fall in
watching
love
the new
with her
season of
when he gets broke his
Futurama?
arm.
I
It's gonna be
haven't.
complicated
I
if
have
Stan
not
has
watched
friends
the
who
new
would want to
season.
stop her.
Uh,
This is a great
I
finale,
have been
honestly. The Roger subplot is pretty
waiting
funny, too.
for
Him just
season
getting a bunch of
12 to
foster kids using
conclude
free labor.
to
And
then,
revealed
you
they've
know,
been up to this
watch
for
it all
5
at
years. Also a
once.
really funny
Because the
series.
real
Except
Futurama
Colin
fans
even gets to
remember
see
how
it.
in
It has
episode
everything.
1 of season 11, they recommend binging all 10 episodes in one sitting. So that's how I'm going to watch it.
No.
Especially when, you know, Disenchantment does all. Really? Star Trek at the. Hang on. Let's look this over. Let's look over the season 2 ranking. Because this is odd. Star Trek number 16. Under Helping Handies. I'm trying to see if there's anything else I disagree with. I'm trying to see if there's anything I'm not like. I mean, I get. I would move All About Steve and Star Trek up. They seem to just not like Steve episodes. Like, bring it's good trade. It's good to be the queen with All About Steve and move everything else like down 1. I don't know. How have you been enjoying? How have you been enjoying season 12 of Futurama? Have you been liking it?
And that's season
Does it
2.
bring you Marie
I've used this word a
Kondo
couple
levels
times
of
so
joy?
far, but I think the best word for this one is that it really is a good escalation of the first.
Yeah.
Putting these characters in way
No,
more
season
intense and
2 is
serious
really
situations,
solid.
along with just
Really
killing
love it.
each of them. I think at this point they've completely removed themselves from that Family Guy comparison the media touted at it so much. Even then, I think a lot of those accusations were completely.
Are you gonna do any
superficial.
Disenchantment
I saw
content?
a couple reviews of the first season from when it came out. that were just
See,
picking
I
itself,
was
calling it a
debating
ripoff.
that. I was even
Luckily,
debating
Roger
doing
and
that
Fudge
this
were
week
just
since there's
copies
only
of
5
Stewie and
seasons,
Brian, like
and
Bruce
it's
Lee
like
and
only
Fudge
50
scenario.
episodes.
Either way,
I
I'm
could
really
crank
looking
that out
forward
pretty
to more.
fast.
Again, I know
It's just,
nothing about this
would
show, so I'm
people
really
want
curious
to
if
see
there's
me
a point
review
where folks agree
Disenchantment?
that it gets bad or not,
You know.
or if it's just
Maybe.
consistently good for its
Maybe.
entire run.
The answer
Let's
is
hope the
always
latter.
maybe. Really? Of all time. Now that is something I never thought I'd
Season
ever
3 we
hear.
Still have yet to get out of the void. Hope that plot point gets resolved soon. Season 3 begins
What?
with Stan shipping Steve off.
How
to a
is
refugee
that
camp
the
in
vo-
Africa
they've-
by mistake. But it's all good.
Didn't the
Survive
Mamaris
turn the
move
place
in?
into
Didn't
a
Homeland
shrine.
Security already happen? We already got the first appearance of Tuttle. We know they live in a neighborhood. That doesn't
This
doesn't
also
make a
seems
lot
to
of
when they really
sense.
start ramping up Roger's
Love that.
costume
Love the
fixation,
B story of
and
Camper
Francine
Fugi.
assuming alternate personas
The A
to
story is
the
whatever. I will
Nothing more
stand
than
on the
side
A
plot,
story
but
being
it's
whatever.
fun.
But
then
the
getting
B
so
story's
carried away
great.
By establishing worse and worse histories for each
Tell
other's
them what
character.
happened to our
Stan
daughter.
is just so racist here. This is by far the most offensive episode we've seen so far. A majority of these jokes are just making fun of poor people who look different than him.
Now, when you give me a lukewarm review like that, that does not give me hope. Well, it's just a little better than season 11. I'm like,
you know, dude, sitting up
well, that doesn't make it a lot good.
Sure is hard. I'm thinking about making up a snack. How about you?
What?
Okay, I recently learned how to make homemade pizza, so
What
how about
is even
this?
going on?
I'm gonna show the recipe as we cover each
Okay.
episode, and you follow along at home. Get in the kitchen.
That's fair.
Come on,
That's
for real,
fair.
We're doing this.
See, I didn't hate the steampunk. I thought if they were gonna do anything with it, like steampunk is the play.
While avoiding Jim, Steve meets a like-minded girl. Them getting in a relationship.
Good old
Stan's
Debbie.
dismay. Why?
I miss
She's
Debbie.
fat.
She must have a map to
Even if she's not with Steve, I wish they like involved Debbie in more things, at least in the
This episode is
Fox
really good, but
era.
also really uncomfortable. Everyone reminds Stan that he's also kind of fat, which destroys his whole worldview. Dieting extensively and becoming anorexic, he looks so disturbing by the end.
I will admit, I did get a new appreciation for this episode from the people that commented. Like, it was never an episode I was personally a huge fan of. Also, that's Dave Herman, who was in a ton of Futurama and a ton of Brickleberry and Paradise PD and King of the Hill
We're all
and
so worried about
everything.
Grey's Anatomy on season
Dave
10,
Herman
so-
was in my first ever rated R movie I ever
See, I
watched,
can appreciate that joke,
which was
though. At least
frickin'
my time
Office
watching
Space.
Grey's Anatomy.
Dave
This is
Herman
way better
was
than
Michael
this is probably
Bolton
my
in that
favorite
movie.
episode of the whole series, honestly. Also, getting this recipe from a website called The Food Charlatan.
I don't.
But first, you gotta
Here's
make
my
some
controversial
pizza dough.
take,
All these fucking
especially
recipes
since
just put
Nova
in
said it's their
ingredients
favorite
list, pizza dough,
series.
Like I just have that sitting around.
I don't
So
think
grab
it's
some
really
flour,
one
sugar,
that
instant
most
yeast,
will
salt,
fall
and
in
olive oil,
love
and meet me at the next
like The
episode.
Simpsons or Futurama, that had much more mass appeal. I think the people that love Disenchantment are few but dedicated. Like, for those people that just enjoy that kind of energy of Disenchantment, it will be perfect. Anyone else, it's going to be like a foreign language, which I think adds to the fandom.
Family getting so broke by the end that Stan can even feast them right
Yeah,
away.
yeah, a little nostalgic comfort. It's something that you can't quite describe. I think it's honestly the soft, round designs of graining round designs of like The Simpsons that makes it feel nostalgic, even though it's new content. Bo Bridges. Bo Bridges was in the first Golden Turd. I love this. Also, Swoozie Kurtz, who would play Stan's mom later on.
Sugar, your instant yeast, along with a cup and a third of warm water.
Do you really add
You're gonna wanna let this rest
sugar
for a
to
couple
pizza
minutes,
dough?
so,
I've
come
never
back
heard
in
of
a
that.
bit. This is fun. We're doing stuff together.
Okay. Lincoln Lover, one of my absolute favorite episodes of all time.
Lincoln Lover sees Stan
So
from a
good.
play based on
So
Abraham
amazing.
Lincoln's Bodyguard, which has a lot of unintentional gay undertones. Being invited to the Log Cabin Republic.
Nominated for a
suggested that
GLAAD
he's
award.
homosexual.
Like, that's so unheard of for a series like American Dad to be nominated for a GLAAD award for an episode like Lincoln Lover.
I'm glad we're seeing them get a larger role here.
Oh!
Stan revealing that
Well, you
Grey
learned
is
something new. I had no idea it was to kickstart the yeast.
Pat Robertson, I met
Here, my dumb self was thinking it was to make it
just walking
sweeter, and I'm like, that's for the
It goes in a
sauce.
pretty wild direction.
Where's
Again,
the
Stan
cheese
is a
that's under
super
the
extreme
sauce?
character. So to get accepted in their group, he decides to have sex with a gay
that
guy.
makes
And he
sense.
realizes he isn't
Science
gay, and that being
rules.
homosexual isn't a choice. What a shock. This is going right under the fat episode. Really funny one here.
The Discord, what's going on?
Francine is looking for some excitement in her life, and so this time, Stan becomes a drag racer to make her happy.
I actually
Jeff
like this
and Neely
episode.
are
I thought it
back
was
together,
good.
I guess. The plot this time being she breaks up with him, all right. He winds up joining Steve's
Oh yeah,
World
and then you
of
get the
Warcraft
really
group, which makes it
awesome
worse.
like
The sequels look
MMORPG
super
that they
cool.
get
I'm surprised
animated.
they bothered with something like
Oh,
this.
you're making
Especially
pizza
Thomas
tonight? That's
Panicake.
funny.
But it pays off well. I know I
See
would've
how
preferred
it
this
lines
to
up with his
not
cooking
shocked to see
tutorial
the
in this video.
credits. This isn't one of my favorites or anything.
Oh,
I
I
have some
gotcha.
more Francine episodes in the future that don't need to revolve around this same problem, but it's still solid. Go
Got
right
home
into
from
it.
Amsterdam. Wow, that's incredible. Did you have a good time? Iced Ice Babies. I am
I can't
so
believe I haven't mentioned
indifferent
this yet,
on
but
it.
Every episode ends with the usual fuzzy door production logo, along with this.
Bye. Have a beautiful time.
This confused the fuck out of me when I would watch this
What?
show.
Why?
So I looked up who the fuck it was, and what do you know? It was a security officer who worked at the office buildings.
Yeah.
Neat. Steve's girlfriend
What?
makes a cameo again, which I didn't think they'd continue.
That's
I
right.
like that
We're
Stan
doing this
starts
for
to like
freedom.
that she
We
showed
react
up
to
in
the
the
American
system,
Dad
completely
ranking video
being
on
the
Labor Day
best
because
one.
that's what Uncle Sam would want.
Be ready to walk to school?
Oh, Debbie, look, this is my breakfast.
I like that they bring this back to Francine, her starting to get empty nest syndrome and trying to convince Stan to have another
What
baby.
was the B
and
story
getting
on this
a vasectomy
episode?
So she can't rape him. Why do some of these characters?
Oh, right, the one with Elijah
Solid
Wood.
episode, going under the car one.
I forgot about that. That was really good.
breaks up with him on
That was a
screen.
fantastic B story. I love Of Ice and Men.
2 episodes in a row with an ice pun in the title. What are the odds? In the distant future, we see Clutch
What was it?
telling his
Ro
friends about a
Thaga.
story in which Stan continually gets
Falls
depressed
over.
and distant when winter comes around. I like the detail that his future self has hair that looks like gills. He also includes a B story in this retelling where Steve and friends get a
Oh, this guy knows
reveal
about
out of nowhere.
boxes.
Sweet, I guess. It's interesting that they're trying something different here, but I don't find the reveal to be all that funny.
What?
He's actually a field figure skater.
I thought that was
Francine tried to
great.
remind
I
him
thought
of
that was
George's
amazing. I
scene,
thought that was a
but continues to
wonderful
get more and more
reveal.
competitive, ditching her to go with Roger instead. It was an alright episode. The Steve plot is pretty pointless and not very interesting, and the mean goes the exact way you think it will. You know, he learns to not only want to win. I don't know, this is one of my least favorites of the season.
What?
Still, though, I wouldn't call any of these outright bad so
Whoa,
far.
whoa,
I'm
whoa,
impressed.
whoa, whoa. That would be his winter secret. Now, you can't dislike Irregarding Steve. Better late than never. Hey,
After Roger
welcome.
Steve
Glad to
Steve
have
and
you.
Idiot, They run away to New York to be smart, I guess. This
Figure
is
for
probably
Labor
my
Day,
least
we're already
favorite. I
streaming.
did
Let's
not like
do
this one at
something
all.
fun.
They just continuously fuck up, but don't want to admit they're wrong.
Such a good
Feels like
episode.
they were missing that last bit of escalation to take it somewhere more extreme.
First
I liked the
appearance-
little squirrel subplot.
No, not the first appearance of Leslie
Oh, shit,
Jordan.
that's
Second
right.
appearance of Leslie
Okay, now
Jordan.
you're gonna want to add a teaspoon
Talk
of salt,
about a legend.
2
Gone
tablespoons
too
of
soon,
olive
that
oil,
tiny,
and
tiny
3.5
man.
cups of flour. Now mix that for 2 minutes while we move on to the next.
Another great. I think I prefer the
We're finally
Santa
having our
story
first
ones.
holiday special.
Welcome, ye gentle caravans.
That's fair.
Oh, we're
The
not
the
your
what's
sick.
eating
What if
Gilbert
you're
grape
wrong
squirrels
about the
is a
holiday?
little rough.
With Stan getting pissed off at them taking all the Christianity out of the holiday.
I do
the Ghost of
love
Christmas
him.
Past, voiced by the Friends lady, comes to show him the true meaning of the holiday.
Lisa
Which he
Kudrow.
doesn't care
Her name
about.
is
He's
Lisa
gonna go kill
Kudrow.
Jean Fonda instead. Whoever that is. Sorry,
What?
Jean Fonda, if you're watching this, I know you're a fan. My analytics told me 78% of you are boys.
Oh
21.9%
yeah,
are
that was
girls,
really
and the other
good.
0.1 is Jean Fonda.
Where they're like,
I like
aw,
that
and they're
double
like,
always.
ah!
The ghost then seeking Francine to help her stop Stan as he's continuously fucking up the future by messing with the past. The U.S. now being owned by the Soviet Union.
Well, and the
A pretty
B story is like
unconventional
Roger and
special,
Disco,
especially
which was
to fix everything
amazing.
Being him going back in time to make Taxi Driver, but it works.
I love it too. I love the best
Okay,
Christmas
so I
story
looked it
never
up and
told.
Google says this was actually season 2, episode 9, which I don't believe. I'm led to assume there's no definitive airing order for this fucking
Yeah,
show. A
I
bunch
had
of these
someone bring
episodes
that
are
up with my
said to be in
future. I was like,
different seasons.
he's going by
So let me just
broadcast dates. I'm like,
clarify
yeah,
right
I'm
now.
going by what
I'm following
Hulu
the
recommends
Wikipedia.
because
I
it's
trust
on
that website with
Hulu.
my life.
See, Bush Comes to Dinner, great. D. Bradley Baker,
Interestingly, this
fantastic.
episode has
The
proportionally
Gilbert
more viewers
Grape
than all the
Squirrels,
others.
it has
That
what?
forces
John
people just
Krasinski
really
and,
work hard to see George
oh,
Bush
what's his
visit
face from
suicide.
Big Bang and
It's like Peter
Roseanne.
Griffin and Donald Trump.
Like,
It's
it's
interesting they both
good,
giving their
it's
president a
solid,
slightly different
but you
design
could
compared
put
to
it
the other times
in
we've seen him.
any
It's the actual reason
episode.
for wanting to make
I know it
this
interacts
show
with like
much
the
easier to
the
demand.
tree
I'm
house, and
surprised
that's
for this
why
episode
they
it was
think
less
they're
than
in the
one
tree
would
house. But
probably
like,
be. Instead of shoving his opinions down his throat,
it was
it's generally
definitely a
just,
padding
"He is
element
dumb."
because they
Which
could
is
have
pretty
put
funny
anything
sometimes.
there.
I mean,
They
look
did
at
not
the
have to
guy
make
who's
it the
asking for
squirrels.
it.
Hello.
My son,
Awesome
Steve.
speech.
Holy fuck!
Was that the first F-bomb they've had? Felt so
Oh, this is
weird hearing that come out of
uncensored.
One of these characters' mouths. Okay, so from here you want to lightly flour a surface
Really
and put
weird
the
hearing
dough on
Scott
it.
Grimes
If you have a
swear to
mixer with
Steve.
one of those dough attachments, then put it on there for 5 minutes.
Because like
If
you've
you
heard
don't,
him in
then
other
you're
things,
gonna
like you've
have
heard
to
him in
heat it for the
Justified,
same
you've heard him in
amount of time.
Orville
Just
and
push
everything,
it on,
where he's
fold
saying
it
it
over,
normal.
flip it
Ted,
90 degrees,
you've heard him
then
say
push
it in
on
Ted.
again. Keep doing that until I say so.
That's completely understandable. But that's American Dad. They never tell you this is a Gilbert Grape parody. You just have to know it's a Gilbert Grape parody. Like, how would you... And if you've never seen it, you're not going to get it. It's just going to be some weird thing. And that's kind of the charm. Like I said in the review, like, if you're talking about just having the seventh seal on in the background, like, that's incredible.
Getting him kicked out. Stan's story makes up for it, though. I liked it. Even if it integrated with Steve's story in a pretty forced way. Healy trying to rat him out so he claims they're not.
If you had asked me like 4 years ago, I would say The Orville isn't worth watching. Now I'm absolutely going to say watch The Orville. It is literally just more episodes of Star Trek The Next Generation, but with
Steve are growing apart. It's weird how much they've been pushing the two as being super close
Seth
friends.
MacFarlane writing jokes for it. DVD versions are better for it. Yes.
Either way, to get back at him, he decides to become
I do wish they had better releases of American Dad for DVD. And also, I'd love if they just did like a Blu-ray release. I know they probably won't, but man, oh manity, that would be nice. Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, we did. We were talking about The Orville earlier. Yeah, no, The Orville is great. It is definitely worth watching. Also, hello everyone. Just doing another hello. Hope you're doing well. Happy Labor Day. We're watching the LS Mark ranking video. Just seeing what he thinks.
Kind of want to try it now.
Black Mystery Month, one of my absolute favorite episodes.
For Black History Month, Steve wants to do a report in the creator of Peanut Butter, which leads him down a rabbit hole of conspiracies that's been going on as long as the Civil War. That the peanut butter was planted so that white people would like black people more. With the only group to know this being the Illuminati. Take you all day to come up with that one. Meanwhile, Roger and Healy are playing Jenga. Seeing them inside a realistic Burger King was so bizarre. I'm glad they acknowledged it. This is a pretty good mystery episode.
Is it worth it if you don't like Star Trek?
One about the Easter Bunny. Okay, seriously, is Mr. Pibb good? I couldn't stop thinking about it, so I looked it up, and apparently they're super hard to find. I want it now.
Okay, I'm not really sure what that was about. Give it a try. I think it's got enough comedic elements that if you don't like Star Trek, it should be, I guess, more active.
What? Stan is such a
the Illuminati is amazing.
Hiding his family away in the wilderness.
An Apocalypse to Remember, Illuminati, fantastic. Jimmy Carter, the original President Peanut. That's right.
There's a couple funny moments, but that's it. You're just
I'm Jimmy Carter, my peanuts withered.
The payoff wasn't even that funny. I don't care about this crazy mountain man that much. Roger also wants to get married. So
first appearance of Shari.
See, now that I've watched 15 of the 20 seasons of that show,
played by Dr. Cuddy from House.
You're right. Sandra Oh is in that show. I get the reference.
Sandra Oh is in this show, too. She plays Toshi's mom.
With Bullock's wife still being kept prisoner, something they've kept up with from the beginning of the series,
which was
Stan
phenomenal.
wants Francine to set him up with one of her friends, but if everything fails, he fears her saying 4 dreaded words.
It was so funny that I was when I was watching the Futurama videos, and I got to the Huntsman episode. I'm like, oh yeah, that's very obviously Patrick Stewart, and I was so numb to his performance in that episode just because I'm so used to Bullock.
This is a pretty entertaining episode. I liked it a lot.
I had no idea. My wife loves House too. I am so lukewarm on like cop and medical shows. I can't do it. It's not for me.
So at this point, you're going to want to grab another bowl and put a bit of cooking oil inside.
She does. I found that out. I thought that was wild.
Bowl to cover it.
But yeah, no, she is in Korra.
Covered in oil at this point. And I put something.
She's a pretty talented voice actor. I mean, like she's done.
Warm area. We're going to want to keep it here.
And she's also a really good actor.
An hour and an hour and a half. I'll let you know when to return to it. See, now you can't click on.
Remember when Cal Penn was killed off of a house randomly because he had to go work on in the Obama administration as a media director? It's a true story. He was actually a popular character, but because he had to go and work for the Obama administration, they had to write him out of the show.
Divorces Stan, so he has the chance to sleep with another woman after getting insecure by how many guys she slept with.
Meatloaf was in an episode.
Not falling in love with another woman. This is an alright episode. He gets remarried and and so she has to stop him before consummating.
Never
It's
forget
probably
that
gonna go
Chase
right
had to
in the
kill
middle of the list.
Mufasa.
You know, I've noticed they've stopped using that one lady Francine was friends with,
Linda
She was
Mamari.
in the last season a couple times, but she's all but disappeared. The series really doesn't have that many side characters, I've noticed. Weird. Anyways.
Oh, yeah. Right?
Linda is in this episode. I spoke.
It did
to
seem out of the blue.
and
He
used
showed
some
no
super
signs,
secret
which was the
CIA
point.
to see what
Yeah,
was
no, he was
about.
not expecting
They all
it at
did that.
all. But he had actually done a lot of like geopolitical like studies and everything, which you don't think about that. Like you think Harold and Kumar go to White Castle, and you're like, Hal Penn, really? He understands like.
They usually avoid that, but here it just feels.
Oh
pointless.
yeah,
You
that
don't
is why he
see
left
anything
her.
there for
I
this
forgot
stuff.
about that. Oh yeah, no. Ed Helms is fine.
Stan
He
is on
found
trial for
Aunt
a
Donna,
story where he takes
like,
Steven's
or Auntie
friends
Donna.
and
Like
remake
he's
by
good.
forcing them to become
Ed
rival
Helms is
movies.
fine. Everyone
And the other
forgets
story is,
the vacation
I'm not quite
movies.
sure why Stan is
Love this
also
episode.
refronting.
Absolutely
Roger falls in
adore
love
this episode.
with Healy, and now Francine is jealous as they both fight over him.
The
Okay.
B story was
Very
great.
nice.
The A story's
Thanks, Roger.
phenomenal. Hi, hippie,
I didn't like
hippie.
this one that much either. I'm
What?
glad they went in a slightly different direction than him realizing he can't force
Oh,
his son
come
to do what he wants
on.
from him. You know,
It's
they've
a
done that
good
bunch at
Steve
this
and his
point.
gang
His dad goes
episode.
crazy by mad car disease and Steve has to save him, but it doesn't really make up for the rest of it. Hoping we end on a good one here.
What? You're not possibly saying you think the shirt cannon wasn't a good way to write a character off? Yeah, that was pretty messed up.
Anyways,
It was definitely unnecessary.
They're back together,
I love
guess,
joint
is
custody.
wanted in Florida.
Like, my dad was a huge Highlander fan. So, like, Clancy Brown has always been near and dear to my heart. So every time I hear him, I light up. Like, I love Clancy Brown. He was even in the new season of Solar Opposites, like we were talking about earlier. I thought he was fine. I thought he was a perfectly good, presentation. All right, let's take a look at this. Oh. All right, we got After School Special is number 1. Lincoln Lover number 2. I think that's good. I would definitely put Lincoln Lover up there. Irregarding Steve at the bottom. No. A Vice's Man. No. This is interesting. Also, it's just joint here. It's not joint custody. That's fun. Oh, I guess you gotta abbreviate some of them. When a Stan loves a woman. Yeah, all right. You know what? That's fine. That's fine. We're still in the Fox era. We're still very early on in the Fox era. It's understandable.
Had a really good finale too. Not every.
Wait, are we only
episode
like
was a hit, but
40
they've
minutes
also got
in?
some of
Oh
my
my
favorites
God.
in here. That anorexia one especially. No wonder it was nominated for an award. Looking forward to see where things go from here. And looking forward to see how your pizza comes out.
He hates
Remember
Steve.
You have to sit in the couch and
Oh.
watch American Dad all day. The plot for this premiere is pretty fucked up. After Francine learns that all their happy family vacations have been nothing but virtual
What?
reality simulations,
The goo is
so Stan can
great.
spend time alone, she demands they actually go on a real one.
Then I gingerly carry your bodies downstairs.
I like that Steve and Healy both realize that they miss the goo, hating the cruise
It's
they
great.
went on but having to put on a smile for her sake, which just winds up making her think that she's in the goo. There's no winning. This was great. I loved her rampaging around
Now,
the boat and
it's
Stan
just-
having to apologize because she thinks she's in the goo, like anyone knows what that means. And them getting stranded on an island was a fun advancement.
Oh,
Near the top of the
when I
list,
kept
I'm
going
going
Miami. It came from something. I think it came from American Dad. I think it came from the Ricky Martin episode where he's going like Miami, and I just go
The
Miami.
series keeps the most bizarre bits of continuity. They made a joke about him fearing seagulls last season. After getting so frustrated at nobody respecting him, Stan takes it out on a meter maid having to become one.
Yeah, he
for
didn't know who
surfing.
Toshi was
He then goes
earlier.
mad with power, getting everything Francine
It just
could ever
it
want,
seems
stealing money
very
from work. This
passive.
is another good one. I like the Healy subplot too, where Roger goes to her nude peeing
Meter
class,
maid's good.
presenting herself as being very empowered by her body, but not being embarrassed. Gets a little creepier once Steve starts jerking off to it, and then
He
wanting to
doesn't
buy
know.
it. Ew. Also, it took me a bit to notice this, but this is the same realtor.
This
who
isn't
Stan
Rick
got
and
sent
Morty.
around in the
He
second
didn't
episode of the
know.
show. They made a joke about the prisoners there wanting to cut her hand off, so now she has a hook for one. That's a really excellent attention to detail. Also, is it just me or is the line art slightly thinner here? I mean it. Comment below. Does it look different?
I guess? I didn't notice. Good old Dope and Faith.
After winning a boat in a church raffle, Stan starts to realize he has no friends to share it with.
Oh, I think they're going by the Wikipedia release.
Senor Bullock, no here. Go away or I kill you.
Sir, I can actually see.
I love that Patrick Stewart will say pretty much anything for American Dad.
B-Story 2, him being
Oh yeah,
obsessed
and this
with
is
Harry Potter and being
one of the
convinced
last
to get
times
accepted into
Eartha Kitt would be in
Hogwarts.
something.
It's so dumb, but I kind of enjoy it. Him having no idea he's just working in a meth lab.
Oh, it's Dope and Faith. Dope and Faith is the Hogwarts episode. Not Surrogate. There we go. Dope and Faith.
Starting off better than any other so far.
Call
I like how it all
back.
comes from such an earnest place too. He just wants his buddy to go to heaven with him so they can be friends in the afterlife, even if it does just lead to him ruining the guy's entire life and driving him to suicide.
What are you talking about? He shows up back in episode 100 AD, and then disappears again.
Haley, your cold sore is dripping in the potatoes.
That's the last time I use lip liner I find on the bus.
Oh, honey, no one believes that.
With Francine's parents coming to town, us getting the reveal that she's actually adopted, Stan is pissed off at how annoying they are and want to seek out her real parents.
Check it out. I'm John Williams.
Amy Hill. That's who it is. That's who plays.
You know, I decided to see what people.
I think it is. I think this is the DVD release order.
I
So if you ever wonder what I'm doing, I go by the IMDb / the Hulu order for most things. Basically, wherever I watch it is how I'm going to review it.
I mean that an Asian family.
Yeah, if Max has it as this, I'm reviewing it as that. Because I'm going to review it how people are going to be watching it. And most people are not going to have the DVDs. They're going to have Hulu.
Unfortunately, I disagree with you, Taylor Kingston. I would not rate this episode awesome. While it is cool getting to see
You're
their
wrong.
parents and Steve
This
Subplot
episode
funny,
is
I
awesome.
don't know. I just think it's the weakest we've had so far. You
Weakest?
know exactly how it's going to conclude. They're jerks. What do you know?
No,
Oh,
no,
all
it's
right.
coming
The
up.
song is
We have
catchy.
not missed that episode yet. Mama and Baba.
Damn, they're way into their callbacks now. As we learn that Stan had Healy brainwashed to be a sleeper agent as a kid. So she breaks
Haley
up
is
with
just
Jeff
so good.
again and threatens to move to
It's the
France,
first time we
Stan
get,
having to
yeah,
use her
the...
trigger freeze as a way to make her the perfect
Ooh, I
obedient
wish
daughter.
Mother would win her fight with exhaustion.
Rare case where I actually like the B story more than the Mean. We've seen this
Jeff
plot
Fisher's
line
so
Stan
great.
having to learn not to
I
control
love...
Healy
Not only do I love
with
that
not
Jeff
listening
Fisher is
to
played by
Stan
Jeff
die,
Fisher.
Even if it gets a
I
little
just...
more interesting by the end with her
Jeff
older
has
sidekick
become
killing
such
the
a
fight
good
scenes as well
character.
executed. Whereas the Roger and Steve one is hilarious despite consisting of a single gag. They want to start a detective agency but can't decide
A
who gets to
single
be the guy
gag.
in the wheelchair.
A single
It's so
gag,
dumb, I
and
love
it's
it.
it's
going
Wheels
nonsense
and
and
the
it's
Leg
good.
Man. A single gag. No. No. Gonna tell me Tex and Mex is bad now, too. Shenaniganery. Have I played any good games lately? So lately, my time has been on Monster Train on the PS5,
Oh, yeah?
Wukong,
Baba
and
Booey.
just for the sake of
There
it,
is, guys. Wrap it up. Ranking over. The series is peaked. This episode, whatever its name is taking the #1 spot by default. So Stan is ashamed after.
Okay, but
everybody
it
learns
should,
he's
though.
gonna
It's
kill the
actually a
guy,
really
which is
great
weird because I'm
episode.
pretty sure we've seen
Chili's
him
got
murder at
ice in
least
his
a few
veins.
people so far.
But I've also
But I
been
get
playing
it, so it's
Gundam
fine.
Breakers
Either
4,
way, Roger and two
a
of his
game I
friends
never
take
thought
away
I'd
Taylor's
ever
first
pick up.
kill.
It's very
Not
repetitive.
really
It's
the
very
best
turn your
episode,
brain
but
off and
I
have
appreciate them
fun.
sticking to the one
But
storyline,
it
not
has
killing the
been
real
a
B
good
story,
source
too. And I
of
like how they integrate the
bored,
child molester
good
into it.
play.
There's a sentence I
Also,
never expected to say
Dredge.
today.
I started playing Dredge. Played a lot of Dave the Diver when it was free on the PlayStation.
Stan gets
So I
furious
picked up
after
Dredge
learning
because
that
it had an
Greg
event,
Carrier
and it's
was
actually
surrogate
really good.
parents, especially
Hey,
after
I enjoy
Francine
Dredge.
agrees to carry the child.
Skull,
Meanwhile, Steve and Roger
SKUL, is
terrified
one of my
to
favorite
fight
games of
together,
all
hiding in
time.
the attic and going mad. I
Same
like
with
that
Slay
they
the
did such a
Spire
relatively
and
mundane prank
really any
across this.
roguelikes.
Saying that, though, I don't really care much for this episode. Takes a bit long to get into the main conflict of him.
How do I have
stealing
100K
after
subs
Thorne.
but only 1
I will
million
say,
views?
though, it
What do you
picks it
mean?
all up by the end after a lesbian couple takes him to see how their family
Highly
is
recommend
rolled by
Core
being gay,
Keeper?
and so
Okay,
he
have
just
to check
steals their
that out.
kids, Too. That was good. Middle of the list.
How's Wukong? Fine. Wukong is okay.
First milestone, episode 50. Yippee! Also another Christmas
So
special.
basically,
This one seeing
TCAT,
Stan being
I had a couple
picky about
videos
which
do
tree
really,
to
really
go
well.
down.
They got,
Landing himself
good
in
amount of
the bonus was
subs.
set up west of that one
And then
Fallen Friends
just the
episode.
views never came back. That's it. I have not played Vampire Survivors. I'll check that out. Wukong's okay. I went into it expecting it to be a Dark Souls game, and it's much more like a harder God of War. It's fine. It's not a game I would consider for like Game of the Year or anything, but it's definitely worth the price. It's worth everything I paid for it. But so glad to have you here at TCAP Up Gaming. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a happy Labor Day as we watch this LS Mark video. Okay. Yokai Watch. I defended Yokai Watch way too much when it came out. I thought it was gonna be the Pokemon killer. It wasn't. Never stood a chance. It was when Sun and Moon came out. I thought if it could overthrow Pokemon now. What's my top 10 favorite American Dad episodes? Probably Rabbit Ears, Gold Top Nuts. Pretty dumb way at the end. Oh, if he's not. Oh no. I've heard that there are issues with the dev team and everything. And that's totally fair. Like, I'm not.
I am awesome.
That is fair. Let's see. Rabbit Ears, Gold Top Nuts, Blood Crieth Unto Heaven.
The score during that snowboarding opening had no right being as good as it was, and that James Bond parody was really well done, super stylized.
Office Spaceman, Black Mystery Month,
which is just Roger. All the main characters play your average secret agent movie role. Keely is the secretary, Klaus is the henchman, Steve is a scientist, and Francine is the love interest. Who
Exquisite Corpses.
But they actually fall in
Let's do.
I appreciate them trying something new, and there's a lot to like.
Bully for Steve.
Look great. The amount of planning
Cops and Roger.
This must have been insane compared to the others, but it's definitely not the best of the season.
And
I'm still not super into these non-canon adventures. Going right under the.
You know what? Tearjerker, just because he was not a fan.
What the hell?
Yeah, I beat Hades. I got all the way through Hades. I want to play Hades too. I might.
Stan's mother as her boyfriend is just broken up.
Oh no, that's just top 10 episodes. I did do top 5 American Dad video episodes of every season though. But no, I don't know what they would be off the top 10 off the top of my head. There we go.
The only reason she's done so much is because she kills all her partners.
Yeah.
It's just the same thing as the Stan's dad episode. Although I think I enjoy this one a lot more. The twist
oh yeah, creatively Wukong is very well thought out. It is not just an Elden Ring clone or anything.
This was a good one.
See, and that's fine. I understand that Blood Crieth Unto Heaven is not everyone's episode. And I totally get, like, I love American Fung. I think American Fung is one of my favorite episodes. But I totally get why other people would hate,
their therapy sessions are
hilarious,
along with Stan's more open personality.
They would hate American Fung. They would hate,
together super well. Everything comes back.
What you call it?
To be so honest in the first place is because of her friend.
Blood Crieth Unto Heaven. Like, there's a lot of very valid reasons. I just really adore how dumb they are. I agree. I think American Fung is charming. I think it is so out there in a good way. I really like it. I really like it.
With Stan being made to find a former Soviet Union agent, he realizes that it's actually his next-door neighbor who just wants to embrace being an American.
I get a snazzy new title and a bigger paycheck. Then I give my money to your mother, who spends it on speeding.
Hey, Jonathan Anderson! Thank you so much. Really, that means the world. Well, I will definitely do a new series review this week, and then I will try and get another one done as well before we drop all of Archer.
They don't do much. And I don't care for the mean either.
It's like Hot Tub. Hot Tub is also a super divisive episode.
And I don't know, it just seemed
but like Red October Sky, I love. Personally, I think it's hilarious. I think it's great. When he just starts buying everything to get first place, that's great.
Put her there, American.
Dude, my wife's right here.
Right here, man.
Jackbox stream went. I guess it's a necessity at this point. I'll do a Jackbox stream soon. You know. Loved it. Office Spaceman's still one of my favorites. Yes. I have responded to your comment and I said I'm working on it. But yes, Archer is still coming out.
Meanwhile, Francine kicks on.
I've got
and
season
so
10
Ian and Billy are
written,
shocked that
got 3
Paul
more
trying to get
seasons
the
to
bottom
write, and then I've got to
line.
record
Of
them
course,
and
the
get them out
reason
there.
being,
But
she's
Archer is
left-handed,
coming.
Obviously.
Don't have anything for show and tell.
Hot tubs in your top 10. Good.
I have liver
Good.
cancer.
It should be.
You a 0 for the day.
This Francine plot is dumb as hell.
Again, I love Bullock.
But the Roger one is fine. Pretty middle of the road episode here. The idea is cool. Him
Oh,
freeing
cool, it
Stan
doesn't
as the
show it.
alien, But that's about
Can I
it. didn't
adjust
find it
this,
all that
maybe?
Funny. Shame.
And that's valid. Like, that is completely valid.
Work so he can sue them for a shit ton of money. As Stan has a near-death experience and wants to leave a grand legacy by finding Ollie North's secret buried treasure. I appreciate them switching up the art style for Stan's musical number. His design is super charming. Honestly, I wish the Roger story got more focus. Nobody wanting to.
They
harass
do.
him,
They do
so he
change
gets
the
another
tone in the
job
middle.
Place with a different disguise, so he can just harass himself. I just don't like the payoff to Stan's situation.
Hey,
He winds up finding
you!
it against all odds, but gets overzealous with filming it and gets trapped inside the cave he dug. Just wish they did more with him actually finding it instead of just leaving it in there. Or
What?
even if they just focused more on the
That's
idea
the
of him
whole
wanting
point.
to leave a legacy. At least then it would have been more impactful once he has to leave it.
I support you when you wanted to open that small business.
No, you didn't.
Let's stop bringing it up.
Again, it's so weird how
It
selective they
should
are
be
about
out later
continuity
this
in
week.
series.
I will keep it up. Thank you. Thank you so much, Jonathan Anderson. Yo! Hello, Adamantium Ursa. Hope you're doing well.
Stan falls for a girl who's impressed by everything he does. After
The trapped in the locker is fantastic.
Oh, yeah, I'm gonna hit that. I'm gonna tear that.
I mean,
I'm gonna kill her with a bottle.
This isn't the most interesting or fun episode out there.
spring
but
breakups, whatever.
I feel
But
like they captured
why
the
is
vibe
it
pretty
just
well,
showing
for someone who's
Jonathan
never been to a
Giant?
spring break party before. Why is this the most well-animated thing in this goddamn show?
All right. Let's see.
Honestly, these seasons are just getting better and better. One, I worry about all merit. A couple episodes, what the rank? It just used to for him.
All right. Here we go. Big Trouble in Little Langley at the bottom. 42-year-old version at the bottom. No. 42-year-old version needs to be like number 2. Red October Sky. Bump that up. Stanley Singers too. No. Now, I mean, like, edible panties can go down. But, like, what do you move down? Oh, when Barry doesn't take his meds. That was season 2, I think. She does. She looks a lot like young Francine. All right. Let's season 4.
Honestly,
Only, you know,
seasons are just getting better and better.
Virtual Insanity sucks. I am not a fan of Virtual Insanity personally. It's not for me. I get that it's, you know, him and his, you know, robot suit trying to give, you know, Steve confidence, but it never did anything for me.
It's somewhat hard in these ranking videos.
Spring Breakup was whatever.
At the bottom of the list
It was
doesn't mean
okay.
it's a bad episode. It just means it was the least good out of the batch.
But I disagree entirely with
This
42-year-old
is what
version.
The ranking currently looks like at the bottom of the list, but only like these couple episodes I would consider like bad or boring. You know?
Star Trek is bad.
All merit to it. So I'm only hoping they can keep up this level of quality as we go on.
Star Trek is
I worry about
bad.
them running out of things to do after 20 seasons of this
Incredible.
stick. I can't believe it. They've escaped. Between seasons, I guess, the Smiths had some void-escaping adventure that we missed. That's
There's a
disappointing.
house
The new
right
intro was
there.
great.
What?
Surprised they went through the effort of shooting the characters as well. I did like that shot of him hugging his family around the dining room table.
It's
in the
because they
original,
were able
but
to
it's still an
what?
improvement overall. Us getting to see a couple more glimpses at the secondary cast, and they've replaced the new.
Stan's
season
Frosted
with
Tips
Roger
was
showing
great.
up in Stan's car
I
like
like
every
Spring
episode.
Breakup
Jeff
still has
Daniels
elements
great.
that I
I
like.
can't find a single newspaper gag that was funny enough to show, so I'm not crying over it being removed. I remember. As
I
a
really
kid, for
like,
some reason, I didn't like the difference.
I love when
between, like,
Steve's
crashes into the
responding
sky sign.
to
Seems so
the
exaggerated
lady
to show
trying
that
to
he's
take
a
his
bumbling
virginity.
idiot.
He's like,
But
all
after
right,
the
sure. Once you get all your tests
show,
done,
no,
we
there's
can
really
look
any
this
doubt
over and
that
get this
man is
going.
menace. Season begins with Roger's 1600th birthday, getting excited for a surprise party. However, everyone is too shaken up to plan because of
My first pube!
Oh, right. The magical.
Oh, it's red.
See,
despite the premise,
having
this one was
grown
actually
up
really
on
funny.
American
I love the guy
Dad,
who just fucking freaks
I
out over
have a
Barney, and they
fondness
try
for
to
the
stop
Fox
Steve's
era. I
beauty by
do.
de-aging him.
I love the
You know,
Fox
Steve
era. I think
just
there's a lot
has
of really
horrible
incredible
design,
American
just
Dad
in
there.
general. That comes to my mind every couple
Personally,
episodes. I just
as
have to
time
read
has
it
gone
somewhere.
on,
This was a great premiere.
I
Very
think
great.
I like the
Stan
TBS era
reversing the
more.
process to make
I
him
think it's
incredibly
more
old,
meta.
so
I
he
think
doesn't
it's
go to
more
Bali
out there
Trust
comedy.
anymore.
I genuinely think
It's
1600
getting
Candles
more
is
me,
fine.
walk
It's whatever.
away.
It's not the best. It's not the worst. But I really, really do like the one that got away. Love the one that got away. The Death Wish reference.
His credit card, he goes on a mission to ruin his life. Honestly, I wasn't super into this.
Maybe
one
he's
first, but on the
dyslexic
third
and
day,
mad at
it gets
Disney.
Really good.
When did I
Why?
first watch
Because
American
Roger
Dad?
finds out that
My
Disney
first
is
episode of
him.
American
One of
Dad
his
I
guilty
ever
personas has
watched
taken on a life of its own.
was-
I love all the implications this has. You know, how many more of these are
I
running around
wanna
the place.
say-
him taking a hit out on himself and now being on the run from an
I want to say it was the episode where
Meanwhile,
Francine becomes a
Smith
realtor
gets
in
obsessed with
season
playing
1, which is like
Simon.
season 1, episode
Guess what?
3.
This is a genuinely
I was
good
watching
series.
it every
One of the
Sunday
best.
on
It all comes
Fox,
together so well.
and
Tim
I mean,
Owen doing
that
all
was
his
my,
things started
I
caring for the
would
girl
I
who
would
was initially
DVR
using
it.
persona to swindle.
There,
Season
you know, back when we had
starting off
TV,
incredibly
TiVo.
strong.
How old were you when you watched it? God. Date me, why don't
Stan is
ya?
forced to help his boss find a partner,
I
while
was
leaving his adopted kid, who is
12,
away, with Francine all
13
day,
when I
every
first
day.
started
And
watching
to
it.
resolve things, he decides he's gonna go and rescue his wife. Can't believe they could have just got her easily the whole
I don't
time.
think so.
Definitely
I
could've
think
just
I think
gone so
TBS
far.
American
Not
Dad
bad,
should
but
absolutely be
this podcast
TV
pretty
14,
repetitive. Every
and
time
some
Francine going back to
episodes
normal,
of
full of
this
chemical
era
stress
should be
on
TV
his
14.
face. Stan having to not let
But yeah,
Francine
Fox
get
era,
caught
most
in
of it could be
mistress on their
TV
camping
PG
trip.
probably.
There's some funny gags, but
The
that's
one
about
that got
it.
away is
I
just
can't believe we're already
amazing.
this
I
close to
like
the
one little word is fine. It's like whatever, but this, the one that got away also had John DiMaggio in it.
That she almost got married to another man before Stan, finding out that he's actually a rich farm owner, and an all-around great.
I also love that when they moved to
Fixes for
TBS,
Francine
it
like
wasn't
the dinner
just,
for
you
two
know,
of them. It's funny
there.
contrived,
Like,
but kinda
they
like
actually tried to do
Francine
something
makes sure
different
Stan
with
still
it. They
fits
tried to
him,
be
but to make sure
creative
the
with
choice
it.
is equally
It wasn't
decisive and
just,
self-serving
yeah, they are
in
saying their
moments
lines.
where it sort of
Like,
fell
it's
off.
genuinely,
Wish it stuck to that more
genuinely
dry concept it
solid.
started with. Still not bad though.
Hey there,
Less
Sugar.
sexual stuff, way more violent stuff. Like, way more
Steve's dream
violent.
about the cat that keeps fucking with him was also the only thing worth noting about that subplot. It was oddly emotional.
What?
An episode.
No! I used that as a thumbnail. Like, I remember I put Tekken 8 in the corner, except it got covered by the timestamp. So people just thought I really wanted someone to, you know, elbow drop a cat when I was trying to make him king
His
from
girlfriend, the
Tekken.
goth girl, I forget her name. Get back together, which makes him start.
That's what you get for having creative thumbnails.
Debbie, her name was Debbie.
Now you just, you know, you take someone else's thumbnail and you put an angry face in front of it.
I'm popular.
Surprised? This is one of the few episodes to not contain a B story.
Bootleg
considering
and
it's
Cherry
just one of those
Shop.
School council election episodes. The popular girl lying about Debbie to win and
Oh, wow.
I'm glad that swiftly moved past the.
I remember I bought a bootleg DVD of Megas XLR, the complete series on DVD, since they didn't actually have a proper DVD release for it, and I really wanted me some Megas XLR.
Different ways to ruin their lives. It was pretty satisfying. Although they make such a big deal to point out how shitty it is for the school. To
That would be
constantly
so
make fun of her
funny
being
if
fat.
it ended
The
at
show
Stan of
also
Arabia.
consistently makes fun of her for being fat. She even does it. To
Oh, that's
herself.
fine. Like, anime violence probably isn't anything.
honey.
It's just, you know, for ratings, yeah, if you have excessive, you know, blood and violence and stuff.
And it had a pretty fun ending.
What are the collections you have on the shelves behind you? Anime
Like
figures.
I did.
They're all different anime figures. Down here on the bottom, we've got some of mine. We got the Mego Venture Brothers dolls. I've got Hank over here. I've
No way, he
got
broke up our
Monarch
last time?
down
What the
there.
fuck? Was
I
he
got
ever trying to
Jopo
stand his
Orochi,
body
my
double?
favorite Baki the
Was he
Grappler character.
going
No, they
blind
never
for
did
him?
a Megas
Again,
DVD
someone on
collection.
this writing team really
Let's
likes
see.
incest. Goes a bit further beyond
we got, like,
jokes after his
Edward
devil tries to
Elric,
sleep
we
with
got
Francine, so
Dazai
Stan has to
from
pretend to be
Bungo
him, or
Stray
else Healy
Dogs.
will freak out, destroy the town, and rape Roger.
Tatara Fujita from Welcome to the Ballroom. Fantastic anime if you haven't seen it.
Jobs where they have to separate chicks by gender.
We got the guy from
getting
Ushio and
furious
Tora,
when realizing they're
Ushio,
killed
and then
for
Tora's
food.
up
Not a
there.
bad episode.
And then
but
down there we
aware
got
of
Inspector
how
Zenigata, my favorite
the ending
Lupin the
was
Third character.
Some are, but
Because I really
you
like
know,
Lupin the
you
Third.
can acknowledge how weird it is, but you're still doing it.
Phantom of the Telethon, love it.
Telethon event. trying to raise $1 million. But
No.
somebody's been
No,
messing
no.
with them.
No,
Even
no
releasing a
big,
terrorist,
no big titty
Stan to
ones.
realize Roger
Do you have any
is furious at him for
TCG
stealing his idea
collections?
about the event
I
and
used
doing
to.
all of this. Another really focused episode. It's cool.
I used to have a Magic deck. Actually, no, I do. Hang on. Let me grab them.
Drop it right above the school console one. I like that even after all this, Stan refuses to tell people the truth.
Good night.
Steve needs a back support after realizing he has scoliosis. Looks like he should have gotten a flexi spot. Wait, they're not sponsoring this one.
I don't get to use them much, so I didn't really think about them. But I've got the Warhammer 40K Magic Commanders, and then I've got the Fallout Warhammer or Fallout and Magic the Gathering Commanders.
Him cutting off his
Oh
story after
no,
he gets
I'm
the
getting
point was
another
hilarious,
one.
as well as everybody already knowing by the end when he admits it, only not telling Steve because they assumed he'd freak
Oh
out
yeah,
and
Family
not
Guy
do
is
it.
absolutely
Go
more
near the top of the
inappropriate than American
I
Dad.
think people might just surprise us.
Oh, I love Chimdale so much. Actually, I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna go and get some
Getting
water.
some super cool pills that simulates getting 8 hours of sleep, allowing him to stay up pretty much permanently. He gives them to Francine too, in which she comes to an awful realization. She has no interests, choosing to then study fish of all things. Not bad,
Love
but
Sand
certainly
Time.
one of the weaker episodes so far. Once she starts doing her own thing and goes on an expedition to find an octopus, Stan now wants to do stuff
All right,
with his
I
wife,
will be listening,
having to
but I'll
see
be
Ryder
back in a
apologize.
second. American Dad is like
Ending a
12
sweet
plus.
That's about it.
I see. I don't know if they didn't swear
Why
as much
is
as they
this
did. If they
design
didn't
of
have the
this goddamn
violence they
show
did,
so much?
I don't know. There's a lot of things that they skirt, and they really use that TV-14. Chimdale Detective. Oh yeah. Forrest Whitaker. Forrest Whitaker. I don't know why they brought him back when they didn't get Forrest Whitaker again, and they got Craig Robinson.
Finding out that he actually has a bunch of other families, choosing them over the Smiths.
How is he, by the way? Has he been worrying about whether having boners at night means he's gay? Because I have.
This is a cool
Oh.
idea. Reminds me of
I was
the
like,
Mark
what's
Stream
that
version of
flashing?
Simpsons
I didn't even
episode where the
realize
cat has
I
another
had that
owner.
light bar
Except
on.
this one isn't
That's
boring
funny.
and stupid. I haven't seen that episode since I made that ranking. I just remember it being boring and stupid. Sorry. Getting to learn more about Roger.
I wonder what the episode was that would rank it like
The Claus
that.
side plot is funny. Him desperately trying to get everyone to go to a concert, and I like that random fucking koala at the end. Good episode.
What?
Easy, baby. I'm just a squirrel trying to
Leukemia
get
Skywalker. That is good.
Except I'm
I'm a koala. Reginald, and he used to be nothing. Now he's a koala, and he's cute as a
Langley
button.
Falls. That's where they live, by the way. I feel like I haven't mentioned that enough. It's not as iconic as Quahog or Springfield or... Well, those are the mean ones, I guess. They ban all trans fats, with Stan having to sneak it into town and using Steve as a mule to do so. I
Yeah,
don't care
kind.
which one at
Well,
all, it's fairly
okay,
unmemorable.
no. See, I live on the
Not really
5th
funny enough to
floor.
make up for this uninteresting
If
plot.
they were coming,
Teal,
oh
give this one a damn teal. Man, I
no!
wish I was as easy to please as you. Worst of the season, worst of the whole show so far, honestly.
What?
You were supposed to be good episode 69. What happened?
I think it's. I like that one. What?
With Roger being pissed off at Stan, he decides to take over the town homeowners association under the persona of Roy Rogers McFreely. Who could have guessed? Naturally,
What?
he goes mad with power and makes all these regulations that turns the town into... Well, I don't know, he makes it look kind of like a nonsense world. Just look at these house colors. Hideous. Don't like this one either, honestly. Hoping the season manages to pick up from here. I can't hate it bad or anything. I feel like I need to stress
I'm
that
sorry.
every time because
How
it
do
seems
you
so low
hate
gives
this
off the impression that I
episode?
hated it or
This
whatever.
episode's
Instead of
amazing.
just not being all that entertained. I don't know, this season has just given us a lot better so far.
You can leave your top off, but you need to sit down. Like, that's... What? It's Jack's back, not
Another
Jack's
rare episode where
black.
the story's better than the mean, with Roger hiring
What?
Lily to work at his attic bar after she needs credit for school, him taking things way too seriously and being a prick to her and having to play along with his games. Their ending argument was amazing. When Stan
Really?
talked
That
about
was
being
the one
able
that
to
they
ride a
had
bike
the
and have
different
flashbacks to his
rating
kid
for?
and Darren Norris returned to do a single
That's
one with his
wild.
dad. I immediately knew he'd be returning. In my defense, I forgot his name was Jack, or else that title would have given it away.
I think it's delicious too. What about you, Dad? Do you share the opinion of the other Smith men?
Whatever it is, it's dry.
I just can't find myself caring, as we all know what's gonna happen. He's gonna leave again. This time he and Steve escape after Stan fails to forgive him. And I never find myself really liking him at all, even if he does turn himself in by the end, going right under the middle of the list.
Well, we will have to make sure to stream some more for you, Kaylee. Thank you so much for coming in. We loved having you here. Stay strong, keep fighting. I hope you have a great rest of your week. I hope all of you have a great rest of your week as we keep enjoying this LS Mark response.
Stealing his money. The Stan Francine subplot about them pitching a new invention isn't anywhere near as interesting and goes nowhere.
What?
I barely remember what happens in it, but the me and more than makes up for it. I liked it a lot.
You know my Uncle Roger?
Oh, additional content. Yeah, those commentaries, they be wild.
Snock gets blamed for stealing his money, and now Steve has to decide whether or not to admit what he did or let his friend take the heat. The whole plan was really fun.
Like, I don't love this episode, but I don't hate it either.
And that's why...
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
What? Okay,
This episode
sure.
sees Stan, that was my friend, by the way. This episode sees Stan, I liked that last episode, too. This episode sees Stan, that had Roger and Steve playing the same detective roles.
Don't hate DeLorean story.
He wouldn't have known about that. This episode sees Stan almost finishing building his dream car. A DeLorean, obviously. This is a solid adventure, trying to get the last part. I like that none of the bikers care that they knocked over all their rides, but the Queen Asian man is the one who seeks revenge. This is a fun bonding episode
Yin
between the two of them.
and yang. I did not mean for that to happen.
Stuff is a good idea too. Them simply seeking out for a cool B story to do without Healy because she's boring. Going right above the middle of the list.
I like Rapture's Delight, but I get it. I absolutely get it.
The complete inverse of the last episode sees Stan reveal his lack of respect for his son, and so he joins the football team.
Late night viewing for both.
When was the last time you ran anywhere?
Without
with your actual legs, not by pressing X.
Damn, that's some real boomer humor if I've ever heard it.
What?
Goes exactly how you think it will, especially.
Oh, come on!
Coach. He kicks
boomer
the
humor
into him and Roger starting their own one to try and win. It's fine. Him trying to kill himself was an unexpected escalation, though. What the fuck?
What?
Let's just see what Teeler has to say. Maybe he disagrees. Teeler? Teeler? What? Where are you?
Take that, sir! Behold, a grown man weeping like...
Yeah, okay.
After threatening Stan by revealing that he was sent to Earth to decide whether or not the world should be destroyed, he's ecstatic to find out that Roger's real reason for being sent here was to be a crash test dummy.
Tired of him walking around here like he's
King Poop all the time.
Is that really what you wanted to say?
No.
Also, after Steve makes a joke, Toshi, I knew that. Deems one of his jokes disrespectful. He challenges him to a duel to the death.
What?
I mean, a hot dog eating contest. To the death. Wish it didn't take so long to Roger finding his new purpose in life. Could have given them more time than just a few minutes to devote to him working at a hot dog distributor. I mean, hey, it merges with the Steve plot well. It's alright. As Terry's dad is coming into town, he and Greg are nervous as he's yet to find out he's gay, telling him that Francine is his wife and Greg Stan's husband.
I know there are plenty of episodes of American Dad I absolutely love. Like, I absolutely can't get enough of them. And I know plenty of people hate them. Like, that's the appeal of American Dad. Everybody's gonna like different episodes, and that's okay. I'm kind of mad at some of these because these are my favorite episodes. So he's like, these are mid, these are okay. This is boomer humor. I'm like, what? That's not really fair.
We end our longest season yet.
Look, if there's enough interest in me reviewing The Simpsons, I will review The Simpsons. I'm not stupid. I know people want someone talking about The Simpsons, but like, look, Futurama already hurt me. Futurama was already a gut punch. I'm not looking to do all that work for
I
nothing.
like that his friend's dog is just casually joining for the adventure too.
It's kind of.
You guys are wild.
So, you guys keeping this party going?
Nathan!
I love Nathan. He's one of my favorites. All right, here we go. I'll pause this. I'm going to go get some hydration, be back in like 35 seconds, and we will continue our watch through. Thank you all so much for coming to the stream. Discuss your favorite episodes of Season 5 now. All right, I am back with doubled up hydration. All right. Flavortown is good, but I think it's kind of random. I like Jeff and Stan bonding, but it's not very funny. That's fair. Roy Rogers, way too low. I really do like Phantom of the Telethon's really good. All right, let's take a look at this. Live and Let Fry needs to be way higher than the bottom. Roy Rogers needs to be like number 1. Bring Bar Mitzvah Hustle down, like way down. Family Affair needs to be like number 2, number 3. Danny Queeris needs to be up there. Stan's Night Out needs to be higher. Like what are you? This is, I don't like this. I do know that that's LS Mark's least favorite episode, and I hate that. I adore Flavortown. Flavortown's one of my favorite episodes. Sammy Hagar loves poblano peppers. It's amazing. I have not heard his reason for it, but season 5 is probably your honestly, just this as like a collection of American Dad episodes, it's so strong. Like if season 5 is your favorite season, that is again, it's Jack's back, not Jack's black. But like this is a pretty there's not an episode here that I really think I would skip. Like there's not an episode like if it was on Adult Swim on some night, like maybe one little word just because I've seen it so much. But it's just like what is going on here? All of these are pretty bangers, especially for like American Dad fans. I'm confused.
This season was similar to 4 in a lot of ways.
would I talk about shorter shows like Avatar or Invincible? Maybe.
Not horrible. Again, the worst
Worst
I can
AD
say about some of this is
episode,
that they're kind of
personally,
forgettable.
it's
I
like
can't get over
Deacon
bad
Stan,
episodes.
Jesus
You know, this has been one of
Man,
the least grueling
or...
rankings to get through so far, even if we're only a quarter way through.
God.
Surprisingly, this was actually the season I had seen the most amount of episodes.
Personally, Stan's best friend is down there for me. Now, again, if you like those episodes, that's fine, just
Glad to see the
personally.
show is continuing to pick up in quality. Let's see where we go from here.
I mean, who doesn't love Parappa the Rapper?
Season 6 opens with us seeing
Kick,
Stan.
chop.
Did they change Stan's design subtly? His chin just looks a lot less jagged. I can't tell. You know what? I don't even.
But
think so.
I did like the first season of Invincible. I have not seen the second season.
Stan takes him to a
American Dad is better. Oh no, that is the gazpacho of hot takes right there. American Dad is leagues better than Rick and Morty, no question. I will turn off Rick. God, we went on vacation one year, and at the hotel every night. I don't know why. But they were playing Rick and Morty, and it was the same episode. It was the Solar Nights episode with Jack Black. And it's just every night I would be joking. I'd be like, well, it's time for Rick and Morty. How about that Sun episode? And for some reason, it was just playing like 4 nights in a row. It was like, I get it. I get that you liked the Sun episode. Moon over Isla Island. That was the last.
The leader of another country.
Oh God!
Killing him
What is
by
his name?
mistake, he has to have Roger pose as the leader instead. Him naturally going mad with power after Stan's been blowing him off all week.
Tell me you weren't just talking about getting booed.
Ricardo Montalban.
Mother.
Ricardo Montalban. It was the last thing Ricardo Montalban was in.
You made another sex joke about my mother?
Steve subplot.
I don't
is, again,
get that.
naturally a lot more creepy.
I feel
After
old.
Snot gloats about getting close to Francine's breasts. he
Have I
tries to get
watched-
revenge by making sexual advances on his mom. The two competing for.
Yeah, I've watched. I think I've
Certainly worse
watched
than the
all
last,
of
but
Rick and
still really
Morty.
funny. Him getting all his servants unknowingly killed and pissing off.
Oh yeah,
someone
Moon
so
over
much
His
that they
Islands.
wanna murder him.
I love it.
I thought your mother would be opening the door.
Well, she didn't.
This has gone too far, hasn't it?
Good God, love Chad. I love. You guys friends with Chad? Oh, I mean a lot of people that knew Chad.
Despite family leaving for the
It's
weekend,
great.
Steve is left home alone. His friends convincing him to play around.
Is my
with a
daughter
small
back there?
drone video game
Home
so
of Drone's
they can blow
amazing.
up the airport.
Love it.
You can see where this is going. I like
They're
how
finally
plan
getting
is
off
to
the
consider them
island.
Leaving. The plan 9 off being able to leave the terminal and Roger disguising himself as Stan to get alcohol at the airport. But not everyone is looking for his previous persona.
It is weird. Good old Naruto.
I'd probably put this.
Let's
at the
put some
bottom
Rip
so
Chad.
far.
Put
I
F
wish this
Chad
wasn't
in
something that Steve and Fred
chat.
had to solve
F
themselves.
Chad
Instead
Chad.
of Stan just returning to see what's
The
up and
generally
fleeing back from the Chinese mafia, he just takes over. And the Roger stuff just kind
Wait,
of
it's party time all the
He
time.
wants to change back. It could have been done at any point. Not a bad episode, but certainly the weakest so far.
Certainly the weakest so far. Remember the part of the triad? It's like, why'd you do it? I thought if I won, she'd come back. She's not coming
Well,
back,
Steve
buddy.
and Haley having left the house for summer, Francine wants to find a way to make Roger self-sufficient so she can have some alone time with Stan.
Rick and Morty's fine. I think genuinely the fandom is what most people hate about Rick and Morty. Because like if you're told, if you don't laugh at this episode, it's just because you're not smart enough. Like, the show never explicitly says that. The show is pretty welcoming to everybody. It's the fandom that's, you know, breaking down McDonald's to get some Szechuan sauce.
But that's about it. It's super short-lived.
I think that just sours people's thoughts on it. Though I will say, personally, I prefer Solar Opposites. And even that, both of them should have ended at 4 seasons.
Isn't that nice of you?
Speaking of missed potential, the Steve subplot. I thought the whole point of a summer camp was that you
Whoa.
weren't like leave
Whoa,
for
whoa,
summer
whoa.
camp. Nah, they just go to the mall for underwear. Great, what a storyline. Everyone makes fun of them, and then it's over. You know, I'm noticing that Klaus is undoubtedly the least interesting character.
Not
in the
at all.
Series. They
I
never
am-
know what to do with him. He seems to work best when they're leaning into his self.
Oh, I was there when season 3 was happening. I think that's what soured me on it.
Well, he's a fish. They don't do much. Healy gives him a wig.
Oh, season 3 was
getting
something.
A haircut again.
You know what?
Amazing.
That's why I'm
really
still a Venture Brothers fan, because I remember
finally come
being
to
part of the
realize
Shirt of the
after
Week
Stan
club
left,
and
he had
being
taken
like
all the adult
in the
responsibilities
the
of
forums,
Until now, he
and
wasn't
everyone
involved in
with the
his
Venture
empire,
Brothers
facing the
groups is
repercussions of
so
being a
friendly.
Gremlins.
They're so welcoming. They have like those quick sheets where they have all the references by episode.
Stan managing to have the same kind of
I will say Solar Opposites,
on the adult responsibilities
it's
of it.
funny. It's like the two
Before
lines have
Stan
sort of
having to understand
crossed.
that just because he lost
Because
childhood doesn't
the
mean
wall
he
has
doesn't
progressively
exist.
gone down,
like this one on
while
the left.
family
Dumb
episodes have
fun story
progressively
aside,
gone
the
up
ending
in
is so
quality.
cool.
I was so bored of the wall and the Silver Cops this season, and actually wanted more family episodes. When in earlier seasons I was like, I want more wall. I genuinely think the wall has outlived its, its
Stan,
purpose, its
as man hated
usefulness.
by every sitcom alive, forgets about his 20th anniversary with Francine.
I think
Boy,
Stelios has
sure
only
hope
like
planning to
really
renew their
been
lives,
attached to
Stan
the
reveals
story
that he only married
twice.
Francine
I know
because
he's
of
shown
her
up in the
looks.
background
Again,
a few
this is the kind
times,
of
but I
thing that
don't
the
think he's ever
Simpsons or
been
early Family Guy
anything
would find
more than
really
that.
obnoxious or unlikable, but this is completely in character for Stan. Half the time I just assume the guy doesn't even realize what he's saying. With this, Francine purposefully makes
It really
herself
was. Silver Cops was
unattractive by
all
stopping her
filler.
beauty routine.
Enjoying
See if Stan was
Mark's
still
video?
lover.
Never
Goes
got
on
around to
to
I
Stan.
didn't.
This
I
is
saw
just
bits and
a teamless
pieces
episode,
of
in my
it,
opinion.
and I figured if I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna watch this on stream. And that's what I'm doing. We're just hanging out, we're having a good time. Hope you're having a great weekend. Figured Labor Day, American Dad, let's get to it.
Not as bad as the
You
Joker,
know?
but still nowhere near my favorite.
That's fair. I'm not a huge fan of Shallow Vows. Shallow Vows. Ah! The episode with Zach Galifianakis.
Again. What are the odds? With Stan getting increasingly pissed off at her for going to concerts late
And see, that's my point. Is like Rick and Morty conceptually is fine. It's okay to enjoy Rick and Morty.
Similarly to that childhood episode
It's just
where
the
Stan
audience
met
makes
his
it
sister
so
with size.
odd.
Of course, he listens to the music and becomes obsessed with it. That whole sequence of him running through the concert with his earplugs was really well executed. It's simple,
Hey,
but
that's
it
what
is
we
the
love to
best
hear. I'm
version
so
of it.
glad I can help with those long shifts.
Where Stan
And
enjoys
this will be
something
uploaded
he's
as a
invested
video
in.
on
There's no
demand
personality
as soon as the
on
stream is
TV.
over,
Even
so
if he
make
super
sure
seriously still gets pissed off
to
and
check
really
it out
loves
if
more
you
than one
have
guy.
to leave it
Even
for any
his family
reason, but
fights
always
back
know
and
that
forth
you
by the
are
way.
important,
I like
you
that Stan
matter,
Rogers'
stay
disguise
strong,
are also a reference
and I
to
believe in
Almost
you.
Famous. That's one of my favorite movies.
I mean, I gotta
Check
give
it
it to
out. This is
Francine.
going right under the moon
I
this
don't
episode.
think anyone's gonna really like. Look at that. Look at like Francine kind of owns it though. I loved it. Like that is an episode that has
Two Broke Girls plays a stripper who Stan uses to replace Healy after realizing she won't listen to him, and so he wants to help her start a business.
I'm like
A dry cleaning
I learned
store.
so much about music
Cool.
from American Dad.
Also, Steve and friends go to
And
see
I
Stan
love
on
it.
the
Like
one
My
week
Morning
where they're all
Jacket,
doing
I learned about
nonsense
Majestic
shit,
through
and they have
them.
to find a way to get
It's
back
just
home
it's
because,
so
well,
surreal.
again, there's strippers living at their house. Certainly not a bad episode, but it definitely is one of the worst so far. Stan just gets proven as a hypocrite when he becomes a stripper for money. Perfect. I'm starting to notice this show's formula, you know, Stan makes a big
I
deal about
just
despising
noticed
something,
in
and
this
takes its
review
reactions to fight
that the
against
strip
it,
club's name is
realizes he
Xana
actually
Boobs.
likes it or that it
I'm
benefits
so
him in some
mad.
way, and then
I'm
he gets
so
to
mad.
choose
That's
from.
how I
Brilliant.
realized that. You're not even wrong. I always get it mixed up with the one where Haley dyes her hair. I just completely forget it exists. Just entirely. G-String Circus is forgettable. Rapture's Delight.
No, this
Love
episode
it.
is fantastic. They really go all out in these Christmas specials.
Good.
Where while fucking in the back room at church, the rapture happens. All the non-sinners getting sent up to heaven as Stan and Francine are left among the sinners. The art is fantastic. It's so cool getting to see
Has
the return of
anyone
that
even
angel
what?
lady Stan helped in that last Christmas special. Forgot her name. And the stakes have never been higher as Jesus makes his second coming to battle with the Antichrist.
Awesome
He's coming to
Midas,
Earth to
really?
kill everyone. There's also
Rabbit
a
Ears,
character drama.
absolutely.
Him
Talk
believing all
about-
of Francine for
such a
him
good
and leaving her to
episode.
be with Christ.
Genuinely,
He
I
just used
really
his
saw. I
ideas
like
so well.
better
In
than
fact,
anything I
he
was
gets
ever
to work
expecting
with
from
the
American
road
Dad.
held between
I
heaven
remember
and hell
being in
and
lockdown
Jesus
and
coming
watching
to
that
get Stan
episode
tells
and just
his
being
friends he's been
blown
captured by the
away. I'm like,
Antichrist.
all
You
right, this
should
is
definitely
good.
watch this
Like,
episode
this
for
is
yourself
really
sometime.
good.
It's just so cool. I don't necessarily agree with some fans' sentiments that this should have been the series finale, as the show
No.
still hasn't felt like
No.
it's gotten steel yet.
Absolutely should not be the series finale. But it's still great. Like, Rapture's Delight.
Would give me that impression are them coming back to
I love it.
old shit, which was cool, but also for that ending, where Stan sacrifices himself to save the day. And
Andy Samberg is
So the picture of
the
heaven
Antichrist.
was also really neat to me as a kid. Everyone getting their own room that matched
Oh, and
their
that
ideal
is
life. And so Stan
Bird
walks in
Girl.
and is met with
Oh, God.
everything the way it was. It's an oddly heartwarming ending, especially
You're not
after
wrong.
what's happened.
You're not
If no
wrong,
one
Ian.
wants being dead in
Oh,
this scenario,
picked a
if
fresh
someone wanted to
bouquet
make
of
that little
oopsie
cartoon
daisies.
where the rest of the show exists in heaven from here on out,
They
then I
definitely
don't
use a
think they're
lot of
little
stripper
dumb.
episodes.
I think I still
Like,
that
it is
direction
very
a bit
obviously a
more,
theme.
but that might
I think
change
it's
as
more
the
because
watch
they
goes that
can.
good. Going under that one, but top of the list for this
I
season
mean,
so far.
and that's the thing, is like the writers on American Dad know how to make great drama. And if you can make great drama, you can make outstanding comedy. And that's you know, if you can make people laugh, if you can understand the empathy required to tell a good joke, you can understand how to evoke other emotions. And I think because Rabbit Ears came out in season 12, it is after, you know, so many years of growth. And Gold Top Nuts is also amazing. Like, you can love both of those episodes. They're both really, really good. Oh, right. I used this for the thumbnail, and I put The Whale, because it was around the time the Brendan Fraser movie came out.
I know a guy who might be able to help us. Let's just pray that for once, when we get there, he doesn't
It's
turn out
true.
to be me.
And that's, you know, that's why it feels like American Dad is just that much more of a superior show. They trust the viewer to understand just a little bit more depth to their story. You know, if you think on it just for a little bit, if you follow a through line from the start to the end without it going, hey, Lois, remember that time, I don't know, Arnold Schwarzenegger did the backflip and then the Macarena on top of Brian? Like,
he ruins Steve's beach
what is
story where
that?
a girl actually wants to get with him, but it all gets solved by the end when he finally has to ask for assistance. Learning it's okay to have people help you with your crack addiction.
Bryan Cranston
A
was
lesson
in this
everyone needs to
episode.
learn.
Still not my favorite episode,
Negotiator
but
was the best part about this one. Other than that, it's just all right.
It's on its way. And as a gesture of goodwill, I'm going to give you another hostage. Send in the boy.
that was funny. I did enjoy the hostage situation.
Valentine's Day is approaching, with Francine being extremely upset that Stan is... well, Stan.
I bet you haven't
I
even
don't
considered
love
what
this
to get me for
episode, but I
Valentine's
don't
Day
hate
tomorrow.
this episode. It's very middle of the ground,
Get out of this
mostly
building.
because it ends at Hershey's Park.
Because with Roger offering to take over as
Hershey
Wednesday,
Park.
agree to make
Hershey
The
Park.
Goonies great. This episode takes an unexpected fucking turn. After Stan agrees to join Francine in the afterlife instead of becoming a cyborg like he agreed to, as his future self comes back in time to help him tree and to save the future. This was a really fun special, even if it takes the exact direction you think it will. Where she starts
I mean,
to
I will
fall in
say,
love with
they've got
future
great music
cyborg
going
Stan.
on.
I enjoy how they bring this back to where it all started. This new Stan only being so forward with her because he's lived so far in the future that he's come to realize how much he missed and took advantage of her. I like this one. What do you think, IMDb user reviews? It's been a while. This episode was funny in some points, especially in Steve and Roger's storyline, but in Stan's story, it didn't look all funny. Just
Now,
like any other episode of the
okay.
show. Nothing more.
Hear me out. Hot take.
Sorry, believe
Maybe don't judge what people are saying in their videos when you have episode titles misspelled. Everybody has misspellings. Hello, Billy. Hey, what the heck? So good to be seeing you. Hope you're doing well. If you're interested in special Star Wars videos, make sure to check out Other Tech channel, huh? Might even hear me as some Star Wars characters, like Vilma Grach.
He was actually taking steroids. Also, that little koala returns, you know, the one from that one episode. This time, Healy falls in love with him, but nothing really is done with it. Wonderful. I don't know, I didn't care about this.
Oh, yeah.
Roger sabotages Stan from returning his medal. Just because
Max, thank you so much. You were here for both streams. Much love. Get some rest. I'll make sure that this is up so you can see the rest of it. Have a great rest of your week, buddy. Oh, King of Fighters 98. I can't believe they made 98 King of Fighters. Still my favorite joke.
You know, Roger really allows him to avoid a lot of those pitfalls usual animated sitcoms fall into. Like how by season 35, Homer Simpson has had, like, every job known to man. Yet here they get
Your
away with it
birthday
with
is
the
Valentine's Day?
thing. They really can't
Hey,
do
there
anything
you
they
go.
want.
That's something.
Also, that fucking koala returns as Healy tries to learn to put
His name is Reggie. Put some love on his name.
Ian, I don't know when the fuck he became a thing.
That takes strength. You see,
That's
Jazz,
the
real strength is having power and choosing not. Ow, my skin!
It's all right, but again, with how good the season has been
It's
so far,
all
I think an episode
right,
like
it's
this kinda falls to the
amazing.
wayside. Roger, of course, starts to abuse his power.
I'm pretty
really
sure this is
bad.
the episode with
Couple good
Jenny.
gags, like
No,
Emily
no,
and
it's not
Steve's
Jenny.
Stan's phone call with Bullock, and that fucking shot of him crushing the guy's head was brutal. But
Is Chad gonna be
We're
okay?
gonna go into that
No.
episode where Stan
No.
goes inside Roger's head.
That's an amazing episode. I love the Roger trilogy of this season.
Previously on American Dad.
Love it.
Help!
Love
We're
all of
trapped
it.
in this elevator!
What was the point? Steve starts training himself to lucid dream, leading to Healy and Klaus fucking with him by giving him the secret.
Oh, yeah!
All while Roger kills Francine by accident, gets super worried about telling Stan, trying to make sure Francine doesn't let him know.
What was it? Lips are for kissing. You get any of those sun chips? They're better for you than regular chips. Oh no, they are not.
This one's really funny. I liked Healy being forced.
Now, how is this one really funny and Cops and Roger isn't? They're basically the exact same. I don't know.
Sometimes Stan's
I feel like you have to like both
times it's
episodes.
Steve.
I'm feeling a little
Not that I
biased.
mind, I definitely prefer the former over the latter. This is a good episode, one of the best of the season.
Next time on
I don't wanna
American Dad.
I love it. I love it so much. There we go, Stelio Cantos.
Steve gets a bully.
I
His dad.
So I decided to watch some of the later Family Guy seasons, and oh yeah, like Cops and Roger, Merlot Down Dirty Shame, and the one before it. Oh man,
They even bring it back in a sweet way with us getting.
I don't remember off the top of my head. I
having to
can't believe it.
confront him.
Oh no, Return to the Bling. Return to the Bling was the first of the three. They are all not the necklace. They're all amazing.
But what?
No, later Family Guy.
Even the koala, you know,
And I
never
think
bothered
if you
with
watch
him
the
being
credits, it'll
come
actually
much.
explain it.
Jealous of him.
When Jay Farrow came to Family Guy got funny again. Jay Farrow is lifeblood for Family Guy, and I stand by that. I think he was incredibly funny on SNL, but I think he's an even better comedy writer than people give him credit for, and he has actually brought Family Guy back. Like, Jay Farrow is wonderful. Can't stand this episode. An Incident at Elk Creek is one of my least favorite episodes of the show. I know that's just personal. Like, I know that's 100% just personal opinion.
I love how Obama gives him the most motivational speech of all time, which convinces him not to be ashamed. And then we learn that the entire thing was a vision from Stan about to make the jump, in which he decides to own it before still getting embarrassed anyway. You know, I'm surprised they never put that much focus on Obama before, like the switching from Bush to him. They've completely lost that political angle, you know, you think they would have done something with that earlier. Not that I mind.
Wonderful episode. Love Great Space Roaster.
We end the season with the Great Space Roaster, as Roger wants a roast for his birthday.
I don't remember those seasons in particular, but I believe you. I believe that those are exactly as you
He's so mad
say.
that he decides he's gonna murder them. And so they have to find somewhere they can avoid him forever. Space. This is a really good episode.
I think there's a perfect example of that in this episode, and we're going to be called Chia, the Central Human Intelligence Agency, and the robot gets up and throws his little badge down, and he goes, Frank, like, that is a perfect example of how American Dad jokes are delivered, or McGregor, it's Scottish for bullseye, like, you do that stuff not as just like wow, we're so wacky. It is treated so normal in their world that it's just commonplace. It's just normal. And I love that. I think that's phenomenal. All right, let's look at this season. Homodrone at the bottom, absolutely wrong. Absolutely dead wrong. I don't think there's any argument whatsoever where Homodrone would be anyone's least favorite episode of season 6. Like, G-String Circus, I would put below it. Brains and Automobiles, I would put below Homodrone. And again, not necessarily bottom of the season, but definitely not Homodrone at the bottom. That doesn't make... Like, Rapture's Delight is fantastic. Great Space Roaster, In Country Club, Bully for Steve, Merlot Down Dirty Shame. Don't Look a Smith Horse Down, I think would move down. Moon over Isla Island. Yeah, that's about right. Man, the Moon Bounce, May the Best Damn Wine. Again, it's just... Season 6 is also another phenomenal season. Like, again, great Fox era American Dad. And it's like, In Country Club is your mom's favorite. That's really funny. My mom's favorite episode is actually Cops and Roger. But it's funny that our moms both have favorite episodes in this season. That's actually really cool. But yeah, no, like season 6 still just really peak American Dad. I don't love the ranking here, but you know, they're still at least acknowledging that the episodes are still really good. Well, we're gonna try Odd Attack. We're gonna try and make this fun. We're gonna try and have some groove with it.
I didn't love every episode or anything, but
if nothing else, I will say the soundtrack on this is amazing. Like, they picked some excellent game tracks.
Especially while watching this season, is that I would actually compare American Dad a lot more to The Simpsons over Family Guy. See, Family Guy mainly has a 3-panel comic kind of writing style. You know, you could just separate some of Family Guy's funniest moments into 3
No, it does.
If
you make the entire world wacky around them,
he decides to go through
and just like anything fantastical can happen in the Eastern Seaboard could just disappear, then the weight of those jokes is taken away. Whereas American Dad, you can have a werewolf, like a janitor turn into a werewolf, pick up a kid, and Principal Lewis shits himself. And that's the joke. And then you play off of that joke. It's
the tone of Family Guy, but with the writing style of The Simpsons.
You have to acknowledge that weird things can happen in Langley, but they are not commonplace. Because Stan works at the CIA, because Roger is an alien, they are going to be more central to those wild ideas. Not that they're the only places that wild ideas can happen. Even Steve finds weird stuff going on. And that adds to the comedy of the series.
97th episode. Boy,
yeah.
Tonight we're gonna find out who shot Mr. Burns. What?
It was the
15
baby?
years ago? Who was it? Really? The baby?
Oh,
you know,
I
I
want a
told
baby.
Dan the Man Show that I wanted him to cover the 100th episode, which I didn't realize.
Never got a message.
I guess I should have figured that out from the title.
Dan the Man
he already
did.
went through the effort, even though I guess this isn't technically the 100th episode, so let's just see what he has to say. And be sure to watch his American Dad ranking when it comes out. I'll see you at the real 100th episode, after 98 and 99, of course.
100 AD is the best celebration of a show's 100th episode that is actually their 97th episode. In all honesty, I actually like this episode quite a lot. It's a great celebration of American Dad up until this point, basically involving almost every single character in the show, regardless of how many times they've appeared.
Yeah, that is the nice thing about it.
Beloved characters, which they could have easily just copped out and either not done it or used a bunch of no-namers. But I actually like that they instead went for a middle ground approach, killing off a bunch of already established characters that showed up only once or twice, including Stan's satanic.
I can't go back to work. I took a deuce on my disc.
Might be incorrect depending on how Mark categorizes this show.
Oh, absolutely.
Trust me. It's a mess. And to top it all
off, Kevin Michael Richardson knows how to sell a scene.
With Haley and Jeff getting married. And as much as I think those two getting married is for the best, and as much as I love Jeff, I have a bit of a problem with how this is handled. Jeff made a few appearances here and there in the beginning of the show, only to basically disappear until like 3 episodes ago, with Haley and Jeff then starting their relationship back up.
Jeff was pretty
And now at the beginning of this episode, it's revealed that they weren't even together. And yet somehow, Jeff and Haley are still planning on getting married, despite the fact that we have no idea what Jeff said to Haley to get her into the idea of marriage in the first place. Which would be fine, but that very plot point is going to be a major
carrying
point of
Steve over her shoulder.
240
Oh, is that downtown when they're going to the
This show
the
is
PSATs?
But still, even with all of that, this is still a very enjoyable episode.
Oh, yeah.
We have a lot of funny interactions, some great character moments, and some actual
Jeff's always
development
been
for
there.
Jeff, which I love to see. And that's why it's my favorite episode of The Cleveland Show. No matter what Mark says, it's clearly number 1. Anyways, back to work on my big ranking video. Bye. I wonder if he knew this was a 2-parter before asking me to talk about this one.
I did not.
Poser ass bitch.
Oh, okay. Sure.
Okay, so this is a
Still
part
not
two
huge
more
on
so
Son
in
of
the
Stan.
sense of
Still
using
don't
its
think it's
ending to
great.
start up a new
I'm
story rather than
pretty
continuing
indifferent
the
on Son of
plot thread set
Stan.
up there. All we really
It's
know
not
is
the
that
worst, but
been
it's
6
definitely
weeks
not the
since Gil
best.
last contacted the family. As Stan and Francine start to argue about the right way to narrate
That's always going to be South Park.
Jeff to steal her $50,000. Not much of a
South
celebration going on here
Park's,
like last
you
time.
know.
Despite that, it's all right. Although the last was hard.
Oh,
to
yeah,
this
that's
one does
fair.
Very well. Stan gets the CIA to make a clone of Steve as they each do their own parenting styles, leading to a very.
I don't know.
outcome.
If your
Both
favorite
are
show
made
is
for
South Park to this day, after everything that's
and all
come
Roger
out,
does is follow them around to make an
cool.
annoying sound which drives
I mean, that's
them crazy.
fine.
It's like an extended annoying.
I would
orange
encourage
stick
you to watch
fantastic.
5 other adult animated comedies. As I have gotten older, I like this one more. I absolutely love this one more.
Make a scarier haunted house than him, trying to then outdo him by having a bunch of serial killers come to scare everybody. Roger letting them loose and trying to murder everyone. You know, this killer looks
Take
a
a
lot
left
like
at
Peter
the
Griffin. Where's that
fry.
fan theory?
Wait, no, it's what, at the corner, take a fright.
Hearing them play, I got a feeling hit me like a fucking truck. That song used to be everywhere for years.
I wanna rock
this
right
episode's
now.
a lot of fun. Steve and Toshi have a cool battle at the end too. Better than the last, but worse than the premiere.
Stan's Food Restaurant, another
In the
great
100th
episode.
we see
Still
Stan
can't
start a
believe that
restaurant.
Roger is Gordon Ramsay in it. Still mad it took me years to realize that.
100% sure I was going to be molested.
I like that they relate
But
this desire back to his childhood.
absolutely
Seeking the fleeting
amazing
happiness he
episode.
only got to experience once. Damn, I saw this one too as a kid. I guess these were the couple seasons that were
American
new
Dad right
during
now?
that
You
brief
know
period
it.
watching the show. That visual of Stan jumping into
Sounds
the
like a
priest's
good time to
arms
me.
always
Yeah.
I somehow didn't
We're
remember the
reviewing-
time
and say
that
hello.
Stan was actually the one to molest him. And I forgot
Everyone,
about Steve's
check
story,
out
just
Captain
double
Diesel
D.
on
Kinda like that
YouTube.
one
They're
season 1 episode.
getting ready to do a
It's like the
Dino
Disney
Thunder
thing.
thing.
It's actually
So
fucking
you'll make
insane
sure
and
to check
very
out that for all your Power Ranger
incredibly
needs.
funny episode. Roger dressing up
That
as
season
Gordon
was a lot
Ramsay
better than I
was
remember,
as
not
steel
gonna lie
as
to
I
you.
thought it
Oh,
was.
yeah,
It
no.
seemed like such an
Dino
obvious
Thunder's
gag.
kinda
But the
heat.
jokes more than make up for it.
That may be up there in my top 3 for Disney year. I'm not gonna lie to you.
I-
SPD was fun, but Dino Thunder just has another level of like fun to it.
SPD is the most common writer Power Ranger, I feel.
Yeah, we in that one. I put the poll up for that one or Dino or that or Jungle Fury. People like they wanted Dino Thunder.
Because I don't know Jungle
I figured-
Fury.
Yeah, I mean, I figured it was because of the Tommy Oliver thing.
He decides to make her remember everything she's
Oh, that's fair.
Which I figured. I knew this one was going to be one that was going to take me a little bit longer for the fact that I'm probably going to have to do
Not related, but
like a portion
I'm
where I speak
genuinely
on him
surprised that
specifically
they managed to
and
come
how
up with
instrumental he was.
360 episodes
And it's
on
even
each
compounded
series.
with the fact that
I know
like
it's
I
weird
went
because
through
I'm
I think
watching it right now,
episode
but I
4
genuinely
where he
just
gets
can't
captured and he
fathom
kind of
that.
goes through
So
like
weird.
his
Episode's alright,
entire
weak as so far,
history
though. I
of
don't
being
know,
a
it's
ranger
fairly
and being
standard.
around the
I
Power
like this
Rangers.
room, though.
And I'm
That's
like,
kinda
damn, this
it.
dude was around for a long fucking time.
Oh, yeah. Kept showing up in reunions, everything. Oh, yeah, no. I had no idea it was Gordon Ramsay. That's wild.
With Stan's half-brother coming to visit so he can continue rubbing his success in his face.
Steve, show Glenn your new X Cube. The X is for expensive.
I hate this episode. There Will Be Bad Blood is still one of my least favorite episodes of this entire
Was
show.
way richer than him, that he and the rest of the family become depressed
It's
and try to find
so
a way to
great,
steal
great.
their land. Yeah, real subtle there. Stan's little claymation Thanksgiving teal looked great, and it's interesting that they're still putting focus on the family
Yeah, I'm probably
acclimating
gonna
to
hop
healing not
over
being there
into
anymore.
my server right now. I
Honestly,
wanted to pop in and
that
say
never
hello. I
used
saw you
it
were
that
live
much in
earlier
the first
today,
place.
but I
I
was like
barely
fucking
noticed
swamped
that
or
she's
something.
gone.
No, you're fine.
sometimes.
Thanks for popping in,
Overall,
buddy.
solid special.
We're just doing the
I
LS Mark reaction video. But yeah, no, Bad Blood is not great. But talk to you later, bud, and make sure to check out Captain Diesel on YouTube.
Appreciate it, man. Appreciate that.
All right, if he hates the people versus Martin Sugar, we're gonna have words.
Stan, being one of the only people on Earth to enjoy jury duty, is horrified to see
There
that
Will Be
Roger
Bad
has
Blood
to
just
spend
always
2
felt
to get
off.
him
You're absolutely right. I can't describe it because, like, I love Lou Diamond Phillips. He's not the problem with the episode. It just feels awkward.
Seeing what they do with them. I don't know if it were just me, but the pacing of this one seems so fast. Not in a bad way, but we're constantly switching back and forth between the courtroom shenanigans and Jeff continually masturbating around the house. But it's entertaining. I genuinely didn't know where it was going to go. The court,
Well, yeah,
not
that's-
the masturbating. With Stan getting Roger sent to
I
prison.
fought the
and-
law and the law. Stop pretending I don't exist.
Stop pretending I don't exist.
Huh.
Love For Whom the Sleigh Bell Tolls. Love it. I've talked about it in my Christmas ranking, but love this
Promise I
episode.
won't get Steve a gun for Christmas.
Merry Tuesday, son.
Wednesday,
Wednesday. Damn it.
Stan gets Steve a gun for the Wednesdays, in which they accidentally kill the real Santa Claus. Oh no! Now they gotta go on an epic family adventure to bury the body, with Santa and I.
That's fair. That's fair. The Akiko crush was definitely odd.
To find this mysterious four-armed moonshiner who could make the best darn moonshine known to man. The guy teaching him how to, make it and stuff. I don't know. I think I'm just getting really tired of.
But you can call me Bert.
Told again and again.
What?
The real Santa Claus shows up. Even if him being a villain here puts a somewhat unique spin on it, the fight scene is cool. But definitely.
Oh yeah.
Special so far.
Well, that's just Ed Asner having fun.
To get used to Roger? Not to mention, what's his name?
My name is Klaus.
My name is Klaus Heisler.
Heartbreak Hotel, a wonderful episode.
Finally, a true return to form, as we learn of how Francine is, yet again, disappointed.
She's Sarah Blanche!
Although the intro to this episode is undoubtedly the best I've done at conveying that visually. Anyways, after Roger expels lethal fumes into the house and they go to a hotel for the week, Francine finds this to be the perfect opportunity to assume the role of someone else and become a concrete saleswoman. They always pick the strangest jobs for her. The hotel concierge
She's
is one
Sarah
of the
Blanche. What are you doing?
So far, and Steve's subplot about trying to go back in time to meet a girl in a peony is dumb enough to kind of work. This is a rare series where I don't mind how stupid and outlandish the plots get. And I think there were a lot of clever choices done here with the boarding. The parallel from the beginning to her new fake life was great. Decent episode, just not all that memorable, sadly.
Not all that memorable. What?
There's just not enough focus on Stan.
The tender vigilante?
In her life,
What? Stan crying about not being able to find matching socks. How is that not a memorable episode? All right, I enjoy Stanny Boy and Fantastic.
I got you.
Stan and Francine make their first
Please
friends
don't hate this
basically
episode.
ever, but they start to get insecure after feeling like they're too old for him, having to not let them know they're in their 40s.
Because the return
really
B story is amazing.
Series tries to have a more grounded episode like this. It stands out so much.
Steve, are we
but
idiots?
I'm all for it. It's a nice
Are
change
we
of pace,
stupid?
Especially given how much I was dreading it based on that title. I thought it would be like that Pie Man episode of The Simpsons where they make superhero personas. I don't know. I could have believed it. Either way, going around the middle. Another good one.
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay. So here's my thing on that. I respect anyone that says Klaus is their favorite character, especially now in the TBS era, because you are so comfortable in your own skin that you are willing to say the controversial yet right answer that Klaus is one of the best characters in the show. Like, Klaus has grown so exponentially in the later TBS era. Like, I love Florida Klaus. I love Klaus's boys. His guys down in Tampa. D. Bradley Baker has taken him all the way. Like, Nutrigrain Bar and a Mountain Dew was when things fully shifted in Club Klaus.
The whole joke is that they treat it like it's a wedding, which I didn't find to be
Yuletide repeat? I did not like it initially, but I did like the episode as a whole overall. Mostly because I knew Live, Die, Repeat, especially as the manga. Roger's better, but Klaus is good. Yes. No, I think Roger is definitely the best character in American Dad. You date your life as whatever.
This is actually a great idea. After Stan saved
it is. It's a great idea. It's not great execution.
He was saved in Area 51. Whoa. So now Roger has to find a new place to live, which
I think one of my favorites was my uncle was a train operator at Auschwitz. At the petting zoo, they have other things. Like it's.
Honestly, maybe if I knew more
he had so much character, and they were willing to make him weird because he was a talking goldfish. He had to be a massive parody.
Where vomit comes out of my mouth.
There's some fun gags, mainly towards the
No, Nick Kroll. Nick Kroll actually showed up a lot in this season. He was also in the sleepover episode with Steve as the Jammy salesman. He shows up in like 4 episodes in one season.
Stan starts to worry
when he's bringing up the assistant, that was like
challenging him.
That they have the loving tribute for at the end.
Pretty fucked. Stan decides to ultimately own Steve by letting him catch he and Francine fucking, and so all he's got to do
I don't like I
naturally
Am the
is
Walrus.
find a girl to fuck.
It's down there
Roger
for
becoming
me.
his
I'm
weakness.
not a huge fan
Yeah,
of
but
this
since we've seen
episode.
these two team up, I liked this one. It feels like something from one of the earlier seasons.
I mean, I
Jeff and Neil are
guess.
also going to marriage counseling already, great, but it just completely devolves from there.
The marriage
But here's the
counseling with
focus.
Principal Lewis was
Good
like,
episode,
eh.
though. That random fucking Roger and Steve detour caught me so off guard.
What?
I kept waiting for it to end.
Okay. Burt Reynolds was in this episode.
I pooped in my drawer for 6 months.
Oh, and it has the sandworm, which goes back to that idea of, like, weird things can happen in a normal
Stan
one.
really wants to impress the senator, and so sends Steve to a fancy private school so they can have a better chance of running into each other.
You
This
can,
doesn't
but I
work out,
can't
of course,
guarantee
so
they'll
instead,
be
he
there.
decides to send Roger
Yo,
to the
Deutschland, wrap 'em up. We like 'em
Brandon
saggy
proceeding to sell her
and
for
baggy.
The Wolfman
Oh,
bit was good, the fucking sandworm randomly killing the janitor too. And Steve joining a girl's gang in his downtime is not where I was expecting things to go. Also, this episode has Sonic in it, so that's to count for something.
Oh, okay. I discovered Radical Soda recently. I was like, wow, I will come to you for all of my Sonic review needs. I didn't have any, but you have a lot of
Unusual in this
opinions.
episode, as Roger agrees to help him be cool. Although this is nothing more than a bet between
License
him
to
and
Till,
Fox.
when H. John
I'll admit this is
Benjamin
gonna
came to
be one of
American
those
Dad.
sitcom moments where he starts to actually
I
be
really
kinda
like this
cool, but then
episode.
overhears Roger talking about his bet and gets upset, leading to Roger having to apologize. Are we playing that footage in the background? I guess they didn't do that.
Oh,
Good for them.
to bring it
Meanwhile,
back to
Stan
Cal
tries to
Penn
get
and
some
Harold
Francine
and Kumar,
marriage, which just results in him
Jonathan
attempting
Cho
to
is in this
surprise her over
as,
and over again, leading to a big epic prank war. It's a fun side thing. I actually like this episode quite a bit.
Oh, hi, Steve. How
Yeah, what? It's Steve.
he definitely
That
is
gag made me
looking
remember
to
how I'd seen this
reinforce
episode
why
as a
he
kid.
dislikes things.
That made me laugh.
And
really,
in criticism,
really
it's
hard.
very, very important to try. I love Jenny from the Block, one of my favorite episodes of all time. It's very important to go in as unbiased as possible. To try and detach your personal feelings from what you're looking at.
You know,
And like I try to do that with Futurama, but sometimes you can't. Sometimes your personal emotions have to slip out. And with a good criticism, it's a bit of a marriage of like, I can understand why conceptually this is a good episode, and I can also understand why I personally don't like this episode. The It Was Witches is amazing.
So real that I'm able to immediately
Don't.
recognize them using a different font for Toshi's subtitles.
That hurt. All of that hurt. Dragon Quest IX was
Ken
fantastic.
and
That was on the,
Francine,
what,
as we all know,
DS, I
being
think?
a perfect couple, start to disagree for the first
God,
time
I played
over how to
so much
decorate their
of
kitchen, making a bet with Gary.
Well,
and Ken to
yeah,
help their marriage to
Steve's
survive the remodel. They've also been
young.
upping
He's a
the
little
principal's
boy.
role this season. He's been in like half these episodes. Sometimes I like him, but sometimes
What,
I find
Jenny
him
from the
overdo it.
Block
He's
and the
insane and
one
an asshole,
from
and the joke is that he doesn't look that
Pride
well as a
Before the
principal.
Fail
Here, though, I think
are
it's
his
fun
like
because
two
he's very
favorite
helpful on cards
personas.
for money.
I'll write you a note.
We're the Pirates of Panache.
Dear math bitch, these kids ain't showing up.
This episode was
Love
super
it.
wacky, somehow
Love it
way
so
more than
much.
usual. Characters constantly breaking
Up
into songs
and
and screaming.
over.
If the entire show were like this, I'm sure it would get old after a while, but every now and then it works. This episode's okay. The escalation was a lot of fun too. Them splitting the kitchen in half and getting separated. At that point, it picked up a lot.
Seems a little
I actually
wild.
hate when it gets to
As
that
long as
point,
we're getting
ironically.
rabbits.
Flirting with Disaster, the Office parody episode.
You know, I was expecting them to keep up with the Office parody the whole way through, but it quickly diverts once Francine gets a job at the CIA as a receptionist, which makes Stan upset.
Yeah,
because he likes that full of
Thunderbuds.
women. This, of course, goes in the most obvious direction where she doesn't care and lets him do it, but he now gets mad when the same thing happens to her. So whatever. I'm glad they quickly escalate on this with the original
Niecy
receptionist
Nash.
getting jealous and teaming up with Stan to get
Which
her
is always so
fired
funny that
by
that character
Loki.
shows up like 4 episodes later in the Papa Wheelie episode.
But they just don't do much with it. I like that we never actually get to see her deformities. You know, it leaves it up to the imagination. Never mind, they just showed it. That's fucking awful. I didn't need to see that.
What?
Corners to
That's
pay for
the
your
joke.
whores and your drugs and your stupid Klaus tattoo.
I love the Klaus Cat
Roger's
tattoo.
story also isn't my favorite. Him forcing Steve to build shoddy birdhouses. and
That's a
sending the birds
perfect
to fly
Roger
back
story.
killing
Of course
the
he would do
birds.
that.
But nothing's really done with it. Ends as soon as it starts. It's a fine episode overall, but I can see why some people would find it goes too far.
What?
Apparently, this is like one
Who
of the most
finds
hated
it-
episodes in the entire series, but for me, I don't know, it wasn't horrendous or
How
anything. We
how
probably
is
wind
this
up
one
being
of the
a
most
bombshell.
hated episodes?
Look, there it
I have
is.
never heard that argument. Grills in the Mist season finale. Okay.
The little fucking koala guy returns. Still
Reginald.
did not bother remembering
Reggie.
his name. I didn't think he'd be this prevalent. With Stan having to take Steve on his cruise ship for a guy's night out, with the two beginning to bond.
What, my love?
Again. Gross. Meanwhile, Roger gets married to a trashy, abusive white woman to try and write the perfect country song.
I'm getting tired of going, that's the
this
joke.
Is a really poor finale, honestly. It all just leads to Steve skipping school to go to the zoo.
Where's the
and
Dutch
getting captured
guy?
by one of the gorillas in the exhibit. What year did this come on?
Anybody
This
have
doesn't
anything
feel
about
like
any
it's going
launch
anywhere. It
codes?
feels like two completely different episodes
I
strung
am
together.
Dutch.
One of the worst, definitely.
I don't think it's like the worst. All right, let's look at this. A pinata named Desire. Second worst. No. That's got to be up like There Will Be Bad Blood is number 4. Put There Will Be Bad Blood at number 18. You know, Jenny from the Block. You got to move that up. Move I Am the Walrus way down. School Lies can come down. It's licensed to Till, not licensed to Trill. What? There's a lot more like edit. Like, did you spell check these? Did you double check them? Like, okay, sure. I'm the Walrus, Danny Boy and Fantastic, best little fun. I guess. Oh yeah, no, that's totally fair. The vomit licking can be a lot. And there are just some scenes where it's like, that's too much. But it's like, I don't know. This feels like he marathoned it in a day, just wrote down his feelings after he finished, and just said, yeah, that's good enough, and moved on. Like, this is not an introspective list. Because I feel like there are some pretty definitive episodes that should be closer towards the bottom. I'm genuinely surprised Flirting with Disaster is as low as it is. Same with a Pinata Named Desire. And Jenny from the Block, admittedly. I thought Jenny from the Block was pretty great. But this is really showing he just does not like Steve episodes. Like, I guess School Lies is a Steve episode, but I don't know. They're there, I guess, but just doesn't seem a fan. All right, season 8, here we go. We're almost halfway through.
The first half of this season was really consistently good. Some of my favorite episodes of the whole show in there, but that latter half really drops off in my opinion.
What?
Not every episode's bad, but we're certainly having more where I'm just not finding any redeeming qualities in it whatsoever.
Any redeeming qualities? Any redeeming qualities? I can quote most of those by memory. What the? Well, he's gonna hate this episode.
This scared the shit out of me. Why is CeeLo Green here? And how do I know who that is? Stan is convinced to buy a hot tub to de-stress, but then he finds out that it can talk. After getting in trouble for avoiding all
Didn't
his
want to try that
responsibilities and the
again?
family eventually leaving, he comes to find out that the hot tub was a goddamn murderer who came alive and escaped a mental institution. Damn. This was a great Little Shop of Horrors parody.
Okay.
The first musical number was
Okay.
probably the best boarded sequence they've had so far. Oh yeah, that's right, this episode is a musical. And honestly, it's pretty great. Was not expecting Steve's
All
voice
right,
actor to be
all
such a
right.
good
He
singer.
enjoyed Hot
One of my
Tub.
favorites right here. Just
back
getting up
off.
to work. Did you know that this episode lost an Emmy to fucking Penguins of Madagascar of all things?
And that's fine. That's why I wanted to watch it. Is because he's, this is his first time.
Stan's dead.
All right, here we go. Hurricane.
Completely forgot this was a thing Fox tried to do. Where all three of their Seth MacFarlane shows
It's
would
still
feature the
way
characters
better
dealing
than
with a
Seahorse
hurricane.
Seashell
But
Party,
it
and he's
turns out
gonna
better
have
than
to
what
say
Family
that.
Guy did with his premise. I also remember watching the Cleveland Show special when it came out. Don't
I
remember
watched the
anything about
Cleveland
it,
Show
though. I
one
think
for
there were Brian
Hurricane.
and Stewie plushies at one
It was
point, but I don't
nothing.
know.
It's just a tree, and then Cleveland Jr. doesn't believe in God. That's the whole thing.
Interestingly enough, while I was looking up details on that, I saw that American Dad, at least around this time, was consistently losing to almost every animated Fox program. Again, even Cleveland Show managed to beat it. And it's the Cleveland Show. Anyways,
Cleveland
I
Show
think
was
it's
on
one
at
of the best special
8:30
out of three.
compared to
They
9:30.
managed
It was
to
hot
use all
off
the
of The
characters very
Simpsons and
well,
right before
something
Family
to
Guy.
do.
It had the
Stand his
best
mind and
airing
Hawks
schedule
Frenzy was mad at him
imaginable.
for not
Of
leaving.
course it had
Jeff
better
was
numbers
concerned and
than the
wanted
one
to
that was
fight.
at
Steve was
9:30.
checking out the house's architecture, and Roger...
It's all about context. It's all about, you know, think about it.
Pretty intense. They did a great job. Gonna be going below the previous episode, but season 8 is starting strong. Again, watching this made me realize how little Family Guy actually did with this idea.
Stan, have you?
Oh, when he goes no and he pushes her down into the water. It was great. I love that Kristen Shaw is just like somebody.
Because they want to get out of a meeting with the principal, dude, they're fucking obsessed with this principal now. Stan and
What's
Francine
wrong with
give
Principal
Roger
Lewis?
a
Principal
garden
Lewis
to
is
oversee.
great.
That's all it took. Wow.
See you later, guys.
Have a good one. See you tomorrow.
Oh. No, please. I'm never going to be upset when people are commenting. Okay, here's my controversial take. Cleveland Show didn't fail. Cleveland Show had almost 100 episodes. Like, people don't realize that. Like, it had more success than most animated shows have. There are more episodes of the Cleveland Show aired than Futurama on Fox. Like, Cleveland Show, in the context of Family Guy and American Dad, failed, but it did not fail as an animated series. And that's sort of why we need to talk about the Cleveland Show. We had to acknowledge the Cleveland Show because it lasted for so long. It lasted 4 seasons.
Meaningful way. I just don't care. Sorry. It's not like this guy being present in an episode automatically makes it bad, but his character is just so one note. He's weird. I get it.
I don't know. I remember when Family Guy was throwing pot shots at Bob's Burgers, and then Bob's Burgers won an Emmy, and then all of a sudden, oh, you're better than us. Like, it never really did. Cleveland Show tried to be a lot of different things. And I think the greatest example of them not figuring it out was their Christmas episodes, where they basically just did, not Lethal Weapon.
And the only way to get close is to be an incredibly stacked teenage girl.
Nakatomi Plaza. What is that? Die Hard. Where they just did a Die Hard parody. Like, that works. That works for what they're doing, but it's like, give us more.
Brilliant. Back to the incest.
Oh, it's Sarah Michelle Gellar.
Roger's subplot is fun with him.
Brendan, welcome. We're reacting to the LS Mark American Dad ranking. All 5.5 hours of it. We're on season 8. Oh yeah, but that's the thing is, like, I remember episodes of the Cleveland Show where I actually laughed, and there are good ones. It's just they're in a show like the Cleveland Show.
Stan runs into his old crush from the CIA at boot camp. Oh my god, fucking stop messaging me. Stan runs into his old crush from the CIA at boot camp. And in a jealous rage, Francine forces Roger to try and seduce her with
till 2017. That's insane.
My feelings are starting to get hurt.
I can't imagine the Cleveland Show still being on reruns till 2017. And yet it might still be on FXX. Now that I think about it.
Which makes Snot jealous and want to steal him, and so now they start fighting over underwear. Huh.
I love when she beats Snot up. I thought that was hysterical.
Stan letting him know where Roger is before he fucks his crush. He's just
look, it's podcast celebrities Shannon Sharp.
Frequently, the CIA act like they care about this alien on the loose. The twist is great too, where it turns out she was also an alien hunter, only being with Roger to capture him.
I enjoyed it. I thought it was good.
You know, it's bizarre how little Healy does in this show anymore. Another Christmas special. Wow, wonder if these are going to start happening every season.
Yes, pretty much.
You're ugly.
Love it. Love season speedings. It's one of my absolute favorite Christmas episodes. It's just good viewing.
Also, Healy and Jeff are finally getting a story again. It just merges back into Stan's grit. Them adopting a child with him realizing he's the Antichrist. Now he's got to kill this kid to get back into the church.
Little Nemo!
The last Christmas
What?
special. Some
But
good jokes
you
here.
named
Stakes are
him.
pretty high at the end. Go near the top of the list.
From my favorite book, the novelization of Finding Nemo. The Unbrave One, one of the best Steve episodes.
Which excites Stan as he wants a son who's not a wimp like Steve.
Hey, get
which
you
makes him want
know.
to pretend to be a superhero. Oh, look, see, I knew this was bound to happen. It happens in every fucking show.
Okay, your time's up. Get out.
Well, that's the point, though.
It's pretty funny.
Is
Roger takes over
yeah,
and decides he wants the credit.
it's got Sully Sullenberger in
Definitely
it.
not a bad episode, but certainly one of the more forgettable ones. It's weird. It does not feel like it belongs in this show. It's so standard.
So standard. What?
Stan makes Steve get a job at the local country club before finding out the owner is actually Roger. Who would have guessed? Francine's B-story is also just nothing. She's desperately trying to figure out a catchphrase that says...
Things are getting too spicy for the pepper is nothing?
Things are getting too spicy for the pepper.
Maybe, baby.
That build-up sure was worth it.
Oh, wow. This has Hulk Hogan as a special guest. We were just talking about that.
Into the club and now he starts becoming a
See, I really want to talk about China, Illinois. I am a huge...
Even though he still worked at the place in his free time for years, so he did kind of deserve it.
Brad Neely fan. Can't believe it took me that long to remember his name. Love... yeah, it's Wheels...
I really can't believe how long they've committed to this bit for. Wow.
We'll keep looking.
What?
Okay? I know we'll find her.
That's so weird that he has a... it feels like he has a problem with Wheels and the Leg Man.
Little secondary characters there are in this show, especially for having gone on so long. But I think you barely notice it because when they do have them, they're usually related to the main characters in some way.
What is going on?
You know, this isn't a Family Guy or Simpsons where we frequently cut away to some other members of the town to see what they're up to. I'm shocked at how relatively focused American Dad is. Stan wants
Why
to
are
join
you
in on
shocked
Wheels and
by
the
it?
Leg
See,
Man
I
because
think
he,
when
pisses
when
Roger
someone
off,
said
wanted
that
to
they
see the fire.
came into it
Then
expecting to
Colin
hate
and
it,
Papa Wheels
yeah,
was
no, this is a
probably
perfect
funny
example of
about it,
that. Like,
and
you
also
shouldn't
it's a
just
good
be
bad
shocked by
thing.
that. You should be appreciating it. Like, I was going into Futurama fully expecting to hate the Comedy Central era because I remember disliking it when I was younger. When I revisited it, they're actually pretty good.
Top of Kilimanjaro, whoa. For as outlandish as this plot is, it wasn't anywhere near as bad as it could have been. Nice seeing Healy join in an adventure for the first time in ages.
China, Illinois video win.
Thinking they're gonna kill him was a fun
Okay, here, I'll do China, Illinois, Brad Neely's Hard Slop and Sloppy Opipio show, and what, the Carter House, is that what it was called? That god-awful Paramount Plus show where it just felt like studio intervention, the show.
I enjoyed this one.
I have the car keys in my pocket, you stupid bitch!
Every appearance of Wheels and the Leg Man, I have never been upset by. Like, I think the last time they were, like, properly used was the old hole with, like, the, what was it, rhubarb? No.
4 episodes, it's insane.
Started with an R. It was like Radabon or something. Rambutan. It was Rambutan. Y'all are asking the hard questions. BoJack win, China, Illinois win. BoJack when I can handle crying. China, Illinois when I can find a way to somehow do it both sober and absolutely blitz. Like, Privet Drive. Like, Brad Neely is one of my absolute favorite creators. And to describe what happens in China, Illinois, just the very idea of chili bees is, it's impossible. How do I explain a gummy world to a casual viewer? I don't know. Oh, the episode with Ron Perlman in it. Love Dr. Klaustus.
Army man persona being sent off to Iraq and the therapist obviously being out of commission as well.
A cry does do the soul good, but I don't need those BoJack Horsemen, you know, am I worth being loved because I'm an actor?
Revealing all their secrets like Steve.
Okay, the stepladder show.
Francine's cooking.
You're speaking the truth there.
Jeff only getting off on the thought of Francine and Healy playing Ultimate Frisbee without him, the worst betrayal of all.
Can you turn up the volume on the videos just a tad? I'm missing... Yeah, I can turn up the video.
There's not much time left when all their secrets are shared. Seems like there was much more to do here with them all hating each other, but this is one of the best.
So, Magical Murder Mystery Tour, absolutely the best Wheels and the Leg Man. And I love Papa Wheelie for a long time. Mission Hill win. I could knock that out in a day. That's the problem.
I refuse to discuss your dreams in the daytime.
Talk about a great show. I love Mission Hill. I think the Comic-Con episode of that show was just awakening for me. I had never transcended my very being until I had saw frickin' Mission Hill. SpongeBob video win. SpongeBob video when they put Old Man Krabs on Paramount Plus. I guess you're gonna miss the panty raid. You're talking about girls, right? Girly girls. Yep. I don't know. I don't believe there's any episode of SpongeBob that needs censorship. Hot take.
$1,000 for an entire month. As Roger and Steve
hated this episode when I was a kid. Love it now. Mostly because my love of Bob Odenkirk has only gotten more and more intense. I adore Bob Odenkirk.
This is obviously a bad idea they're not going to succeed at. You're just kind of waiting for the moment where they finally give up. I don't know, it's not a bad episode, but it's fairly predictable.
Also, Tom Kenny was so good in Mission Hill. Like, and I think that was, what, right before he started doing SpongeBob? If not at the same time, because Mission Hill was, what, 95, 96?
After Healy's kidney feels from too much alcohol, Stan finds out that he may not be a real dad. So now he and Francine use special CIA technology to take them back in time to see who her real dad is. Sure, yeah.
99! So that was the same time he was playing SpongeBob. Sit down, shut up, Win. I was just thinking about that show the other day. I'll have you know. Talk about a pitch.
And so to make sure
SNL stars in a sitcom that you're not gonna watch. Will Arnett, Will Forte, we've got them both. God. Kenan Thompson, he's the principal. Yes, that's Mission Hill is the one with the flasher.
You know, anytime an episode
yes, Desert, the stage where you play Amigo every day, all the day. Use that cactus tower. Keep juggling them so that they can't Pringles you with Sentinel.
Trying to redeem his name so we can
I played fighting games and you couldn't tell.
You opened it last time. Cup chat.
Punk. Meanwhile, the family's Nigerian sponsor kid has come to live with them. That part is pretty forgettable, but the main story more than makes up for it. I enjoyed his redemption attempts before trying to go back to his old ways more than I thought I would. The butterfly's death made me genuinely sad going near the
It had Werner Herzog. Now, sure, most people know Werner Herzog from The Mandalorian, but other people know him as, like, an acclaimed director who didn't know, God, that John Waters was gay. Which, like, I'm not saying you need gaydar or anything, but, like, Roger Waters is quiet, or John Waters is quiet about being gay in no ways at all. And it's just so funny to me that he's best friends with Werner Herzog, and Werner Herzog just never figured that out. Mr. and Miss Lady!
Roger's side plot is fun too.
Oh my god, that was, what's his face from,
These Stan and Steve adventures are some of my favorites.
Whose line? I almost said Cuba Gooding Jr. That's not Cuba Gooding Jr. He played Cuba Gooding Jr. in that one thing. What is his... Well, he played it in this! Oh, here we go. Season 8 ranking. Let's look at this. Toy Hori made it to number 4. I had no... okay, but, like, again, you get it. Like, that's the part. Like, if you look it up, like, Werner Herzog, John Waters, it's just so dour. He's recounting it like he was telling his wife about it, and he just couldn't believe it. And his wife is like, honey, are you well? Are you okay? Are you having a stroke? What do you mean you didn't know? You've been friends with him for, like, 30 years. And, of course, he's delivering it like Werner Herzog. So he's just like, hello, it's me, Werner Herzog. What age did you stop playing with Stan's best friend too high? Where is Stan's best friend? Number 10. That needs to be number 18. The worst Stan, I don't know. Less Money, Mo Problems needs to be number 1, number 2. Stanley Tendergrass needs to be up there. Wheels and the Legman needs to move up. The Wrestler is criminal at 13. Oh my god. The Maybe Baby is number 12. Maybe Baby needs to be in your top 5. Like Hot Water being number 1. I can't be mad at that. I like Hot Water. Dr. Klaus is number 2. As much as I love Dr. Klaus, it might need to be dropped down. The Scarlet Getter, I think that's from The Interview. Oh my god. Yeah, no, it's great. It's so funny. Like, Werner Herzog he's a treasure. He really is. All right, here we go. Season 9, everybody. This is a lot. We're getting there though. Like, season 9 is when we get into the TBS era, and I cannot imagine he's going to feel positively. Take it away.
Season 8, I have to say, was a lot worse than last season, but not by much. I think the lows of this season were way lower. You know, 3 of the episodes in my overall bottom top 10 so far are from this season.
What?
But I'm still surprised that we haven't had any flat-out awful episodes.
I don't know about that.
It's a real achievement, honestly.
That's fair. I feel like Scarlet Getter is a very hit or miss episode. Even I will find it and I'll be like, I'm not feeling it. This isn't for me. This does not bring joy.
Who knows? Some of you probably. I don't know. I've never seen it.
Not a huge fan of Love American Dad style.
Okay,
not for me.
Don't forget about your pizza dough, by the way. Next season, we're going to be finally finishing it off, I promise. Season 9 opens with Roger falling in love with Healy. I immediately thought of that one Family Guy episode of Meg falling in love with Brian. It's just a more extreme version of that. Roger, being a psychopath, believing that the only way for them to fall in love would be for him to cut off her skin and wear it as a suit. It's weird, I've seen this one before too. I remember I'd be at my great aunt's house watching Family Guy on BBC on weekend nights, and they'd always air American Dad right after Family Guy. But I'd rarely
It's true. It's never quite the reaction you like. I don't really get a reaction from it, but it is just a picture of him.
Who just wanted to watch anything else.
I'll say this, do shorts for your channel, if only to watch the big number go up.
But feeling miserably wasn't as
it did. It definitely did. The Love 80s style, like, it almost needed a C story. It needed something else to bring it together.
It's not like that's unusual for the series, but here it's way more extreme than ever. I'm curious if that was just
the good old COK guzzler.
Be the new norm. That show got announced while I was working on this video. It just looks horrible.
Look, I'll be honest with you. I talked about Mr. Burcham. I made a whole Mr. Burcham video. I thought it was pretty okay. I will not do the new norm. I will not touch the new norm.
The Smiths are taking a nice relaxing vacation. But whoa,
even remotely.
Stan keeps getting pressured to do work after being assigned to assassinate one of the rest. Stan keeps getting pressured
Love this episode. I think this is great. Rupert Gint is in this episode.
What's he gonna do? It's one of those episodes
the guy from the Harry Potter series.
Friends a guy. Healy and Jeff try to reignite their sex life.
But Ron Weasley. Ron Weasley's in this episode.
Roger's persona being named Abigail Lemon Party was the thing that stood out to me most, and I liked the twist.
Why
of Healy and Jeff
that stand out to you
rest
most?
Was all pretty by the numbers. Better than the last, but that's not saying much.
Ah, that's my sister!
Oh, give us a look.
Just let me make triple sure.
He's really focused on this.
Trend, right?
It's like the 3rd time he's brought this up throughout 9 seasons.
Francine disguises herself as a guy.
Can I be frank with you? At great episode, John Hamm's in it.
Boy band. Wow, too generic.
B12?
That's not a bad thing though, honestly. Steve's boy band songs are really fucking funny.
You need a shot of B12.
The idea of having a boy band with 12 fucking members where all they do is their name roll call over and over again is just really funny, and it elevates the episode a bunch.
Good. I was about to be mad. I was about to be just generally upset.
I wanted to do the joke.
Why did he deliver it like that? After his stepdad dies, Stan moves Roger down to the basement so his mom can come live in the attic. It's weird.
I really like this episode. I think it's so good. I really enjoy American Stepdad.
What are we doing? This is crazy.
I mean, they're real. Steve's friends are also being used way more now, I noticed. They stumble upon a crashed airplane where the script for
the gay sex scene.
Okay, sure. That's kind of it. It's pretty funny, though. The movie is just filled with a cavalcade of gay sex, which freaks them out. And so they try to pitch a fixed version. The twist is pretty good, where to get back at him, Roger marries her. And them unironically bonding over time is oddly sweet for the few seconds you forget this will just be forgotten about the next episode.
You write it. You enjoy it. At the end of it, they even acknowledge that it's going to be over, and that's okay.
Stan banned Steve from.
This was actually the worst episode to bring it up.
Figure out how to keep them away from each other by putting him in witness protection.
What the hell? I thought I took care of this.
Oh, stop!
The fucking Roger story.
That's
is
fair.
But funny as well. Jeff becomes the meat.
I love when Roger's mugging Jeff for his money back.
His robs and beats him up. It's so stupid. The visual of the seemingly endless hallway looks really good too. This episode all around is great in my opinion. Stan starts hanging.
I actually don't like the A story all that much and love the B story.
Sleepovers. It's really funny.
Seems like he loved it.
After the babysitter cancels, Stan and Francine leave Healy in charge of Steve as they go to a horse show. I'm really shocked at how much this season is relying on tried and true sitcom formulas, but they're done in pretty good ways, honestly. I'm surprised. It's like the kind of stuff I could have seen him doing back in season 1 or 2, but with the humor of these later seasons. This show is so random and anything goes so frequently that
easily one of the best Jeff Rogers stories.
Another solid one.
He doesn't. They don't have a ton, but when they do, they're either the best or fine. There's no in between. I love Will Forte, so this episode just grew on me.
Find out that Francine was famous as a kid for getting trapped on
What a
file.
title! You don't even put the right title for half the episodes.
Died while trying to save her. I like that they relate this back to her everlasting turmoil of feeling as if she's done nothing with her life, and so she tries to find something impactful to do within the week so the guy didn't die for nothing. They land on solving a near-impossible math problem. Okay, sure. The B story is somehow even stranger, as Roger and Stan try to invent Neil's stripper shoes for some reason, and will only get at Mead if they kill a guy's wife for even less of a reason. It's alright. One of the weaker episodes of the season, but still not bad.
One of the
For some
weaker
reason, I like the
episodes!
speculation of her finding him, but that's about it.
Okay, well, Finger Lenting Good's a great one.
After everyone realizes they haven't followed
Good old
through on their
Mario
promises,
RPG.
Francine has everyone give up something for Lent. Yelling, smoking, junk food, crying, and hugs. Cool. Things really get extreme after they drunkenly allow Bullock to cut off the finger of the first person not to keep their promise. And so now there's added consequence. Roger's side story kind of sucks, honestly. He's looking for some girl.
I don't know. The fact that it goes to that fantastical cottage kind of gets me. I don't totally dislike it. I love The Adventures of Twill Ongenbone. Oh my god, okay, who?
My god, when did these titles get so long? After Roger gets upset by the fact that no one's impressed by his not earned awards, he decides
Wayne Brady. Wayne Brady is who I was thinking of. The guy that plays Tunji, who goes Mr. and Lady, and Cuba Gooding in this episode is Wayne Brady.
Info out of his dad for an assignment, and so calls him with his friends.
And the B story is amazing.
Private information. It's got some good jokes, but it's really just that setup again and again for a couple minutes. It's rather forgettable. It's interesting.
Forgettable.
Stuff with Roger taking advantage of everyone. It happens so frequently that at a certain point the family
Show me the heaven.
But not here. Francine doesn't let him get away with fucking her over, and so he actually has to do something to gain her respect back.
I'm baffled by this.
But it works. Definitely one of the worst episodes so far.
One of the worst? No.
Especially in how they handle Roger. He's certainly getting a lot more douchey as we go on.
What? Blood Christie unto heaven? It's Blood Crieth unto heaven.
That live-action Patrick Stewart opening.
It's even right there in the pamphlet on the episode. He introduces it as Blood Crieth unto heaven.
The theater can be a lonely place.
I love it.
I'm surprised how well they committed to the bid. It's not like their Office parody work goes away a couple minutes in. The entire thing here is presented as if it were done on stage as we learn of Stan's reason for hating birthdays. His dad returning to talk with him. As
I love Blood Crieth.
It's not super entertaining or even all that funny, but I appreciate how well they got the format done. And an experiment like this is nice, especially when we're this far in. Going
not
near the
funny.
Bottom, but still not bad at all.
You thought I was asleep, didn't you?
Acting.
I
wouldn't point out all the issues in the spelling mistakes in the video if he wasn't critiquing people's spelling in their reviews.
He always showers them with expensive gifts. This is
Devil farted hard today.
So Max Jets is indeed Roger. That whole sequence of him breaking into prison just to immediately get released was great. It goes in a pretty interesting direction too, where he winds up getting
I always thought Max Jets is just kind of fine.
And so they have to
it was not like I do it for the money. Oh yeah, this is one of the episodes with Mariah Carey in it for some reason.
Sometimes a girl can seem interested, and I'm not saying she's not. But
she's a gold digger, bro.
The family are so rarely.
I genuinely believe, this is probably my absolutely biased take, but I think that American Dad has more famous fans than any other series. I think a lot of, because the one dude from The Sopranos absolutely loves it, Mariah Carey loves it, The Weeknd loves it. Max Jets is always very dull.
Shit gets real as Jeff finds out that Roger is an alien. Whoa. Now Stan has to decide between killing Roger.
Yeah, that reaction
or killing
pictures
Jeff.
doesn't really
What
do
a choice
anything
to
for me.
make. Steve also gets
I guess that's supposed to be exaggerated shock, but that should be like,
I mean, sure.
like
You're gonna
give
want
it
to
like
change these every 2 weeks.
really emote if you're gonna do
you know,
that.
every now and then while watching this show, I think about how awful they
Hurt my
draw
chest.
teenage girls. Why do they all have these giant, realistic noses? They look so weird compared to how cartoony and dumb Steve
Oh yeah,
looks.
you gotta eat
Steve's
the
plot
donut
was
so you
pretty
get some
seamless, and I think they
thicker
could've done both
cheeks.
Such a big moment for the show. I don't know, maybe just get rid of the Steve plot entirely. Just give 22 minutes to the main event. Would have made the ending gag a lot more funny after having all these emotional goodbyes before Roger throws Jeff in the alien spaceship instead. That's how it ends too. Goodbye, Jeff, I guess. I mean, I have to imagine they bring him back, right? I don't know, probably not.
What? Probably not.
Oh wow, it feels like it's been forever, but we're finally getting a second.
Like the fact that they got Kim Kardashian to play just a pink fuzzball speaks to, like, I'm sure she was just willing to do anything to be on American
Glad
Dad.
they decided to do another stylized intro for this one too. It looks great, even if it could have been a tad longer.
Controversially, for Black Eyes Only, I do not like anywhere near as much as
he kills Stan's
Tearjerker.
new wife, and now he has to seek
It just, it
revenge.
never used
Also, Roger survived
it
after
never
Buddy
used the
died
James
last one for
Bond
so long,
references
having to
as
break him out of prison so
effectively.
they can finally team up. I don't know, I think overall this was a major letdown compared to the last. It's not all
Okay.
that funny, and I find they committed to the idea a lot less. You know, at times I
Wow.
had to remember this wasn't
All
just
right.
a regular episode.
Never mind.
Half
Fair
the
enough.
time, it ended up just
You
being
bring up
back to
some
the
good
scene
points,
before.
LSMR. I can't disagree. I like spelling Be My Baby. It was simple. Plus, I enjoy Sandra Oh in anything she's in. One of the first movies that awakened me to my dream of ever meeting Paul Giamatti was Big Fat Liar, which had Sandra Oh in it. I would later see her and Paul Giamatti in Sideways, and that would open me up to a whole new world.
How exciting!
Montage.
Oh no, that's completely fair. That
Thanks,
is completely fair to not like
the
it.
rivalry between Francine and Toshi's mom. That's something we haven't really seen before. Remember those ladies in that early Francine episode where she tried to join their group and then that neighbor lady kissed her at the end? Whatever happened to those characters?
Why do you
Where
care?
did they go? I want to know. I also like the occasional arc they've been doing with Toshi's sister and Steve every now and then, although I doubt it will go anywhere. Remember that one girlfriend Steve had for a bit, that girl everyone made fun of for being fat? Whatever happened to her? Where did she go? I want to know.
These are very interesting questions. Oh God.
After feeling
I
as if
won a
their sex
Tekken
life
tournament
has
with this
lost a lot of
song
the
playing.
excitement, Stan is
I was a
convinced to become
Steve main, in case no one
It's
asked.
not in the Bible. Let me see that.
You've
Also,
got
getting rid of
a
Jeff has been the best
king.
thing to ever happen to Healy. in terms of
Episode's
screen
fine,
presence,
I
with
guess.
her this time agreeing to go on a date with Snot. But of course, as you
It wasn't
expect,
anything
the
I was,
one
like,
time
super
Healy
thrilled
actually
about.
wants to be with him, he doesn't want to be with her. Who could have guessed? Roger's song is catchy,
God love
but
Curtis
that's about
Armstrong
it.
for trying with
Whatever
Snot.
episode.
Like, just
Well, look, it's more time
absolutely
ranking,
putting in
Just
effort.
like that last show I ranked. Thanks, YouTube, for copyright striking it. You know, on Shark Robot, I just released a freaking sweet sticker pack
Okay.
of my character in the style of just about every show I've done a ranking for. I plan on updating it every few ranking videos to include the previous ones. I think they're pretty cool.
Sure.
So, if you want to support the channel from getting fucking demonetized all the time, then check it out at sharkrobot.com/LSmart.
You got it,
I'm
bud.
American Dad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Hate the boring identity. It's one of my least favorite episodes of the whole show.
Francine. Brenda?
This is what I was talking about. Why does she look like this? Why does this show draw women so weird compared to the men? After getting in an accident after trying to kill Osama bin Laden,
Look at
Stan
Bullock!
finds himself suffering from amnesia.
All of
Only
these
to
men
go
have
on
different
PTSD
sized
for
noses
this.
and different
Francine
face
then uses this as
designs.
her chance to mold him
I
into a
don't-
perfect husband to
I
impress her
don't
friends at the
understand what
wedding.
he's
I don't
saying
know, I feel like
here.
There's only so many things you can do with an amnesia storyline. You can tell from the start she's going to take him to the wedding.
Like, a
but
lot of
then you're gonna
American
realize
Dad
she
characters
likes
have
him the way
weird
he is and then
noses.
apologizes for trying to change him. Riveting stuff. I like how ready and willing the beanbag salesman was to play along with her story.
JB
but that's
Smoove.
it. The rest is meh. Worst of all,
I
he doesn't
love
have
that
an
he
ending.
shows up, like,
He leaves
7
her,
times
and they
throughout
don't
the
get back
show.
Together. Perfect.
I am fine with the full
What is this
cognitive
season's
redaction.
obsession with these fucking long ass titles?
Kids like us don't need bully trouble.
That's the joke.
That's
Oh
the
my
bully the back of
God.
the hand is in the crotch of, isn't it?
Stan is
It's
chosen
like you
by
can't
Bullock to
have
be his
fun
protege,
with
but with him
shows.
showing signs of
Here's the next
dementia,
appearance of
he's ordered
Stelio
to go get his
Cantos
memory
and
back so he can
Louise.
retire, them not being on the
King,
run for the
nah.
rest of the CIA.
Nah, that was Tekken
Steve
6.
is also dealing
That
with
was,
a
what,
again,
back with
not
the
his
introduction
dad
of
this time,
Lars?
thankfully, with Roger calling in one of his friends to help out. It was a good surprise to see
Oh, yeah.
Stelio
The mattress
constantly
salesman
playing
sells
King
the
from that
episode.
back again. This is a really funny one. I like it a lot. They stopped using Bullock as much for a good few seasons, but it's good to see him come back more frequently. Going right above the middle.
I wonder why that was. I can't imagine, like, Patrick Stewart was in anything at the time. Lost in Space, absolute amazing episode. One of the best.
They would a season or two. It's really cool finally being able to see the rest of Roger's race. I appreciate them not cheaping out and making them all clones of him. This is probably the most unique episode of the show so far.
Hey, much appreciated, Yin. Thank you so much for popping in. Hope you have a wonderful day at work tomorrow. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your week. And thanks so much for checking us out.
Probably my favorite of the season so far. One of the best of the whole show, as a matter of fact.
All right.
I wouldn't mind exploring this place and a few other episodes in the future. Seems like a lot of work for just a one-off.
That's what makes it special.
Back to Earth, honestly. Wonder how long it'll take to
a sight for sore eyes to the blind would be awful majestic.
What the hell? That was a surprise.
What? How is that a surprise? He started as a comedy actor. He was in This Is Spinal Tap.
They're returning to Clyde's.
It's weird to see him in drama things. What?
One time in like season 2. As he begs Stan to put him back in his body so he can participate.
He was in The Good Place.
Roger, what the hell is... Holy cow, you really do have a gym up here.
The B story is amazing. The A story is whatever.
I don't know, entire show. As he switches bodies with Stan against his will.
I
like that
adore
just immediately realizes
the A
this.
story, or the B
It's a
story.
fine finale. Steven Rogers' gym escapades aren't
That's
nearly as
fair.
memorable,
It is definitely
but the
a...
stuff is good.
What?
Solid finale.
What? I'm sorry. The Roger and Steve part isn't as memorable? All right, let's look at this. Well, I wish I'd seen this was up sooner. Then I would have known what I missed while hanging out with a friend. Hey, it still sounds like you had a fun time. Plus, you're hanging out with your friend. And this will be available as a video on demand for all of our fans. Plus, we're only halfway through. I agree. I genuinely believe that Lost in Space should have been the season finale. It definitely doesn't seem like he's an anime fan, because, yeah, he would have way more issues with that. All right, let's see. For Black Eyes Only at the bottom, that's fine. The Boring Identity, fine. Adventures of Twill Ogdenbone need to be way higher. Blood Crieth Unto Heaven needs to be way higher. I don't know. I would put the Adventures in Haley sitting further down. Naked to the Limit a little bit further down. Top episodes are fine. I don't know. It's okay. All right, here we go. TBS era. Unless, oh wait, is he doing the 3 episodes and that's it? No. No, there's still another season. Okay.
Season 9 is interesting. Like every season, there's some good in here, but also some bad. I think the James Bond parody is probably my least favorite so far. I don't know, I didn't mind the first one that much, but a second like this, just, I don't know. They didn't commit to the idea enough for me to be as interested this time.
That's
The
fair.
Jeff episode was a big surprise, though I really loved it. Something I'm
a
beginning
good
to
episode.
notice, though, is that the characters are beginning to be pushed to more and more extremes. Roger especially, he is just a massive asshole throughout this entire season.
That's
I think
his
the premiere
character.
episode is the only time that ever got kind of unbearable in my opinion. The rest was fine. But I don't know, I'm interested in seeing if that's ever going to get to a point where I'm just fucking despising his character anytime he comes on screen. We'll have to see. Either way, season 9 was also pretty good. We're now headed on to the last of the Fox seasons. I don't know if I should count season 11 spoilers, but it's like fucking 3 episodes.
Okay, they're definitely going by the Wikipedia. Oh my god.
Alright, so finally
That music is... I've been playing Vengeance, so I have been hearing that song for so long. Hate this episode, but SMT5 is really good. Really hard, which I appreciate, but really good.
I like that they infuse this with the CIS stuff. That doesn't happen nearly as often as you think it would, with them deciding to clone dates. Only issue is they've come out as babies who rapidly age. It's pretty funny, honestly, once you get by how creepy the concept is. This is the literal definition of grooming, but at least by the time they're old enough to go to the prom with them, they realize how awful sleeping with them would be. Seeing them more as their children. But it's all good, Snot's just gonna sleep with Steve's daughter instead.
Fortunately, my sister happens to run a girls' finishing school in this very attic.
Alright, so I want you to grab the dough and slap it onto a lightly floured surface. I would use your fist to kind of crush all the air
He's
out of it
way
first.
more
I think
focused
that's
on the
what you're meant
pizza
to do.
than
I
he
don't
is
know if
American
it's
Dad,
too
and
many
that's
times
fine.
since I've looked at that recipe.
Like,
You
it's
can use a
obviously what he's
rolling
going
pin to
for.
flatten it out,
It's
but
just like,
thankfully mine came out
I
right.
don't
Just do it
know.
with my hands. Push it out until the dough gets so thin that you can almost see through it. If anything, I think I left mine too thick. Whatever, if you like thicker pizza, go for it. Do that until you're happy with it while
Okay,
I move on.
sure.
This was a really good premiere. I actually liked this episode a lot, aside from the terrible sounding concept. Oh yeah, also preheat your oven at 475 degrees. That's around 250 degrees if you're from the UK, according to Google.
Alright. Love this episode. I think
In a parody of
Poltergasm's great.
Poltergeist that you've seen a million times, a ghost in the
Old
Woods
Forge
throws a
Pizza?
burning
I'm
hatred for
unfamiliar.
Stan, attempting to kill him. It goes in a pretty
See,
different
it's like
direction,
whenever
thankfully.
Haley is
Going back to
singing,
that story
I'm like,
about
alright.
Francine not feeling
Or in
satisfied by
Family
it,
Guy. I've
which
noticed that like
manifests
Rachel
as an evil
McFarlane's in
spirit.
every
The
other
only
episode
weapons will get
now.
better,
I'm
but
like,
it's really good.
alright, Seth, you gotta
Which
get your
leads to
sister
Haley
paid, but
becoming
come
her
on.
dad's sex coach.
Like,
10 seasons
we
in,
get it, she's
10
very
seasons of
talented.
incest.
I like it.
episode also had a
If
little
you
bit of
have
fun
not
with
played an
plot segments,
SMT
where he
game,
goes
like
up
you've
to
not played
Keith Butt
SMT
for
5,
back as the
pick up
TV endlessly
Vengeance.
plays the
Because not
Lord
only does it
Sacrifices
let you
on
play
wood.
the normal
That got
story,
more
but
than
with
it
all
probably
the
should
extra
have.
demons and
Not
everything,
nearly as strong
you
as
can
the previous
play
episodes,
the
but
extra
still decent.
story,
The house looks
then
pretty
go
well
back
shot
and play the normal
Now,
story
also
if
be
you
sure to
want
use your
to,
fork to poke
and
some
still
holes
get
in
the
the
full
dough. I
experience.
just do it
But
all over.
Vengeance
I
is
don't know how much
very,
I do,
very
whatever.
good. It's a great oh, and Zelda? Yeah.
Steve
It's
stows
just
away on
really,
Stan's
really
CIA
good
hunting
JRPG.
trip, where in order to prove his manhood, he has to kill an animal, leaving him feeling incredibly guilty and running into the woods to protect the deer's children. I was not
I like
expecting
Buck
them
Wild.
to then jump ahead an entire fucking year, with Stan returning during the next hunting trip and the two going to war. Definitely the worst so far. Didn't enjoy it all that much. Feels like it takes way too long to get into it. And the
See,
quality
my
of the
question is,
stuff
Scott
website
Grimes'
wasn't all that
album
neat,
Win?
in my opinion.
It's been a minute since Living on the Run. That's right, it's the one where the
You don't have to do
odometer
this if you
goes
don't
over.
want to, but you can grab some cheese at this point and put it around the edge of the dough and then fold it over for some stuffed crust. Again, though, you don't have to do it. I just had some leftover cheese and figured, why not?
Pyro or Frost? Oh, okay.
Here we have
I
the
have
Red
not been to
Stephen
Pennsylvania,
Francine
but if I
confession.
ever
She
go,
doesn't
I'll
want a
look that
shot
up.
left to show him that she's cool.
I spent it all on dance moves. Jealous?
Something I noticed is common between the B
I
stories
love
and
Barry
American
so
Dad is that
much.
they're often just going. Like half the time, there's never even a reason as to why they're doing it. They're
Yes!
already just into it. For example, this time, Healy, Roger, and Klaus are starting the town's first Russian balalika trio. Wonderful.
Balalaika,
It's
man.
fun seeing Steve and Francine doing something together, and Stan's nutless song was good.
You gotta
That's
eat
why they
every
didn't care
pizza
for it all that
slice
much.
with a
Honestly,
fork,
this
a
season
knife,
started
and a
little
very
bit
long
than some of the
napkin to
others.
absorb
The
the
first couple were good, but
grease.
the rest, not so
Fold
much.
it in on
Even if you
itself
don't pick
as
up
if
food.
you were folding a paper plate. Kung Pao turkey, I could take or leave. I have never been a Kung Pao
Another
turkey
Thanksgiving
fan.
Day special. This time we focus on Francine's side of the family again, with Stan being pissed off that she invited her parents. Also returning back to the Jeff stuff, damn, as Healy's grandmother tries to get her back into dating. I never really liked Francine's parents all that much. The joke is that they're Chinese and a constant nuisance. It's not that funny, especially this far into the series where nothing else has
I
really been
enjoy
done for
this.
them.
Like,
wouldn't
I
have minded
enjoy
as much if it
Mama
was
in this
simply a
episode.
story to Healy's, since that plot had a lot more potential. But all that happens with it is that she gets jealous of the boy she set Healy up with and tries to get him for herself. And then he says no. Great, you started an end to this conflict before anything really happened.
Yeah, Dixie Cup.
Oh, the Donato style gotta be squares.
That almost made up for how forgettable this episode is. Okay, so at this point I realized I had no pizza sauce, and so I started mixing some leftover tomato paste and olive oil together with some oregano, garlic, and onion powder, garlic,
What?
salt, pepper, and a little bit of sugar. It was halfway through this that I found the sauce in the back of my cupboard, and just used that instead. Smear that shit around however much you want, I don't judge. As Steve and friends embark on an epic cross-country road trip to go to Stan's funeral, as Stan and Roger
Gave me a
start
bit of an
getting their guts
aneurysm
kicked
there,
at the wheel,
sure.
doing whatever random impulses come to them.
Hate the
which
B
is
story.
inventing an
Love
automatic
the A
cake
story.
cutter.
Independent
Wonderful.
movie is one
I
of my
didn't care about
favorite
this
A
part in the
stories of all
slightest.
time.
They're partnering with the same business guy from the stripper boot episode, so you expect him to fuck them over again. But no, not even that. They just don't come back to this until after
Place I used to get all the time with my family called Pizza King. Always did the square slice, so it's very fun to me. I'll go ahead and get all the viewers out of the area. My favorite combination was mushrooms, black olives, and pineapple. But I am definitely a pineapple fan.
This isn't a reference to Scott Pilgrim. I can't believe it.
Yeah.
For that reason that I definitely put
Scott Pilgrim, 500 Days of Summer.
Oh, yeah,
it's parodying the trope that shows up in a lot of independent movies.
I like more cheese on a pizza than sauce personally, but feel free to take liberties. I don't know. I'm not your dad.
Baking Bad. Everybody loves it.
Why do so many animated shows feel like doing a fucking Breaking Bad parody? It is so common. The Simpsons had that whole ass intro. Family Guy had the creatively titled Baking Bad. How long did it take to come up with that one?
Oh, wow.
We have Baking Bad.
So you've lived the experience of a true pizza connoisseur.
We actually see a little more
Sticky Sweet, thank you.
Her childhood friends,
thank you.
Having to get Steve to make her a fake ID so she can hang out with them. Them making a
now see, Brendan, I don't put any of those jalapenos on my pizza. A banana pepper, though, on like a Philly cheesesteak pizza. Yes, please.
Otherwise, though, solid episode. Start putting the pepperoni on the pizza now. Again,
okay, next idea is ready. Mike Crotch? I'm looking for Mike Crotch.
It's really kind of funny. That's the only serious, like, Simpsons reference in the entire show.
Darren Norris returns to narrate this year's Christmas special, which means you know Stan's dad is going to return at some point, where he tells Steve the story.
Honestly, like a spicy barbecue chicken and pineapple goes together beautifully. But I mean, like Hawaiian-style pizza is amazing.
So me and my friends pirated it on my TV, and we were met with full frontal nudity in the first minute. I think we find some crappy C-list horror movie of the same name. I think it was called, like, Krampus, The Reckoning or something. I don't know.
Okay.
Glad they did
well, I found out about the Krampus from the Venture Brothers Christmas special when I was a kid, and had no idea it was a real thing. Love. I absolutely adore Haley's just desire to get a dumb family gift.
One of the strongest Christmas specials too. I liked it a lot.
Good. You should.
Put some oregano on the pizza at this point before putting it in the oven, but I might have forgotten. I don't know. I'm not looking at the footage right now.
Oregano.
Put it in the oven for 10 minutes. I'll let you know when to check again. I've got this all figured out. Don't worry. If your pizza burns,
I don't trust him.
I'm not responsible.
Like, I can't be mad at the music.
Gets in an accident, which gives him cool Raven-Symoné powers. Now he can see into the future.
I think
it's an interesting reference.
I'm sorry, what?
I thought you guys should go.
Yeah, so did we.
You can kind of
love the episode, though. Vision Impossible is one of my favorites. And we get the return of Mind Quad.
You know this is going to lead to him getting overwhelmed by everyone constantly asking questions and wanting them reverted.
Oh, that's right, Family Lands this season.
Direction with it. He forgets that he left the family for 3 weeks after telling them not to leave the house, as Healy's raccoon from the start of the episode tries to kill them. Good execution of a generic idea. Liked it a lot.
You know what? That's fair. It is a bit of a generic idea. It's a very, very basic concept.
The family go to Family Land to try and reconnect.
Trippity at old tripping balls.
I don't have a family.
What about that Indian baby you have sometimes?
This is
one
of those times.
I
love the
like
reference.
Park episodes of cartoons and seeing what fun or
Go
creative
ahead
rides.
and take my sunglasses off.
My favorite here.
Make room for my hat.
Space Land and seeing it looks exactly like how he remembers
my
things.
Giant.
Anyways, the
long
Park Finder Roy family comes back to lock everyone inside, and every land separates into a different faction.
You know
by
what?
a different Smith.
I can put it all
it's
on.
a big Game of Thrones
There we go.
parody. I'm glad they gave this plenty of time to be explored.
Don't like the riz of the great creator? This is why I put my avatar in my videos instead of me!
The past few have been really good.
Mind Quad, a true legendary long-running character. We need more Mind Quad. We need more Mind Quad. I think he's only appeared, what, 3 times?
Stan accidentally starts doing nice stuff while sleeping, which freaks him out.
Cock of the Sleepwalk, I actually kind of got behind. As I got older, I started to appreciate it more. Plus, like, who doesn't love Dr. Penguin?
Continually waking up and us getting to see the consequences of everything he had done the previous night. I like that we never actually get to see what he does in real time until the very end. I find this to be an insanely creative episode. Go near the top.
Surprise, it goes towards the top. 2,000 King of Fighters. That's what I'm saying. Like, How do they find the time to make that many King of Fighters? That's like 3 a year.
To get him a girlfriend. And by Phoeus, I mean he looks like a horrific fusion between the two. It's gross. He looks like iDubbbz.
Okay.
I don't know why they told me a B story. It was actually funny. Comparatively, the air plot fucking sucks.
I'm sorry, what? The Naughty Stewardesses suck? With Mark Cuban?
Parody, where the girls are super quirky and uncover a plan to blow up the sun. Wow, fantastic. It borders on being too random of a setup for me. Maybe I wouldn't have minded that much if it didn't feel like Rogers could have done one more time to explore the concept further. They only switch faces for a couple minutes before they change back.
That's so wild to me. Collapsing company at the time was why also high. Welcome, CPMC1164. So glad to have you.
Time with their game buddies and video boxes, and so takes them into the woods to play outside.
Will Stan keep his promise? Will Steve and the boys get their phones fixed? Will they
get in the house, Randy?
They do it in a creative way too, with him using the CIA's holodeck to trap them.
I actually really enjoyed this episode.
Them having to learn how to survive as Stan.
It's like the holodeck. The what? You know, from Star Trek. Some of us get laid.
It's fucked up. Roger and Healy's stuff is also alright. Healy
when she buys the star.
Claiming herself to be his queen. It's a good idea. I like when they involve stuff about Roger actually being an alien.
I am very curious to hear what they have to say about the TBS episodes.
Love getting to see so much more of Stan's childhood.
Especially, like, I need to hear why Flavor Town is the bottom.
What a wild place to take this. Francine gets mad at Stan for not listening to him, and so he starts taking estrogen pills that turns him into a woman. Like, immediately. Here's another plot done all the time in these cartoons. His design even looks pretty similar to Quagmire.
I feel like they couldn't do the prequels, so otherwise it'd be like, oh, that's just like when Family Guy did, the original trilogy. I'm honestly surprised that, like, Family Guy hasn't done the prequels or anything, and just used Director Bullock as Dooku.
Goes in a fairly creepy direction, though, as Bullock tries to seduce him and make sure he doesn't realize the CIA find a way to reverse things. Honestly, though, the episode is shockingly better than you think it would be based on that plot. Again, this is one of the rare shows where that anything-goes mindset works. Going around the middle. An Occupy Wall Street protest ends with Stan getting brainwashed by, I don't know, hippies, I guess.
Oh, by the way, these are my friends who kidnapped and brainwashed me. This one's a wheelchair guy, but he can still talk and everything.
I didn't care for this one at all, really. Healy tries to spy on him to get proof that he's no longer himself, where he continually proves her wrong and everyone thinks she's crazy. It's so by the numbers and boring. Of course she's right. Who could have guessed?
What?
The Roger storyline is also just
they're the burger.
He buys a shit ton of candles but can't sell any of them.
It was actually creative. I liked it.
They're gonna use them all up by giving each other massages until they run out. That's about it.
His bar for comedy is so weird.
It's taken me until now to realize that Healy is played by Seth MacFarlane's sister.
What? You're almost 10 seasons in this show!
The most Healy-centric season yet. She's in more episodes here than, like, the past 3 combined.
I know, that's why I called it the season of Haley.
Stan uses her to get info about Bullock so they can be best friends. Even though sometimes they are best friends, they're very inconsistent about Stan's reputation in the workplace. Does he ever sit by his desk anymore? I don't know. I'll point it out next time I see it, if I remember. Kleisa's German story was presented in a cool way, but that's about the height of their subplot. It comes in so infrequently
that's
that
fair.
You can't even follow along with what the point in any of it is, which I guess is the point, but it's just not that funny. Fine episode, though, going right under the middle of the list. I'd still say Season 10 has kept up a fairly high level of quality so far.
Pocket squares.
Here, Stan tries to master the art of looking at women without Francine noticing, where after getting in a car accident results in him having to make sure the insurance guy doesn't snitch on him. Damn. It's weird how there's a few songs in here, but not really enough to be considered a musical episode. They're inserted at such random points, too. Like,
I remember so many people getting upset with me saying that this was DMX. And I had to go like, no, it's based on DMX, but it's actually Terry Crews. So many people wanted it to be DMX, and I get it. It's supposed to be DMX, but like,
it sounds good.
Damn, that's my mama. Damn, if that wasn't my
Scott Grimes is just a legend.
Stopping and starting. Again, the songs are good, but that's it. Near the bottom.
If Francine wasn't my mama, Lord, you know I'd try to bone.
Come on, Steve.
Why?
Why?
After After getting fired from the CIA, Stan has to get a job at the local supermarket.
I have never liked Permanent Record all that much.
And
like, I love American Dad, and even I can go, not every episode's a winner, but like...
him competing with a local hipster in a guitar competition. Losers banned for life.
The shape is pretty self-explanatory.
This is a solid episode. There's a lot of great gags in here. That fucking scene.
Oh, that's right. This is when Robin and Alan Thicke were in an episode of American Dad together. Father and son. I like News Glance of Genevieve Vance. Beer water. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him party.
Summoning her. I like how this integrates with Steve's sex ed subplot, where he makes such a fool out of himself that he agrees to have Haley make him go missing so that they make it a national news story, and then she can do her own thing instead. This is a decent episode, one of the more forgettable, but still has some good moments.
More forgettable? Come on! That was so fast.
To end our longest season yet, we see it's officially
longest season yet.
In space. You know, Healy is so much more into Jeff now that he's not here, especially given she immediately moves on after falling for another guy.
She can do this? Hadouken!
Perfect! It's pretty wild, honestly. Steve finds out that Jeff is still alive and find a way to travel home in a wormhole. Where 60 years has passed, woo! Not the funniest episode out there, but the
good old Sinbad. I'm so glad he's, recovering well.
But it ends with Jeff giving up all hope and lets her know that she can now move on.
Also, came back for several episodes and was delightful. And that's Pete Holmes right there. Everybody loves Pete Holmes. All right, let's look at this. Steve and Snot's Testubular Adventure is #1. Steve and Snot's Testubular Adventure, #1. No. Bring that down. Minstrel Krampus independent movie 2 and 3, that's fine. Vision Impossible could probably go back. Honey, I'm Homeland needs to be higher up. Naughty Stewardesses needs to be moved up. Faking Bad is probably fine where it is. News Glance, I think, could be higher. Steven Snot's Testubular Adventure. I can't imagine why that would ever be #1 for anybody. Like, that is, when I look at this season, that is not the funniest episode. That's not even the most memorable episode. And it's about them basically raising their own dates. Like, I'm genuinely confused by that being #1. It almost feels like they forgot what happened in the episode and then just threw it there because they did not care. Like, that is a genuinely, like, why is that? Is that what is it? It's Sinbad and Dave Thomas, the lead singer of Matchbox 20 is the other one or something like that. Steve, that's wild. All right, well, season 11, let's go. It's 3 episodes. Obviously, like, be over in a second. I'm not even gonna pause it because, like, I've talked about those episodes at length.
For being 10 whole seasons in, I'm surprised they've managed to keep things so
like
fresh.
A Boy Named Michael is fine. Roger Raises the Bar is the best of the 3.
Like if The Simpsons or Family Guy were doing plots about one of the characters.
Rob Thomas, not Dave Thomas. I think Dave Thomas is the Wendy's guy.
Starting to run its course, but in American Dad, no, it's just another weekend for these characters.
See, and I guess that's my problem. Is like I marathon these shows too.
He's used a lot more for wholesome gags.
But again, I grew up with American Dad. I've been an American Dad fan. I've revisited these episodes before I marathon them.
It was supposed to be the end of the show before they realized they had a couple unaired episodes laying around. I will say, if this is how the show ended, with Jeff just giving up all hope, would have been pretty disappointing given that was the one plot thread they were still hanging on to. But thankfully, TBS bought the rights to the show and began airing new episodes there. So let's finish up their Fox run and get on with the...
I was about to say, mention the last 3 episodes.
This incredibly short season, if you could even call it that, begins with us seeing Roger having to sell his attic bar, it becoming soulless and corporate. But he doesn't care because he gets brought on as their official spokesperson, like Jared from Subway.
What?
My quiet place.
Why?
Speaking of Jared, from Subway, the Steve and Friends story is also something that would be insanely fucked up in any other show, but here, I don't know, it's pretty standard.
It's
As a registered
funny!
sex offender moves in across the street, attempting to have her seduce them. The twist is fairly obvious. You can tell from super early on that she's just using them for work on the place for free. I wasn't that big a fan of this episode. Maybe there was a reason these were unaired. Or maybe it's because the plot was fucked up.
Unaired? They weren't unaired. They aired on Fox. The last 3 Fox episodes. Blog Snarks to Love Story literally ends with...
Check on the pizza. You should probably check on it. Greg and Terry have
It
just
ends
adopted
with
a Russian
Steve
kid who Roger
or
takes the
Stan
place
putting a
of after
book
being
that says
impressed by the
Fox.
whale.
I watched it on Fox. What?
Dan, stop it! You're scaring me. Francine, get in here! It's happening again!
I like that
Okay.
Stan's way of getting back to him is to make their house look so shit that it becomes an eyesore. And having him get so fed up at Greg and Terry's bickering that it causes him to try and kill one of them, but one of them is also trying to kill him instead, is a good progression. I don't know which one, honestly. Sometimes I forget who is who.
I love it too. I love that
is
the
one who
last
tries to kill
episodes
him,
they go out
but
on are
first thing
all
right here goes
Roger-centric.
right. Thanks.
Though Blog Snarst is my least favorite of the 3. And it's not even because Kim Kardashian is in it. It's just...
Pretty good way to start the story as Roger finds another alien has crash-landed on Earth, and they want to be with him, played by Kim Kardashian for some reason. It's been so long I completely forgot about Roger's golden shit. The saga continuing here as we see the lady who took it for herself last time being executed for killing her husband.
All
as her
right.
son finds it and tries to use it to achieve his greatest desire. And that's it. Can't wait to see this continued 5 seasons from now. The episode overall just feels so aimless despite having some good moments.
I think it's only like
usually
2.
like the gold shit stuff, but in this case, I feel it really distracted from what was going on. Kind of realizing now it's like American Dad's somewhat more dramatic chicken fights. A new alien coming to Earth probably should have had some more time dedicated to, well, that.
The end.
Okay. None of these were anything special. None of these were
anything special. They could have been lost to the ether and we wouldn't have been missing out on anything. Although, I'm kind of glad
Dive
they were
on
there at
in!
least, because can you imagine if these were just like lost media for the longest time and then people are all over the internet like, we have to find
They
the
air
Lost American Dad episodes, and then they come out and it's just these 3 created.
It's just
I always
so
assumed TBS took
wrong.
over the show recently, but
That's the
looking at
part
it,
that baffles
coincidentally,
me.
Right around the time of making this, the TBS run has been going on for just as long as the Fox airing.
Longer!
That's fucking insane. I'm really curious if anything is going to be different from now on, like staff switch-ups or anything. I know the showrunner who was there from the start apparently left, so that can't be a good sign.
I don't
Also, have to
know.
assume your pizza
This
done
is
and out of the oven now.
upsetting me.
Obviously,
So I'm a
Red
huge
Bull
Ralph
is
Bakshi
big.
fan,
I
and I
don't
was
know a lot
watching.
about it, but
I really
that's
like
very
Folding
fun journey.
Ideas, Ralph
Please add me
Bakshi
on
video
Twitter
about
with your
Lord of the
bad
Rings.
pieces.
But I'll have to
If you
check
like it, if you
out
might bad, I'm not responsible.
Just Stops Ralph Bakshi stuff. All right, here's the TBS era, gang.
Begins their run with Blonde
Let's see how
Ambition.
it's going.
It was so jarring for them to play the intro after the first scene. Just feels weird.
God, an activist.
He's
Quick,
not
pretend
used
we're
to-
on the phone.
What?
Sorry, we're pretending to be on the phone.
Healy turns her hair blonde, so more
Cold
people
opens are
show
normal,
activism.
especially
Stan
in
and
cable
Steve try to live in
shows.
a newly built house in a gated
That's not-
community where they're attacked
okay.
by guard dogs and need to find a way to escape.
Sure.
Honestly, writing-wise, I didn't notice much of a change. I have to assume it's because
No.
these first few episodes have still some involvement by the original showrunner, but as is, it's nothing special. The supposed charity guy's yacht being wheel-powered was the best joke here. The rest is whatever. For
I
now,
guess
it
that's
seems like
fair.
Season 12 will be
It's
more of the
nothing
same,
like
which I guess is a good
groundbreaking.
thing. Except, now the credits play over the ending. Again, it's so weird. I don't like change.
Is he okay? Genuinely, like, is he all right?
This is going to be the
Because like
biggest
these are
fucking
very
nitpick
minor
ever. 2 episodes
changes,
in, and I've decided that
especially
I
compared to
actually
what
really
gets
dislike the
later.
intro coming after the opening skit. If that joke falls flat, then it's way more awkward, especially when they hard cut to it. Stan and his
I
coworkers
guess
get
it's just
kidnapped
so
in Thailand
frequent
after
that
trying
it
to steal a dictator's
hits
inhaler,
exactly where it
not
needs
needing
to.
find a way to escape from their super futuristic prison. You know, right when COVID started, my friend, the mouse, managed to go to Thailand without anyone questioning him, and so he was chilling in the land of little to no restrictions while I was trapped in Ireland without so much as a Friar Tuck's open. And so he convinced me to go to Thailand with him, so I bought my ticket, a quarantine hotel for 2 weeks, got like 3 exams done to make sure I was healthy, and filled out a shit ton of paperwork, only to get to the airport and for the lady to tell me to go home. And I didn't get a refund. Then he was like, oh, just do this and they'll let you through. So I scrambled to get it all done for the next day, but one doctor didn't get back to me in time, and so I had to stay home. so I didn't get refunded again. Oh yeah, the rest of the
It's an
family have
interesting
slow motion
story.
race. That's it. Hope you find that idea funny because it's a solid 5 minutes of the episode. Wonderful.
I love the slowdown race. I think he's genuinely just showing off, you know, here's a pizza I made. This is more interesting than American Dad. Even though Dojo Biden is amazing.
Twice a little bit more to do here too. Him starting to smell and being made an outdoor fish.
Like,
all the local cats trying to find a way to eat
okay.
him. Oh well, okay.
Give
And
us
the
something
wizard
better.
Just wants to try it. Wish there was more.
He
focus put on
just
this
wants
instead
to
of the
try
karate stuff. It's
it.
nothing special. Steve feels like his friend has been brainwashed and needs to beat him in a tournament to get him kicked out. Best one so far, but still not great. Season 10 didn't start off the best either, so I'm not ready to call it on this season just yet. But if this shit keeps up, I'm gonna be very, very disappointed. I was so confused trying to find this episode.
Dean
Everywhere
Norris
I
is in
looked,
this
it kept calling
episode.
it Turkey Bacon. I guess they had changed the name to Big Stan on Campus.
Turkey bacon.
Stan gets furloughed because of budget cuts. Pretty sure they did that same thing last season where he worked at the store, but whatever. No, he's working at a college this time, as Roger turns the house into a bed and breakfast to raise some extra money. You know, I hadn't done it since we lost our dear friend Taylor, so I decided to look around the show's IMDb again to see how fans responded to the minor changes. And what do you know, these episodes consistently have way lower scores.
Well, that doesn't mean anything. IMDb score is so...
Like
that is not a judge of how good or bad an episode is.
Like Stan hitting the girl with the frisbee and she starts wheeling like a child. Hoping for more like this as we go on.
Hoping for more like that. Okay.
Francine's nightmare had some cool visuals. I enjoyed that a lot. She's worried about her sister coming into town. Oh yeah, that's right. She had a sister like once back in season 3, I think. Why do I remember
She's
that?
brought up like 4 times. Gwen, yeah.
Who I'm not related to by blood.
Glad to see that aspect hasn't changed. You know, for never having seen this character before, I wish more was done with it other than her doing a bunch of illegal stuff in the house and taking advantage of Francine, who just sort of takes it. As Stan tries to teach Steve how to get away with hugging her without being creepy. It's creepy. Cool getting to see that more psychotic side of Francine return by the end, but it's way too late to do anything with it. This episode did not need 3 storylines. I didn't even mention.
Oh, that's right. Gwen is played by Uma Thurman. Not my favorite Christmas episode.
With TBS, and what do you know? They actually reanimated.
Betty
the intro for this
Crockett
one.
bakes cakes.
Maybe a sweater with a snowman.
Like the one I'm wearing?
I gotta go return something.
I can't believe it. It's a Christmas miracle. It's everything I could have ever wanted. A Principal Lewis special. Oh boy. After Stan wishes his life were more like his, he finds himself going through a It's a Wonderful Life homage.
Okay.
Where he learns to be grateful for what he has. Mainly that his life isn't as shit as Principal Lewis's. I was expecting this to be their worst Christmas special yet, but there was thankfully a serious lack of Lewis here as he adopts Stan's life instead.
Why does he hate
like
Principal
Roger
Lewis
took him
so
along for
much?
this too.
That's what I
First episode of
don't
season
get.
10,
Like,
the
Principal
Web
Lewis
version
is such
and
a
Devil Kid one.
integral part of American Dad. He is gonna hate Billy. He's gonna hate... Alright, LGB Steve is like the best episode of season 11. Or 12, I guess this is.
Her sister being Steve, obviously.
White Porsche Christmas is definitely a forgettable Christmas episode.
about tits.
It's got a pretty good
I
twist
don't
where he
revisit
tries
it
to expose
frequently.
him after he gets in a relationship with one of the girls.
Also, the cold
But it turns
open
out
of this
that all
episode
they
with
knew was
Klaus
that
is
the person
amazing.
was transgender. Song is pretty good too. Going right above that college episode, despite the Stan and Francine plot sucking. The joke is that it's Jesus, I get it.
Alright, Morning Mimosa, another classic.
The creator of the stupidest
With
diet
Will
I've
Forte
ever
again.
heard of. I think she eats algae or something. Let's find out.
Why does Will Forte infrequently voice the most random characters in this show?
What's
After
wrong
Steve tells
with that?
Francine to F off, he has to start learning to fend for himself once she stops doing anything for him, becoming an epic hit YouTuber. Finally worth that episode. It's alright. I like how they bring it
Wow,
back to
that's
the
a lot
talk
of venom.
show from the beginning, being concerned about him getting killed on stage by drunken middle-aged white women. Oh no. This is much more interesting than Stan's subplot
What?
where he believes
What
he
does
can
that mean?
snap his fingers to make people vanish.
I think we should have a long conversation about parenting decisions.
Uh-oh. Gone.
Like, what's the joke? Also, I'm not a fan of them not
That's-
having their story concluded by the
that-
time the credits roll. Like, here it comes
I'm
on
getting really
during their
tired
big
of saying
skip
that
scene.
is the
Shouldn't
joke.
this be
Like,
more
that's
for like
not...
a short epilogue
It's not
kind
doing
of
anybody
thing?
any favors at that point. All right, another good episode, another solid banger episode. Love
Feeling
Maya
gets a job.
Fairlady.
Like, a real one. Is it the first time? This show does character gets
Well, it's
random
before her
job
Sub-Hub
stories a lot
days,
less
so
than
sure.
they would. Again, Roger's personas really gives them a bunch of mileage for that kind of thing. Also, the incest joke has reached an all-time high this time as Steve takes Francine to the mother-son dance as Stan tries to steal his dad. I thought it was fine, but apparently some people were disgusted by this travesty of a B-story. The subplot of this episode of American Dad was what really got me angry. Steve should have done what Bart did in Homer's dream in The Simpsons episode Tennis the Menace, and put his father in a guillotine so that he wouldn't interfere with his dad. Sadly, Steve didn't do that. And guess what? Stan ruined the whole dad. Twice! Normally I'm against shows ripping off other shows, but here I feel it's absolutely necessary.
I am half convinced that he based most of his opinions based off IMDb reviews.
Tennis the Menace. I would have given this 10 stars. Jesus, I didn't think it was that bad.
I thought it was good.
Having been married to Roger the entire time really got me, but
and it really showed that like TBS Haley was like the strongest she was. A Star is Reborn is one of my favorite episodes of American Dad.
Stan and Francine win a trip to Hollywood where he gets discovered
Stan
by his
Lee.
her assuming he's the reincarnation of her dead husband.
God.
I want more kicks.
Hey, true believers, is this the end
Mickey
of
Rooney.
Spider-Man?
Wow, they really got him. This episode was fucking boring. I did not give a shit. Roger trapping Healy and Steve sucked, and then
my bones, my bones.
Thought it was, and you can see her kidnapping Francine from a mile
How
away,
is this a boring episode? So much happens in it. You can't hate Manhattan Magical Murder Mystery Tour. That's a classic.
So Francine can enter a cool mystery novel into a literary competition. However, after she doesn't show up for the event,
for the longest time, I thought James Patterson was actually playing himself in this episode, and it's not. And it broke my heart. Robert Wool's Robert Wool, but James Patterson, no, too busy apparently.
I don't know who this guy is, so the gag that he's pathetic kind of went over my head. I wish that.
I mean, that's kind of exactly the joke. They make a point of pointing out that they don't know who Robert Wool is, even though he's a very real person that's been in real things.
One more. There were a lot of good elements here.
It's a good episode. What is going on?
After becoming terrified at the idea of death, Stan has to start seeing a therapist, them trying to put his mind at ease by getting him into miniatures. I mean, sure, why not? He shrinks himself down to
the shrink is fine. You got Ted Danson in it. That's okay.
It's a fun idea.
How can you not like A Star is Reborn or Manhattan Magical Murder Mystery Tour? Like, not liking one or the other, whatever. Not liking both is odd.
If you somehow couldn't tell from that title, Jeff returns from space after a good season and a half of being gone. You know, I'm surprised they got away with having the word shit
Here's the thing, though.
in the title.
I actually love David Lynch as the bartender in Cleveland Show. Especially the fact that he shows up in Family Guy as that same character. It's sort of like David Lynch reading weather reports. And it's like, it is going to be 84 degrees in LA today. This has been David Lynch's weather reports. I've recorded this on a weather radio model BK879. I always think that Twin Peaks could be better if they somehow brought back Purple Mr. Pibb. You know, like, it's so bizarre that it makes sense for David Lynch to do it. David Lynch is just such an odd person. American Funk, one of my favorite episodes. Give it to me. Tell me how much you love American Funk.
American Fung is widely considered to be the worst episode of American Dad.
They're wrong. They're wrong, but that's fine.
With Seth MacFarlane growing bored of making cartoons and selling the series to the Chinese. While the episode starts rather ordinary, Stan forgetting that it's he and Francine's 20th anniversary. What's that, the third one at this point? Before it slowly devolves into Chinese propaganda. I actually think that's a funny idea, but their mistake seems to have come from giving the episode 2 points. One is the Chinese thing, but the other is what the episode is actually about. On one end, I think the Chinese shit comes into play too, obviously. I wish it were something we've done.
It starts so subtle. It slowly inched it. Oh my god.
For seconds at a time. And on the other end, the episode completely devolves in the final few minutes, setting up Stan and Francine getting lobotomized before cutting to the Chinese guy who just says they got out fine before advertising his business. It's a funny idea, but I think they should have really upped those stakes. You know, at least that one Family Guy episode, which pretty much does the same thing, has all the major characters almost dying on a cruise ship before cutting them all home fine. This episode really didn't need a B-story. It should have been one adventure with the whole family.
The B-story is so brief because it's just supposed to bring in Feng Hua.
Saying that it's some meta fuck you to Foxes that moved to TBS, but I don't see that at all. It seems like insane levels of grasping at straws.
What? How is that grasping? It's so
It was a decent experiment and the idea could have worked, but it was executed in a pretty shitty way. It's like
now I don't know about the Fox nonsense, but meta absolutely.
Onto it at the last minute, so there was at least something interesting going on. And hey, I will say, it is interesting. Certainly not the worst episode in this show. I think that's a bit of an overreaction, but it's definitely not good.
It is definitely odd, if nothing else. American Fung is odd. Seizure Suit Stanny isn't good by any stretch of the imagination.
After getting addicted to texting, we end the season with Stan having to take medication after lying about having a seizure. Although because he was lying, obviously, it starts to have insane side effects, turning him into this creepy Frankenstein's monster.
This
was a pretty poor finale. Nothing much really happens until like the
I mean,
final
that's
few
fair.
minutes where he
Seizure
realizes
Suit
he has to
Stanny
destroy the
isn't
evidence
the
of him
best
texting and
episode.
driving. Pretty much the same as that insurance fraud episode, but with a really unfunny Frankenstein gag that gets old after around a second. Honestly, might just be the worst of the season.
He seems so burnt out on the show already.
That's pretty much it. This 2-minute story of him taking a single dive spreads over the course of the entire episode.
American Punk. A Star is Reborn is number 12. Dreaming of a White Porsche Christmas is number 2. I love Principal Lewis, and I would not put Dreaming of a White Porsche Christmas number 2. My Fair Lady needs to be moved up. A Star is Reborn, American Fung, and Manhattan Magical Murder Mystery Tour need to move way up. Like, oh my god. Like, okay, fine. Sure. American Fung being 13th, a lot of people hate the episode. I'm not about to sit here and be like, you should like the episode. The episode's amazing. Like, that's fine. I don't care at that point. That's whatever. But, like, the rest of it, what is this? All right. Season 13. Here we go. 22 episodes. Let's do it to it. Let's get ready.
There were a couple good episodes in Season 12, mainly the Christmas special. I like the roller derby one, and Jeff's return is cool, but this is undoubtedly the
See, at that point,
in my opinion. I did
take
not really
a break.
Like this at all.
Walk
a lot of
away.
just felt like they were going through
This didn't
emotions
come
that
out at
last
any
one
important
special.
time for American
I'm really
Dad.
Not a fan of the, albeit slight
If
changes
you're
that happen
burning
over
yourself
streaming
out to
networks.
do
Again,
this,
playing the credits over
take
the
a
finale,
second,
there's a lot of the episodes.
and then
It makes it
actually,
more
you
effective
know,
when they're just
come
fucking
back when
rushing
you're
to
ready to
that
give it a
conclusion.
fair shot,
Who knows? Maybe
because
it's
it just
growing
never.
pains. This episode also has American Fung, which is widely considered to be the worst episode, so that's not very good. But I think there are episodes in here that were more bad, in my opinion. That one where they go to Thailand in that seizure episode especially. At least American Fung was doing something, you know? I'm gonna pray these were just growing pains and that
Okay.
things will get back on track or go in a different, better direction. But I guess we'll see.
I didn't think I liked a lot of the episodes.
22 episodes. So hopefully things will finally get a little consistent again.
All right. First appearance of the Bazooka Sharks. Let's hear it, folks. Bazooka Sharks.
That the construction will destroy an important tree from his childhood. Him explaining how the tree was more of a father to him than his actual dad. That's miserable. This is American Dad, so of course this has to involve Roger in some way.
Love
Us
the
learning that
brothers.
Roger's working for the construction company and trying to reach an impasse between them. I think with an idea like this, it's really disappointing that the ending feels so contrived. Throughout the episode, Steve worries that he's not growing and wants to get surgery to fix it.
What?
This then leads into Stan realizing he spent so much time focusing on his tree dad that he wasn't there for his own son. But Stan and Steve have literally shared 0 lines of dialogue this entire episode so far. They felt so disparate. Wish there were more of a through line here. Not a bad episode, but certainly one of their weaker premieres.
It's funny when he wishes that there's a through line in some episodes and completely ignores that there were through lines in other episodes. Didn't bother to learn Reggie's name, even though Reggie had like a 4-episode arc.
Become the star player.
Sold to the transvestite in the red dress.
Whoa. He is good.
Water stories all around us. Stan and Roger buy a boat to realize how boring being on a boat is. Great. Better than the last one for sure. Again, it's a real shame because I did like the story behind that previous episode. But this one's funnier, which I guess at the end of the day is more important.
He's been helping me get a jacket.
Okay.
Seemed like a good way to get to second base. Thinking about switching schools.
All right. Sure. Okay. All right,
Roger
buddy.
uses his therapist persona to hypnotize Healy into thinking she's a 6-year-old when she was at her most happy. All while Steve and Palace use their newly purchased slow cooker to make the perfect pulled pork. Amazing. Her voice honestly is pretty disturbing paired with the character design. Even though I'm positive I've heard that same performance done in a bunch of other cartoons Rachel McFarland has been in, I guess when the character is meant to be like 19 years old, it makes it more strange. It's going right in the middle so far. It's nice seeing Jeff and Klaus of all characters team up, trying to figure out what moment made Healy so miserable. But it kind of loses track of itself when he has to go to court for killing a seal, especially with how easily it gets solved, but it's solid. I liked it.
All right, no Snoops allowed.
Dude, it takes
Seth
like 3
Green.
minutes for the intro to play in this episode. That scene just kept going. Stan takes
I hope you
to
liked
help
him,
with his
Sora.
computer, where he gives the
I
national
hope
security
more people
agency
like
all
him
Stan's
too.
top-secret computer info. While
Here's
Healy, man, they've been using
here's
it way
hoping.
more now,
Fingers
goes on a
crossed.
meat-eating binge after accidentally trying it that morning, wanting to eat a gorilla. It was decent, I guess.
Oh, what a horrible nightmare. And why did I include that extra part where I actually saw Mom stripping?
This episode's whatever. I just find the
I don't know.
drama
I'll
worst.
take whatever
The whole thing is
ideas
this
for
office Steve overhearing Stan making fun of him to his coworkers.
arena
When he
football
confronts him
teams they
later,
come
Stan
up
is
with.
just
Like the long bomb. Oh my
said
god,
that,
I even
son.
talked about the
And then
long
they
bomb when we were
quickly
talking
move
about top
on. I
10
just don't know
episodes.
why you need to
Long
include
bomb
that
is
father-son
the
issue if you're
one of
gonna
my
solve it in
absolute
such a boring
favorites.
way. Seth Green was a nice cameo, but that's it.
I'll come back to Bob's Burgers eventually. That one and Archer both hurt me, but I'm coming back to Archer. I will finish Archer and then maybe I'll go back to Bob's Burgers and catch up on that at
Pressure is
least.
so high from stress that it'll lead to his death.
There's so much. There's so much Bob's Burgers. Season 3 is good. Season 4 is all right. Season 5 is fine. That's about where the rankings are right now.
But overall, the episode is pretty shit in my opinion. One of the worst. He doesn't really
I
spend
like
much time
this
with them before
episode.
deciding that he loves it here.
Eric
Almost
Andre's
afraid
in this
for a crime so he
episode.
can continue to investigate them. Seems like such a random idea, even for this show.
It
Wish
is-
there could have been a bit more
that-
focus on his stress levels with the family. You kind of forget that was the whole point by the end.
Okay, Kiss Kiss Cam Cam, Craig Robinson, you know,
After realizing
Patton
that he and Francine
Oswalt.
are polar opposites, Stan begins second-guessing their marriage.
Don't get a room. I kiss my sister with more grace.
I kiss my
Who's
sister
writing
with
these?
more
So what's
grace.
new done here compared to the million other Stan and Francine relationship crisis episodes? I much prefer the Roger stuff where he returns to Nevada to get reelected as
The
senator.
B story is
Remembering
amazing.
that it were his company who had been polluting the water supply and making all the citizens sick. I wish that had been the focal point over the Stan shade.
It
Do
just
people
all
like
blurs
Stan? I know
together
how much
after a
people hate
point.
A character like Peter Griffin or mid-season Homer for how big of jerks they are, but again, because he was like this from season 1, I never cared all that much when he was an asshole. I don't know. Sometimes it can get too extreme, however. I'll agree on that. All of that
Okay.
is to say, I don't have much to say about this episode, and so would rather ramble about something else for a while. You see that new season of The Bear? I don't know what it is, I just don't get what everyone loves about that show. Everything happens off screen. Whoa, it's the biggest night of a restaurant's big reopening. Everything rides on this. Cuts to next episode. Wow, I sure am glad that big night went well. God damn, I wanted to see that shit.
You'll probably see it next season. They were hinting at it and what? That's
Roger
ignoring the
Beans
entire
is
purpose of
great,
that
getting you
season
ready
of
for a
The
story about
Bear.
him going to college before he gets a Discovery card and decides he's going to do
Love the
something
Discovery
instead.
card. To me!
I'm going.
Stan also takes Healy in as his assistant to help make the company.
I love this episode. Devil Wears a Lapel Pin is one of my
She
favorites.
has ulterior motives to destroy it as revenge for him ruining one of her drawings as a kid.
No one's asking you to
This
do
goes in
this!
the exact
And this
direction
next
of the scene where
photo.
he shows her gratitude for her help, and she has to fix it in time before her dad finds out and is once again disappointed in her. Pretty standard episode. Not the most fantastic of the series, but there's some good moments in here. Ending is sweet too. One of
Good.
the better ones of the season
Good.
so far.
Let's go.
Episode's fine. Not horribly
Roger
into it,
eats
not
all
horribly
Steve's
against
chocolate
it.
bars that he was meant to sell for school, leading to him getting sent to the ghetto class taught by Roger. It's another parody of Stand and Deliver, just like Family Guy and South Park. It's apparently another mandatory story for these adult cartoons to do. Meanwhile, in the much
Okay.
worse B story, Stan and Francine look around for a retirement home. Stan presumably getting drugged up and not wanting to leave, the rest of them having to convince him. It's not great. I much prefer Roger's stuff, even if the parody is so overdone. What do you know? All the students fall in love with him as Steve attempts to have him fired. Okay, episode
Well, yeah.
overall.
Okay, I quite liked it, but Alright.
Here's another one done all the time in these shows, as Francine joins Greg on the local newscast while Terry is out of town. And just as you would expect, she gets too big for her britches, and he gets jealous of how much more popular she is. Exciting.
Okay.
The Roger stuff is way more simple, but a lot funnier. I prefer it. As Healy, Steve, and he play one of those dream phone board games, leading Roger to go on a giant road trip to find the actor who played one of the guys he fell in love with. I wish Francine, realizing what a jerk she's been, came about in a bit more of a natural way, but it's still alright, going right under her roots. One of the background characters was played by Tom Kenny doing his Cupid voice from Fairly Odd Parents, and it kept distracting me.
He's a pretty frequent voice actor in the TBS era, yeah.
Whoa, the big 2-0. Oh, the last one was
Okay, the 200 is amazing.
Good follow-up. So, Principal Lewis. Oh, fuck off. Principal Lewis is the cannibal leader of the Langley Falls Citizen.
The Rhythm Nation scene was amazing.
Caused by something called the 200. Subtle. The intro here is great. I love the atmosphere they set up. It's got similar vibes to that Rapture episode, except here it gets to that stuff from the beginning, as we learn about what happened through frequent flashbacks. Us seeing that the 200 are all indeed different Roger personas from past episodes. It's a really good twist and gives some fun fan service. Definitely the best episode of the season, and one of the best episodes in the
I don't know, he's going through each episode in like 20 seconds.
Steve and friends decide they're going to throw their own party while standing for
I never liked the Unincluded, so it was never my favorite.
Things pick up from this standard starting point as Steven's not from the future arrive to prevent them from going to the party as it ruins their futures. Love that we get to see them change in real time. He goes against his wishes and makes out with a girl, which turns his future self into a jock and Snot into a homeless bum. This was a really good episode. Ending was fucking bizarre though, but I'm glad to see season 13 starting to pick up.
Oh, okay. I wouldn't say that. Dentist's Wife, I would say, is better than that.
Hated this concept or saw it as like jumping the shark.
What?
Roger wanting to impress a lady so
Why?
bad that he has to make up the most perfect persona of all.
How is
Showing
that
Francine
jumping
his
the
persona
shark?
Factory. Is that giving too much context to a dumb joke? I don't care personally either way. I thought it was kind of fun. The other side story is basic but fun too.
I've never
Everyone
heard that
working
be a
right so hard
complaint
that
about
they
this
can't move,
episode.
which Klaus takes great pleasure
Ever.
in. This is a really good Roger episode that explores him on a somewhat deeper level. Him realizing his personas are nothing more than a crutch, before completely getting attached to the woman and trying to take over her life. Another good one.
Okay. Yeah, I never thought it was a bad one.
While out on a mission, Roger and Francine decide to start pretending to be
This
witty.
one's, you know,
Pretty
take it or
stuff.
leave it,
You know,
not
they could
huge
do this
on
even
it.
if Stan wasn't on a mission.
Raider Dave! Something must have been
You know,
set
I
up
remember
different.
in those first few early seasons where Steve's friends barely appeared, and all I can wonder now is what the fuck did they do with them? He and his friends are pretty much a single unit at this point in the show. So often, the family feels extremely separated compared to early on. Seeing Principal Lewis
What?
just beating up children isn't that entertaining of a side story.
What?
Kind of
I love
uncomfortable,
that.
Actually.
Splatters up, boys!
I was actually going to say I enjoyed where they went with this.
Ah.
Her coming to understand how easy it would be for her husband to die,
Oh.
and them doing something with that existential dread. But no, she just gets a job at a diner to see how it would be to fend for herself. What a lame thing to do with this decent idea.
Have a great night.
Whoa, he said something else. Okay, that is definitely the winner. This is like that one Simpsons episode where Marge wants to play Bart's MMO game, except this time they're role-playing in the park. It's a funny
What?
idea, though, them wanting to reenact the tone of Star Wars, but only all the boring
I
farming
have
stuff.
no idea. Like, if Principal Lewis was such a bad character or something, like, sure, fine, whatever. If he was even a divisive character, he is the only person I have heard that actively hates Principal Lewis. And it's genuinely baffling to me. Bad Principal Lewis episodes? Of course. Hating the very character of Principal Lewis? What?
Did not think it would
Why?
take us 13 seasons to get our second two-parter, which sees us on Easter Sunday. But Stan isn't feeling so religious after Steve points out all the plot holes in, well, the Bible.
Aren't you too old for this?
You're never too old to have fun.
I love this part. Even though the rest of the episode is whatever, the opening where he's just checking all the kids to get the eggs is fantastic.
In a Korean tanker, the exact same measurements as Noah's Ark. It's weird that that was the thing that restored his faith, especially with him now believing that he is Noah. There's some good stuff in here, like I liked his downward spiral montage, but that's about it. I imagine I'll have a stronger view of this episode after seeing the second part.
You won't.
I hope.
Second part has nothing to do with the first part. I mean, I guess, like, thematically it does.
Like, immediately blows up, and so now the family are all separated.
But it's
Healy
very
and
much
Jeff
like
join
a
the
separate,
Navy.
like a
Steven
vignette.
and Roger are stranded at sea, as Stan and Francine are stranded on a desert island. Concussed
Oh,
and
mercy.
parodying Adam and Eve.
Oh my god, my parents are alive! Let's just confirm.
Honestly, I think I disliked this one way more. I thought it sucked. I can see the idea that
I
we're going
bet you
for, but
did,
nobody
bud.
has any real goal. Jeff and Healy are chilling, Roger and Steve have nothing to do but go crazy, and Stan and Francine are just falling in love all over again. But that wasn't what this fucking two-parter was set up as revolving around. Their relationship had little to no focus in that first episode. Why did that suddenly become its point? This sucks.
What was all this for? All this stuff happened, and I don't even know what it means.
Yeah, you and me both.
Okay.
Steve's locker room song was so out of left field, but it sounded great. They always give him the
Hey,
best songs in this show.
it's so
I love that
good.
they
It's
committed
trapped
to it
in
for
the
entire
locker.
episode. His entire subplot is told through song. Meanwhile, Roger hurts his ankle.
I feel like he
And so
doesn't
Stan
get the
invites him out to
reference.
play basketball with
I
his company,
I
trying to regain
feel
his confidence
like he
while
genuinely
getting past
doesn't
how much he doesn't
understand the
want Roger
joke.
to win.
Just giggling and laughing, and we snuck out while they was laughing.
Steve, I don't know why you're telling me this now.
All that shit was lame and directionless. But the Steve stuff more than makes up for it. I thought that was great. Going right around the middle.
What? Okay, Mind Struggle's one of my favorites.
The family find a salt deposit underground in their yard, with everyone wanting to make money off it except for Steve, who's nostalgic for it. Also, he owns the rights to the yard minerals for some reason, so now Stan has to convince him to go with it.
I'm Steve. What's your name?
Whatever you want it to be.
Francine? Hold on.
Will it ever
He's
heal?
so hung
This
up
episode's
on
okay.
that.
It's cool seeing the family all at odds with each other.
And because
There's
he's
some
reviewing
solid
so
jokes in
fast,
here.
it seems
And
like it
it's
shows
good.
up way more
It's
frequently than it actually does.
Okay, that title has been the funniest thing in the show all season. It's just the name of a different fucking show.
But before you ask, we don't have any lasagna.
I made a joke like that earlier.
Gold have another Stan and
Okay.
Healy episode. Again, she's way more
Sure.
prevalent this season. Stan cloning former President Garfield to tell him about his life, I guess. This episode isn't great. I wasn't a big fan of it.
What?
Steve joining the school newspaper team was a little better.
It's
but not
Chris
by much.
Parnell
Also,
being
by
a
the way,
part
I
of the
fucking called
series.
it. Jeff has barely appeared in this season. He may as well have
Hi,
not
buddy.
come back.
No.
Oh damn, I forgot about the mandatory Christmas special. This time we have another mystery as Stan has to figure out who didn't take a present to the company's
Don't
gift
even
exchange.
think
The
about it.
twist
You were going to
obviously
a
being that it was
dangerous
him who didn't
area,
get
big
one.
boy.
When are we gonna get back on that squash court?
I had a thought, Smith.
Come here.
Never mind. We can talk after your interviews.
For being a Christmas episode, it sure didn't feel very Christmassy. The Steve B story.
My
was
least
taking place
favorite
at any
Christmas
point in
episode of the
time,
entire
him getting
show.
paid to be a good guy to impress girls' parents, so
Come
then
here.
they can run off with their bad boy. Boyfriends.
Come on.
It's fine. Undoubtedly their worst Christmas special so far, though. There isn't even fucking snow. I don't care that you came out in
There
June.
we
That's
go.
your problem.
Teenage boy was
Love
found
next
guilty
to
of
Pin.
murdering his own father.
Easily
On the
one of my
writer's
favorites.
side? Who the hell's writing this?
Dan gets terrified that if he doesn't bond more with Steve, he might grow up to murder him. I think this might have been the fastest they've ever gotten into a story. It took less than 30 seconds. The two getting into bowling and growing way closer. This is at 3 minutes. I was happy to see them make fun of those absurd.
It really kind of is. Like, the
animations,
first
but
Christmas
despite that, I'm not
episodes
a fan
weren't
of where they go with
amazing
it. Him
for the
getting into
TBS
coaching,
era.
Stan quickly being seen as a nuisance, needing to find a way to get his son back.
Look, getting stab's not that big a deal. See? Boop. See? Nothing. Boop, boop, boop. It's possible that some of this could have been avoided.
American Dad is usually pretty good at subverting your expectations for what to expect in these more sitcom-y storylines.
Every
But
time
neither
they've
is a real
subverted your
character.
expectations,
Some
you've
moments
hated
that I
it.
like seeing
Don't
so close, but
celebrate
that's
it now.
Let's see how they end this shit. Stan has to convince Bullock to get him out of all these suicide missions he keeps putting him on. As Roger tries
He's
to
a good
fuck
boy.
with Jeff by finding an instrument he hallucinated. Wonderful. It's pretty weak. Yeah, he has to stop all this by beating him in a DJ battle. Cool.
Alright, let's take a look-see. Stan Smith, as like, Keanu Reeves, I feel like should be higher up. The 200 number 1's fine. I don't like the unincludeds personally. I wouldn't put it number 2, but it's whatever. It's really the only ones that I'm like, really... This is a pretty universal ranking, I feel like, for season 13. Like, this is okay. What is it, big boy? Alright. Season 14, everybody.
This was not a great season. Honestly, it's my least favorite yet. It got a little better halfway through, but kind of tanked towards the end again. I think I've officially
NSA should be much higher. That's fair. That's fair. I feel like this is a season where you could really put them in any order, and it's really kind of valid.
Where I'm just like forgetting all these episodes and they're all blending together in my mind. You know, this is the point in the ranking where I'm looking through all my episode titles and just thinking, what the fuck were half of these? Maybe they'll catch a second win though. I'm not expecting it, but we'll wait and see, I guess.
He likes his head scratches, yes he does.
Smith, why are you wearing the same basic bitch tie you wear every day? Now I'm gonna have to cut you from the fashion show.
What an opener. After finding out that his family forgot about Father's Day, they try to give Stan the perfect one. However, sadly, after expectations...
This one's whatever. Again, I could take it or leave it.
CIA technology to erase their memories and have them repeat the day over and over again. That's a cool idea, like something they would have done in season 3 or 4. Also, was not expecting them to return to that gold shit thing so soon. Sorry, I just refuse to say the word turd.
So hung up on
Irish vocabulary. The son is murdered as it winds up in the possession of his cleaner, who takes it to the Pope, who decides to get rid of it. They have to return it to the original source. Roger, of course.
Naturally.
Looks like we're reaching a
Always
conclusion.
Roger.
I imagine with how close they were to cancellation, they would rather not end this arc on a cliffhanger.
Oh, the cat's name is Major. He's the Major boy. We have another cat named Ursa, so together they're Ursa Major.
After failing his midterm, Steve gets
He's the much more affectionate
video
one.
Project for extra credit. Always nice seeing Steve and his dad bonding.
Love this episode. Fight or Flight is great.
Bound to go wrong. This time it shows him getting increasingly
That's lunch.
off at how much Stan is taking over the
I love Roger's persona this episode.
I like the Klaus stuff more. Surprising because, well, it's Klaus. He's nowhere near my favorite character. He and Healy trying to find the guy who
gonna
stole
be.
Packages.
Welcome to the evolution of Klaus.
Right episode overall.
Oh, that's right. It was the Candy Man.
Hard one. Yep. Nope. Gotcha.
Why did they make it Spooner Street?
Love the enlightenment of Raggy Baba.
Really?
Yeah, they were all named after bears, so it was like Kodiak, Panda, you know,
Was that meant to play over the intro? I can't
Sunny
tell.
or
He takes
Sun,
Roger to a meditation
Teddy,
center where he naturally
Ursa,
completely overtakes
and
him
we
and
kept
cuts him in class.
Ursa and
You know,
Teddy,
off topic, but I always
and they
wondered
became
how Seth
Ursa
MacFarlane
and Major.
feels towards
So we got the
American Dad.
constellation.
Him leaving so early into its production makes me wonder if he
He's
has
a very
any
sweet
attachment to
boy.
the series.
He's-
or even more
he's
so
my
if he
best
has
little
any
bud.
regretment towards deciding to voice 2 of the main characters. I'm sure that's not the case, but due to how much less attention it gets compared to Family Guy or, well, I don't know, the Orville, I'm interested in knowing if he ever has to come in to do the voices for another season and is like, damn, this shit again? Without paying attention to anything going on in this show anymore, just reading the lines. Just food for thought, I guess. Like that pizza we made earlier.
That's
How
a
did it come
completely
out?
nonsensical
Good, I hope.
argument.
Either way,
It's
the
an
Stan's
odd
story
thing to
sucks. They're
suggest.
just making sushi. But I like how they bring the Roger stuff back to
You ever
its
wonder if
concept
Seth
of the
MacFarlane
episode.
hates these
Their
characters he
enlightenment was
does?
cool. Better than the last.
I guess? I don't think so, but sure.
The family attend an art show where one of the paintings
Whatever?
is Francine's genitals if you couldn't
What?
give him a title like that. Disgusting smut. No, he and Roger have got to try and steal it.
Ugh.
Their whole high scene was pretty cool. I actually liked this one. Even if I wish that Roger didn't just disappear halfway through, I liked his persona this time around.
I wonder if he's still doing that.
You know, I'm surprised that this
No
is what
Paddington?
causes the
No.
where Steve loses
I
his
didn't
sex
think of
drive.
it. That's
You
on
think he'd be
me.
jumping for joy at a painting like this. But no, this is the only time he's disgusted by thinking about his mother. Damn, you think you know a guy. Is that character growth? I don't know.
Really doesn't like Steve. Like, actively hates Steve.
Stan gets insanely upset about the idea of becoming a grandfather after Healy and Jeff say they're trying for a baby, which you know they'll never have. And so now he's got to figure out a way to prevent Jeff from impregnating her. It's like that South Park episode, but instead of an 8-year-old kid, it's a 42-year-old man. Roger's subplot isn't as interesting where he wants to act like the lifeguards on Baywatch after watching Baywatch. It's kind of it. Those are definitely
Okay.
my least favorite kind of Roger stories, where it just feels like they're trying to find something for him to do.
That's fun. That's not even the B story. The B story is Steve and Klaus. What?
Even still, that barely takes up any time. The Steve stuff is okay, and Stan's plot more than makes up
The
for
Steve
it.
stuff is okay. That's when Klaus becomes
You
Razor.
have to understand that being a granddad won't be so bad, even if his reasons for coming to that conclusion are pretty forced.
Okay. Okay. Sure.
Oh wow, I wasn't expecting them to continue on with this. At the end of the last episode, Roger informed Stan that Jeff and Healy's baby would end up half alien since, as we all remember, Jeff was
I have
only
not
able to
played
come
Dwarf
back by
Fortress.
putting
It's
his
on the
brain inside
list, but
clone
I
that
have
was
not
needed on the ship.
gone down that
Did I mention
rabbit hole.
that?
And I know it's a
Although
rabbit hole.
weirdly enough, now Roger says a BB is off the table completely.
That's, see, every time I've heard an interview, he's always said that, like, Roger is one of the most fun characters he gets to play. Every time I've heard it.
McFarlane cartoons for some reason.
Now, how do we go about
Okay.
Jeff's brain?
I think Roger
It's just a bunch of pregnant lady jokes.
having Jeff
The
is a
joke
little
being
bit
that it's
less
Roger,
weird
don't find all
than
evidence he
Stewie
made.
having
See, with
kids,
a
but
snot
that's
story,
just
the joke is that
me.
he's poor, fantastic. Nice that all this Jeff stuff is finally reset, but I can't imagine they'll keep trying for a baby after this. Seems to be the end of that short-lived arc.
Okay. All right, classic Christmas episode. Here we
This
go.
year's Christmas special, Santa kidnaps Steve to go and work in his children's mine where he's trying to find pressure stones. I can't hear those words without thinking of Sonic Shuffle. I like the
What?
atmosphere set up with his method of abduction.
Okay.
The way his village looks is fantastic. That was a great background. But Santa honestly isn't my favorite antagonist in the show. I sure do hope they don't feel like they need to have him in each of these from now on. But it was nice seeing Krampus Jack again. And I hope Santa dying at the end is something that stick with. Never mind, he's back. It's not even like I hated this special. It was okay overall. I just don't think you need a Christmas special in every single season. They managed just fine early on. You find yourself running out of material super quickly.
Well, I imagine, you know, not having to write the episodes and just showing up to do the voices makes him a lot more relaxed and just able to enjoy being Stan and Roger. You know, he's really only, what, 4 characters in the show? The 3 only main ones being Stan, Roger, and Greg? Like,
Also in this
I'll
installment
take it.
of
I will take
Roger
those
adopts
3.
a persona just as an excuse to have him in a new job for the episode. He's a stewardess and getting upset that another lady is doing better stand-up than him. I'm not a fan of this one, honestly, despite a few good moments. Francine is such an unbelievable asshole, her entire problem here being based off of whether or not other women find Stan attractive. Whereas he's overly pathetic and sniveling this episode just for the purpose of creating this conflict. I like the turnaround once she meets his stock car enthusiast
The dream
friend,
sequence
but
is
that's
great.
kinda it, going near the bottom. That ending was pretty strange and not in a good way.
Okay. Witches of Langley's always fun.
This is the high school episode where we learn about all the different cliques at school, which every high school show ever does.
Not really the
here's
point of
jocks
it.
And the goths and the cheerleaders and the kill me. Maybe it's just because I grew up in Ireland, but the only groups you had were the people who played football and the people who didn't. That's it. I, of course, was on the group of the people who played football. Either way, Steve and friends decide their
Okay.
thing is becoming the school's resident witches so
Sure.
they can get their lunch table back, sure. It's fun, up until Lewis becomes a witch hunter at least. But all their designs are cool.
Wait.
If anything, I wish there were more attention given to them and their new magical abilities, rather than Klaus and Stan starting a
Klaus and Stan's
podcast
classic
and Francine
podcast?
deciding to sell funnel cakes that takes up like 30 seconds. Wow, the possibilities for jokes there are truly limitless. Decent episode, going around the middle.
Okay.
After getting diagnosed with a deadly illness,
Perfectly
Klaus's brain
fine
gets
episode, I
transferred into
guess, which is a
Stan's car
shame,
GPS system.
because it has Walton Goggins in it.
All that stuff was shit,
I
but
love
the Steve
Walton
story makes
Goggins
up
in
for
anything.
it. Mainly for Roger, though.
Of course I'm still going. We gotta finish this thing. We still got another like hour and a half to go.
Did not make me crave a Zagnut bar like the Mr. Pibb episode did, and I think that's a sign of its failure more than anything. They look gross.
I have never craved a Mr. Pibb after watching
Stan gets an
anything.
award at work for his seduction abilities, which pisses off Francine for not being the way he acts around her. And so she decides she's going to pretend to be
Okay.
a villain who's stolen an important thumb drive, so he'll be forced to seduce it back from her.
I get your drift, you sly little minx. Attention, everyone! There's brownies in the kitchen. Follow me.
I like this idea a lot more than Roger
Okay,
where he
sure.
kidnaps Jay Leno. You know, it's getting really obvious when these B stories have little to no thought put into them. Half the time, it's just something to do. It's not all that prevalent here, so it's not a huge deal, and it's fun seeing Stan and Francine act like this towards each other. We're seeing that less and less as we go on, I've noticed. This was probably my favorite of the season so far.
All right, that's fair. not really one I'm like a huge fan of, but
after convincing a Tarn favorite football
love
player to
Bazooka
quit.
Steve.
And so, yeah, no, the Tarn hits him.
Okay, kid.
Dietrich Bader's great. Love him. One of the best Batmen.
Also, I'm pretty sure I pre-used the show way earlier, but I think I called it too soon. We are for sure reaching that moment where the character gets random job plot is getting a bit excessive and repetitive. Healy becoming a cab.
Well, I've only been streaming for 4 hours. You shouldn't have gotten full rest in 4 hours. You need to go back to sleep.
Suicide over a baseball game. Except that episode somehow managed to be more extreme. How do you get out-extremed by The Simpsons of all things? It's just a miserable episode all
Look,
around. I don't really
I make long-form content.
The entire time, she's
Nobody raised a
murdering.
quitter.
Definitely
I said I was going to do all of LS Mark's video. I'm going to do all of LS Mark's video to get this done.
Is we're now in post-Trump American Dad. Yet I don't think they've even attempted
What?
to make a joke about him so far.
What?
You think that
I'm
would've been
sorry,
the only cartoon
we're
at the
in
time to get away with it.
post-Trump?
But no, instead we get Fairly Odd Parents doing it.
We don't all have iPads. Maya just gets
That was an interesting note.
Anyway, Steve goes to summer camp but is upset to see that Snot has become a counselor in training and ruining all his fun.
Okay, well, here's the
Burning Man
Simpsons
stuff
reference.
Wasn't great, but the Steve heavy
The
episode
Burning Man
was
stuff
true
was
raffle.
great.
I wouldn't
It was
necessarily say I
amazing.
agree that this episode is true raffle, but it's got some good moments. Overall,
4 a.m.
Steve's
You
trying to teach
need
the
like
other kids how to
4
have
more
fun and
hours.
not giving a shit.
Hey man, love
But
your
this is
content.
certainly
Love that
one
you're
of the
streaming.
most
Hey, Hayden,
series.
thank you so
Going
much
right
for
in the
checking
middle.
in.
By
Hope
the
you're
way,
doing
I
well
like
and having a
that
great
model
rest of your
effect
week.
nose bar for
Happy
the
Labor Day.
Simpsons.
Julia Rogers, what an episode. What an
This
absolute
episode completely
episode.
diverts halfway through. It's bizarre. After Stan and Roger try to
It's,
make
how
this
is it
wine that
bizarre?
they
It's a
accidentally drank before
celebration of
Francine
Julia
finds
Rogers
it.
movies.
We almost completely abandon that after Stan tells
Julia
Roger that he
Roberts.
doesn't like
I
it.
said Julia
And once it then
Rogers
turns into a
with
big
so
parody
much
of some Julia
charisma.
Roberts movie I've never seen so great. That's all but lost on me.
Well, you've hurt me terribly. So
Honestly, I like.
I think that's what it is. He doesn't get the references behind like half the jokes, so they don't get them.
He tries to organize an encounter between the two, making sure everything goes perfect. I like how seriously he takes
Like
this.
that's the
It's
only
best
thing I
part
can
the
think of.
episode. It's not like they could have made this take up more time. It's a pretty thin plot in terms of things to do, especially after the fuck you ending where we never actually get to see them meet.
You
But
don't
sadly, I
need
just don't
to.
care
You
for this
just need to
Rogers
know
stuff
that
takes up
Steve
the
got them
majority.
to do a thing. Hey, that's what we like to hear. I'm glad you had a great weekend of partying, letting loose, enjoying yourself. Never been a huge fan of this episode.
This finger zapping thing isn't gonna hurt, right?
not a bit.
That's fair. I'm sorry you're sick. I have been through that. It is never fun when you can't get any
Video
sleep.
store being what represents his memories was a neat way of conveying that with a good message about not holding on so much to the past. This is a really good episode, even if the Klaus stuff is rather forgettable. Go near the top.
Near the top. All right, one of my favorite episodes of all time. Here we
Oh,
go.
joy, I'm so happy they brought back the classic character, Dictator of Thailand, as Stan
He
and
wasn't
Healy
the
get
leader of
kidnapped for a while
Thailand.
on some reality game show, leaving Francine.
It's a
and
play
Steve
on The
having to
Amazing
rescue
Race.
them.
I find it hard to believe you've not seen The Amazing Race.
The location design was cool. This episode had some amazing looking backgrounds, but the rest is so boring. The fact that we're just thrown into this race with no real context causes you to not care at all about what's going on. It's so out of nowhere that it makes the episode feel completely inconsequential. I don't give a shit. Damn, like 150 episodes later, we're finally seeing them bring back Francine's birth parents. Well, birth parent. Apparently her mother killed herself. Damn.
I think you'll really like the rest of us. Well, besides Nicholas's gross cat marmalade.
Ah. Just kind of speechless.
Unfortunately, I don't think this episode is an improvement from the previous one.
Yeah,
with her
of course you
parents.
don't.
She thinks she's finally going to be accepted into a big extended family before he pits them all against each other in a full-time battle royale. Winner getting to join the family.
This is
phone
disappointing.
Plan. Glad he was organizing this right when she decided to reach out. Stan becoming obsessed
Yeah.
with American Pickers
Yeah.
is nothing, so I don't know why this needed to be the whole B plot. While it's cool getting to see more of Francine's family, that's all you're getting out of this. The Battle Royale comes in so late that they can't even do much with it. I don't even know what the point in any of this was.
I
don't
love the
mind an
the
episode
Amazing
that's
Race
dumb for
episode.
dumb's
And
sake,
it's like
but
he's like it's so
here,
boring. I'm like,
it's lame.
you could argue it's not funny, sure. Boring? No. All right. This is one of my favorite episodes, probably easily of the
So popular of
TBS.
a parody in these.
It's not a parody of Die Hard!
Where the characters just stand around going, this is like Die Hard. You're doing a Die Hard? You can't do a Die Hard. Wait, I've never seen Die Hard. Oh, really? What you're doing is exactly like Die Hard. Fuck you, Rick and Morty. Fuck you. This isn't that bad, thankfully. The football stadium getting overtaken by terrorists and Stan having to defeat them in a Die Hard-esque way. You know, I'm at least glad they didn't decide to point out the fact that this was indeed a Die Hard parody.
It's not a Die Hard parody. That's why they didn't point it out.
That's all it is. It doesn't
it's
have
like
much
the
new
goal
than
with
other Die Hard parody. I wish this
what, Jean-Claude Van Damme?
Episode.
Ah. Let me guess, you love Clodger.
Where after feeling lonely, Roger and Klaus start dating and fucking each other, huh? It's shockingly nowhere near the worst of the season. It's just weird.
It's nowhere near the worst of the season. The Long Bomb, boring Die Hard movie.
It just seems like
this, not the worst of the season. What?
Some section of the fan base being incredibly happy by this. I'm sure there's a ship for this somewhere out there. X every other member of the family with how much this show talks about incest. But overall, this episode is just very dumb in my opinion, especially that ending.
Okay, I liked Garbage Stan.
Garbage Truck Stan and Steve decide they're going to start their own.
Thought it was really funny.
Could have guessed.
Put it up in that little alcove between the kitchen and the garage. I've come to think of it as my room.
It's coming down.
It's not the most insane episode ever, but it's nice. I enjoyed it. Steve trying to save up for a real garbage truck so Stan doesn't get heartbroken when he finds out that his dad.
Like, I'm sure he makes good rankings.
Healy shit wasn't as good.
But you can tell he
Roger, but honestly,
does not care. South Dakota Slim is amazing. I love the South Dakota Slim story.
An episode in a season like this goes a long way. Going around the middle.
Fine. Talented Mr. Dingleberry is not one of my favorites.
At the end of the season, we have Steve having to use Roger to help him with his talent show act, pretending to be a ventriloquist dummy.
And always will be a loser.
Hey, AJ.
That has become more and more apparent that he doesn't know pop culture. And that's fine. And that's fine.
Learning that all of this has happened before as Roger plans on framing all the murders on him. This was the first episode in ages to actually make me laugh, and it pulled off that creepy atmosphere they were going for a while. Go near the top of the list.
Even if you watch it in one sitting, even if you sit and you don't really
fantastic.
Give yourself time to breathe,
and non-canon nonsense.
You would think that how much of this does he watch in a day? Because even I at most will watch one season in one day. 22 episodes, anything more than 24 episodes in a day, I'm gonna be burnt out and I'm not gonna have any good focus. If he's watching several seasons a day, yeah, all right, here we go. Casino Normal is his #1 of the entire season. Casino Normal, the talented Mr. Dingleberry. I don't know. Bazooka Steve needs to be way up there. It should not be the worst episode of the season. You know, the bitchin' race needs to be #4, #3. Number 18 is criminal. The Long Bomb needs to be #2. Not number 15. Okay. I showed this earlier in the previous stream, but The Long Bomb is the one episode that has George Lowe in it. And this is a cell from Space Coast to Coast. And here's a signature from George Lowe, one of my favorite voice actors of all time. The Long Bomb is easily one of the best. It's also got, Zorak, Moltar, and Brack all signed it as well. It's great. I do not understand how that episode could be so low. I don't understand how half these episodes could be so low. But I am going to refill my drink. I will be back here in just a few seconds, and we will continue. Thank you so much for watching, and discuss your favorite TBS episodes. It really does, because if you brought up a very good point, Hayden. You need to, American Dad isn't gonna beat you over the head with hey Lois, remember when I was that guy from Star Wars who did that thing? American Dad's much more passive with its references. It's never going to directly tell you, hey, this is an X reference, unless it's Tearjerker, where it's very obviously a parody, not of one James Bond movie where Cleveland Show did just Die Hard or Blue Harvest. Each one is a different Star Wars movie. American Dad very much parodies an idea rather than it does like one show. See, and that's the other thing that's got me curious about that, because like this series was popular in other places, not just America. Like it was popular in a lot of the, you know, EU and everything. So I have to wonder what were the best episodes in that age compared to, you know, what an American fan would think is their favorite episodes of American Dad. It's something I would like to see, but I will be back in just a moment. I'm back. I had to consult with one of the founding fathers, Benjamin Franklin, see what's going on. All right. Yes, no, when Stan and Haley get caught, it does slip a little bit. All right, let's see here. It is. And we're definitely in like a gap where pop culture as we know it is constantly evolving. Remember the hot tall girl? Really hope no episodes were made about her, because she's already out of the, you know, public unconscious. She's already been phased out. Like, we are seeing memes explode in popularity exponentially and then just absolutely wither on the vine. Like they They die off so fast. All right, less than 2 hours to go. We got this. Here we go. Season 15, everybody.
I think this is the closest I would get to considering a season of this show bad.
You're wrong.
There's like
You're
4
just
or 5
dead
episodes
wrong.
here that I actually like. The rest are just fucking whatever. And there's an equal amount that I actively disliked. I don't know what it is. I think they're simply running out of things to do. It was fine to happen now that we're approaching 250 episodes. Jesus. But I don't know. You can definitely feel the writers reaching their apex.
What?
In terms of things to do with these characters, at least.
Now, meanwhile, anyone that's seen my reviews, I'm like, they're revving up. They're giving us even more peak. We just keep winning. He's like, they're already over. It's already sinking.
Damn, we're opening on a Christmas special this time. Kind of follows up from the last one, too, but...
See, I like Father's Days. I think it's fine.
Everyone can finally celebrate Christmas again. However, the focus is more so on Roger, who converts to Judaism after Snot tells him how epic it is. Him trying to make it more popular than Christmas by becoming the new Santa, calling himself Schmanta. Amazing.
Are there or have there ever been other tough times for Jewish people?
Yes.
I sadly didn't like
That's
this
one of my
very much.
favorite
They
Roger
just don't give
lines
much
of
of a
all
reason as to why he
time.
even wants to do this. Convert to Judaism specifically. I know it's because he wanted attention from the family, but like, what? The songs are so
That's literally
weak, too.
you
I know
just
some of
said
the
the
songs are
reason.
better than that. It's cool they revived
Don't
Santa
get
for
mad when you
Christmas specials,
say
but
why it
interestingly,
is.
It took me watching this one and seeing Greg once again without Terry to realize why he's been so glaringly missing from the show in the past 3 seasons. And it's because he was
it's
voiced
doing
by
different
Matt
things
Barker,
now.
the original showrunner who
What?
left. Damn, they really screwed themselves over with that one.
What are you
R.I.P.
talking about? Like, I
Terry,
may
guess.
not like Matt
Putting that
Weitzman,
in
the
chat.
character, but I
That's
like
in
the
chat, guys.
creator just fine. The show's still good. I love Paranoid for Android.
Okay, so this is a funny idea that feels like it could have come out of one of the early seasons. As Francine learns that her favorite show is nothing more than a CIA employee created by
It
Santa
has
keep her
to.
mind at ease when it
Like,
comes
this
the
has to
darkness
be
of the
some
real world.
Family Guy
We're not going
resentment
down a
just
rabbit hole of
bleeding through.
conspiracy theories and starting
Because
a
he is just like open. He's
podcast,
going
right?
into
It was
every
actually a lot
episode
better
ready
when
to
focused on
hate
her
it and
and
find a
Stan
reason
episode halfway
to
through.
hate it.
The Steve shit's kind of forced.
Now,
though,
I get-
with them trying to do up his new basement and his mom falling in love
The
with
Chesterbrook
Clark.
Estates?
These characters should have never met. But up until then, it was actually pretty good.
What?
You were mocking me.
What? Go get girls!
You know, it's interesting that nobody ever questions why there's a talking fish. I'm glad they explained to the audience what the fuck a census actually is. Stan and Healy both competing to see who can count the most people. How riveting.
How many people live here?
Me and my mom.
So 2.
My dad
3.
died.
2. You wasted my time a little bit.
Meanwhile, Clark
You can
becomes a
do
photographer,
funny
especially
things
wanting to
with simple
photograph Harry of
ideas.
all people. There's maybe a minute and a half
Like-
of this in the entire episode. At least.
Yes, the census is a very dumb idea. You could still make a good episode.
And Roger's socially anxious persona was a pretty big difference to his usual stick, which was a neat change of pace. But that's the height of it. Probably would have rather they kept the Law and Order parody the whole way through.
Oh. Okay, Shell Game's one of my favorite episodes of all time. This has to be
so
good.
This is definitely an episode that goes too far in the wacky direction.
Oh
for
my
me.
God.
Steve and Roger finding a group of egg hoarders is completely overshadowed by Francine buying a new spaghetti sauce. That
The sauce is
turns the family
amazing!
into
What
a
the hell is in
immigrants.
that sauce? I love
Is
this
that
woman!
fun to you? You know, I've really noticed a degradation in these B stories.
I will put you down!
We saw a man steal a bird egg.
It's funny that Roger just immediately leaves Steve's side and joins this egg crew, him now having to solve the problem on his own. It's one of the better episodes so far, going on to the
Thank
conspiracy
God!
one.
Thank God! The moral of the story, okay. Goof McDoof sends his regards.
Whiplash, I'm noticing, is also becoming a movie parodied a lot in these shows. I remember The Simpsons did one with Lisa, too. Instead, here it's
Yeah,
Steve
but
and
The Simpsons
Roger
did
in
with
Clown
Lisa
College.
way more recently. American Dad waited like 4 years to make a Whiplash joke.
All of clowning and shit. It's Roger, isn't it?
That's
It's gonna be
great.
Roger.
That's
Stan
amazing.
also tries to repair an old mural for the community, before doing such a poor job that his only way out is to blame it all on Healy. It's just kind of boring and makes Stan really unlikable. He just
Well,
continues
yeah,
to be
he lacks
selfish,
low
trying to figure out a
integrity.
way to keep his daughter's love, while still not admitting the truth, which of course his method of solution is to give her a new face. It's just sort of gross. Going to the bottom of the list, I wish the Steve Klein stuff had more of a focus, even if it is just a direct parody of Whiplash without much interesting done. Damn, this season has been sucking so far. Worst part is, I'm so unfamiliar with the fan base of the show that I don't even know what the most heated seasons are.
It's not this one. I can tell you a lot of seasons that would be lower than this one. It's not this one. Like, I would say the season that came out after lockdown was probably the weakest season. I said it was season 16. I think it would be like season 18 here. Like, that is probably my personal, that's the weakest season of American Dad. But I mostly believe it's due to, you know, production issues from a giant COVID.
Trying to convince the CIA workers to go on strike. I just don't know why she needed this Subway sandwich job for this to work. And there's just way too many
Beast, I think you're onto something. He just seems to just not like the show. And that's fine, but it's just not like, okay, Klaustastrophe TV, that's a good one.
Were people still using .tv in 2018?
I'll be fine. No, I am fine.
That's part of the joke, but go on.
Yes, I am.
So while Stan tries to rediscover a specific traumatic event from his childhood, the rest of the family find out that Klaus has a website where he documents all the epic feels the family make on a daily basis. What can you do with that? Not much if this episode is anything to go by.
Yeah,
it's just
that sounds
a series
about right.
of pranks. Sorry, I mean epic feels. The Stan stuff is somehow better despite the strange as hell setup with the Harlem Globetrotters.
I guess, yeah, he wouldn't have, like, a knowledge of who the Harlem Globetrotters is or anything.
Deciding to do shit on his own, which obviously feels. Sorry, I mean epic feels.
Okay, Death by Dinner Party. He's got like Death by Dinner Party. That's one of the best episodes of the season.
Having a dinner party, but oh no, there's a dinner party.
Safe with the Colonel. Being safe with the Colonel.
Neighbor. I can't believe it. Why will the show go on?
I'm gonna give you a very subtle signal to bail me out, like this.
This was a great episode, despite basically just being a lesser stakes version of Then There Were Fewer from Family Guy.
Oh, come on! This is better than And Then There Were Fewer.
That was actually a solid subversion. Best episode of the season so far.
I think what it comes down to is, do you like subversive meta-comedy? And that's not like a, are you intelligent enough for the idea of meta-comedy? That's, are you willing to sit and watch Aqua Teen Hunger Force for 4 hours? Do you have a favorite Tim and Eric sketch? Have you, you know, do you watch On Cinema at the cinema?
Listening to his stories, Stan decides to teach the new CIA operative class to have somebody pay attention to him. I just don't know why this needs to take up an entire plot. Some stuff like him telling them all about Spy Kids 3D is funny, but
honestly,
is really lame.
So I knew the Harlem Globetrotters because the Harlem Globetrotter came to my school, and it was one of the few times I got to go up on stage and I completely whiffed it because I had never really dribbled a ball before. So I just looked like an absolute moron in front of like a minor celebrity. And then, you know, it just sort of... That's all he had to say about Nutri-Grain Bar and a Mountain Dew.
So proposes a bullet train for Langley Falls.
I hate this timeline.
By the way, he's been appearing more frequently.
But yeah, no, a lot of people would only know the Globetrotters from like Scooby-Doo, Futurama, or their own Hanna-Barbera show that they had.
It's interesting. I'm not sure if it's just me, but I'm certainly starting to notice a shift in the writing style. I imagine new writers have been brought in over the past few seasons, and we're reaching that point where going back to the first couple would probably be incredibly jarring, especially with the secondary characters they use. Remember that little koala guy? He appears in the background here for like a second, but hasn't spoken for like 5 seasons. Weird. It was cool seeing his clone of President Garfield return for a cameo, but really it just comes off like one big Trump allegory. Stan being Trump in this case.
What?
Wearing the red hat and making it clear he has no idea about anything related to politics.
Again, I just thought it was like a political thing. I never really
referencing it, but they just chose not to.
Made like a Trump or even a political twist to it.
Fucking can bone.
Okay. Not a huge fan of My Purity Ball and Chain.
Steve
but...
joins the school purity group with a bunch of girls, where the kids pledge their virginity to their fathers. Pretty normal for this show.
You make me the happiest.
To be fair, that's an actual thing. That's not like they came up with this. Nutri-Grain Bar and a Mountain Dew.
Shitty-ass bully character now. He's in almost all of these Steve school scenes. His design sucks so much. Why is that the shade of green they used? It's so oversaturated. Ugh. I actually like this one. I'm surprised.
What?
Stan trying to keep his son from bonding with one of the girls in the group.
I do not like
there's
this
a girl who
episode all
genuinely
that
likes
much.
Steve here.
I am
mean, she has
baffled.
to disappear by the next episode, which makes things feel a little pointless. But still, this is a good one.
It's weird because, like you said, American Dad is very character focused, and he doesn't seem to like the characters.
This is actually a really good idea.
He
for
also
an episode. With Roger
basically
Rabbit,
acknowledges that
the
it's a
fact he's
weekly
gonna
series,
bash the
but there are
I don't
ongoing
think
elements
that
through
Rabbit
the
season
show.
is
There
really
are
good
through
idea,
lines
but it really picks
that
up
he
once
doesn't
decides to
really
construct them all and upload their minds to
reference
Steve's
or bring
Macintosh
up
so they
at
can live
all.
forever.
It's almost like he didn't notice them.
This only comes into play in the final few minutes, which sucks. This probably could have been a cool episode of them getting stuck inside a computer.
Like, the
for a
bully
while
doesn't
during
even
the
have an
first
A story
episode.
dedicated
It's
to
just
him.
that
He's
was
just
definitely the
a
highlight,
character.
although their pixelated
I
design
don't
really
hate him at
This
all.
season's been picking up
Like,
a lot recently, hoping it continues to
if
improve.
he's there, he's only there for a little bit. He's not like the main focus. I'm afraid to see what this review is. I am afraid genuinely.
It's called the Golden Girls.
But this time my mom was there. She was super naked and sucking on a garden hose.
Steve, stop talking!
Mom!
The Jeff plot about him losing his hat.
I
fucking
just
sucks.
legitimately thought
Some
my
of these
video
scenes
was, like,
literally
broken.
last 10 seconds before getting back to the Francine shit. I really hated this episode. It's pretty terrible. Seeing Francine act like a rude asshole isn't that funny of a concept. Stan also pretending to be a high schooler trying to impress her was funny, but that's it. This is like the
Okay.
plot of a kid's cartoon. It's lame.
What? I feel like that's the point, but okay.
This episode was a whole load of nothing. Francine puts herself
A
in
whole
coma
load
and
of
goes
nothing.
extremely
It's about how she
bodybuilding,
can't finish
like
anything.
The man who claims to have invented the high five.
And we get Gary Anthony Williams.
Your mom just gave me a hot slam. Did you feel the house move?
I'm just trying to walk down the hall.
That's
really have anything
great.
to say about it. Neither of these stories feel like they have any focal point. It's just a shit ton of nonsense that doesn't come together well.
He turns
But
into
anything
a fish. He
twice, and
wears
I
a
like him as
fish
character.
costume and
He once tried to play
drowns.
Occasional non sequitur, not entire stories dedicated to only him. And all their overly buff designs are just sort of unappealing to look at.
That's
going near
the
bottom of the
point. All right, this is the one that he had at the bottom of the list. Tell
Oh my
me
God.
why.
This episode was just horrible. It's like that Andy Dick episode where it's all framed around a celebrity. This time, after Stan pushes Jeff into finding more of an identity, he joins the entourage of Guy Fieri.
Kick a cayenne in the sauce? Buddy! Talk about packing up the taste buds for a weekend trip to Flavor Town!
Is that Sonic the Hedgehog? I know of this man from memes and memes alone. I have to assume that was the thought process in coming up with this episode,
It
too.
wasn't.
It's just so directionless. He disappears halfway through as well as Jeff takes over his crew. It's so dumb and not in a good way. This is
Directionless.
the worst episode of the
Guy
whole show so
Fieri is
far.
demon.
The joke
Guy
is
Fieri has to
Fieri.
move to a new host. Moves into Jeff. Jeff eliminates demon. How is that?
Episode 250. Yet another milestone.
Is the Family Guy retrospective still happening? Maybe. Maybe. If there's an interest in it, I will do Family
He
Guy
suffers
at this
from a brain
point.
tumor and needs Stan to take over for everything his personas have to do in a day. Quickly getting
He's
overwhelmed by all
like
his
he's relating it
responsibilities
to
causing war.
Family Guy episodes. Like
Not all
Death by
episodes are
Dinner
weird,
Party
but
is a
they come as
weaker
a
episode,
package,
and then
always
there
moving
were
forward, and
fewer.
never gets a chance to grow
I gotta
something.
disagree with
Oh,
that.
yeah, we're
Like
finally introduced to a somewhat new main character
Death
here.
by Dinner Party isn't even all that
Humor,
good, all things
Grogu.
considered.
Yeah. I'm curious if this is going to be an
Don't
every
you
now and
dare
then
hate
kind of
Grogu.
thing, or if he'll just be in the
Like I
background
get
all the
not
time.
liking
Guess we'll
Grogu,
see. I
but
certainly
if
hope
you
this
if you
episode
just
is as good as
adamantly
most
refuse the
fans do,
show
but
because
still
of
a great one.
Grogu, you're
Going to the
wrong.
top.
Because Grogu can be used well.
Who's your least favorite character now?
Still you.
Shouldn't be. All right, The Legend of Old Ulysses. I love it. Love me some Legend of Old
Intro was
Ulysses.
presented well. The family are going on a trip to the lake and have to compete against Snot's new dad, the blue-shirted neighbor.
Tuttle.
Steve trying to sabotage
He's been in so many episodes.
Everyone has something to do. Klaus gets eaten by that giant fish.
Yeah, it's a
legend.
vignette
Roger
episode.
leads a cyclist group, and Healy and Francine. Sunbeeth, cool. I wish they stuck more to the A story. Did we really need 4 separate things going on here? As is, it's fine, but none of the
Doesn't
stories
Family Guy do that like every other episode? Like, all right, Twinanigans.
Another episode about Roger X.
I think that's just Rogu in general, because like, yeah, the first few appearances of Rogu aren't great, but they use him so sparingly until they're ready.
Roger is a terrible performer. This episode is just really bland. I watched it like a minute ago and I can't even recall what the Family's B story was.
Twin
They
it,
go
to
to
win it.
Spencer's, and I think that might literally be it. I get it, they sell junk. Awful.
Okay. Top of the Steve, at least?
Be far behind.
What? More Steve and Roger. This time they run away from home again.
No,
Except
that's
instead of New
not.
York, they go to an all-girls school, which is presented as this wacky Edie sitcom.
They're
which
trapped
at
in a
least made this episode
spin-off.
stand out a bit compared to others. This was a pretty good parody. Now other silly sitcom characters start moving in with the Smiths. There's not much to say, honestly. It's just funny. If anything, I wish it entirely stayed at the school spin-off with Steve, Roger, and this redheaded girl who looks like a Big Mouth character. But again, I liked it. I'm glad.
Oh yeah, no, and I appreciate that they used him sparingly until they figured out how to use them.
Francine to install a home security system into the house by threatening her life. Perfect.
And that's fine. Like, okay, you can think that Flavortown is a one-joke episode. You cannot like Flavortown. You know, I know people that do not like Flavortown. I personally love Flavortown. But would you say that Flavortown is the worst episode of American Dad? Would you say out of all the episodes, it is the worst episode? Not liking it, whatever. Calling it the worst episode, it's gotta be bad. Flea Biscuit was fine.
Here's a Roger persona I'm surprised they haven't done yet, with Healy entering her dog into a race to get back at Jeff for not including her in his stuff.
I'm the dog.
This is a nice casual episode. Does not feel like American Dad, though, I will say that.
How does it
This
not
could've
feel
been
like
any
American
fucking
Dad?
show.
How
There's
does
not
not
much
feel
worth
American
noting, it's
Dad?
pretty by the numbers.
Well, he's not gonna like this one, I imagine. It's not strong.
Season ends with Barry convincing Stan and Francine
Less than
to go on
stellar,
a
okay.
spree.
Steve, your new friend Barry is a delight. Where have you been hiding him?
He's here all the time.
No, you're thinking of that other one.
The rest of them trying to come up with cool food jingles was lame, but I do like what Stan and Francine are going through. Getting stranded on a hot air balloon and realizing that they like working together against a common goal. Trying to set themselves up for more and more
And that's the
dangerous
thing.
situations.
That's the thing
It's a
about
fun show,
Flavortown. Like,
especially
yeah,
in a season
yeah,
like
it is one joke, and you either love it or you don't, and that's okay. But to say that it's the worst episode of American Dad, that it is a failure of every statute of what American Dad stands for, I don't think that's not the episode. All right, let's look at this. Flavortown, okay, it shouldn't be down there. I don't think One Woman Swole should be down there either. Shell Game needs to be way higher. Oratron Trail needs to be lower. Number 1, Death by Dinner Party, thank God. Thank God. Persona Assistant, that's fine. I'm surprised The Future is Borax is so high and The Legend of Old Ulysses is so low. Like, I love the, Halliburton. Halliburton is coming for you. I thought that was great. All right, let's keep going. Only a few more seasons. Let's finish strong. Also, happy Labor Day, everybody, and thank you to everyone that's tuned in. So great to see all of you. Feel free to comment if you want to, or just enjoy the ride.
Half of these were fucking shit. Flavortown, One Woman Swole, Mean Francine, Santa Schmanta. Episodes like these are all in my bottom top 10 for the whole show, just because it feels like they're offering nothing new.
Amazing.
In a show as wacky and silly as this, you run the risk of everything being so silly.
It's okay. So the thing I appreciate about the episode is that it's not just a Guy Fieri meme. They are referencing how Guy Fieri is on his cooking shows. Like when he's reviewing the pizza, he is saying it like Guy Fieri actually says it. Like they're elevating it to it actually being Labor Day's an American holiday. I know a lot of you guys are probably not from the States. Just a day of American freedom, which is why I thought I'd watch the American Dad LS Mark video.
Steve tries to take an interest
Because American Dad's, I would say it's my show. It's the show that helped my channel take off. It's a show that I love more than anything.
Well, maybe your dad's wrong.
Like,
I mean, he is trying to eat AstroTurf.
Maestro Unknown, so glad to see you. Really enjoy your long-term content, and Mark has some wild takes. Yeah, he does have some wild takes. I love fantasy baseball. It's a really fun episode. The drama making is okay.
I will say, though, the show feels so far removed from where it started.
The mural episode is the worst of it. That's fair. I mean, that is absolutely fair.
American Dad to the average person. Let's see. The escapades of Stan Smith, a conservative CIA.
Yeah, he's just reading the IMDb things.
Keeping America safe. I mean, I guess it's about that. Boy, it's a good thing that description is the most.
I will legitimately say, like, the mural of the story was not my favorite episode for the longest time. I love I Am the Jeans. Boys Club. Boys Club.
This time it's Gina Lavetti, who along with Francine is trying to make a jean company for bigger women. I could also see someone either loving or hating this B story. We're in a Freaky Friday scenario.
If you hate the B story, then frankly you are probably not going to enjoy my channel, because I think the B story is one of the best American Dad B stories. When they trade eyebrows, that is enchanting.
Nobody even noticing. It's pretty funny. This is another solid episode, but I probably put it below the previous. I just don't care about their Roger stuff nearly as much.
Would I put it? I don't think so. I think this is definitely one of my favorites of the season.
I am getting a little tired of the blue-shirted neighbor appearing so
Tuttle!
often.
His name is Al Tuttle.
So often now that I remember his name is Tuttle. That should have never taken up space in my mind.
Why? He's played brilliantly by Richard Kind, who's been in comedy for like 40 years. He's incredible. Steve going bananas makes this episode like 10 times better.
Damn, it looks like we're finally gonna meet Barry's parents. We've gotten frequent jokes over the past 16
See, and
that's
what I like. Is like the whole Guy Fieri Frosted Tips is just a demon.
It's cool that they went in the direction of his parents actually being super chill and cool, except things take a turn after Steve learns that they're swingers who might want to fuck them. I don't know why he assumes that
American Dad is very much in the TBS era more Adult Swim than it is Fox.
Not much is done with it.
You gotta turn your brain off and enjoy the ride. And if you turn your brain back on or just have passive knowledge, it becomes that much stronger.
Even if his master plan to make them all fuck each other is rather contrived, there's not really a reason as to why he's doing it.
It's contrived. You see, American Dad is contrived. Truly, oh, here we go. Here we go. Here's rabbit ears.
Like Roger pretending to be a baby, I was really not expecting this episode to be as good as it was.
Thank God.
It's a full lost media hunt where Stan finds himself watching a show that
still can't believe Chris Pine is in this.
Like Candle Cove.
Don't wake up the baby.
It escalates in a really cool way, too, as he finds himself transported into the TV where he's trapped forever along with everyone else who stumbled upon the show. It's not the most hilarious episode of American Dad out there, but this was certainly one of their more creative outings in the past few seasons.
I'm sorry, I love Tuttle. Richard Kind is great.
I love the atmosphere it sets up.
Never been a huge fan of this episode.
That title is just phenomenal.
Oh, yeah. No, Rabbit Ears is, you know you're going to be fine. TBS will always let you have what you want. Rabbit Ears is the best example of like an animated series just having fun. Just making a really, really good Twilight Zone episode. And again, if any performance in it was weaker, it would fall apart. But everyone loves it so much. There's so much passion that it's still one of the best episodes of American Dad ever made. Dank-ass Weed Factories, whatever. You either are going to really love it, you're either going to really hate it, you're either going to chew an edible and wait for it to kick in by the end of the episode, or just go, yep, that is absolutely when Snoop Dogg popped up.
As Jeff tries to help the family flip houses.
This building has good bones.
It's a friend-anniversary miracle.
Loved it. You even get to meet Klaus's boys.
The worst one yet. It all feels so needless, like a bad sitcom. Now Steve is overly clingy to Roger.
What
and he wants
is
rid of him.
wrong
He
with
needs to
you?
find a way for his friends to take him back. It sucks.
That had the Julia Child voice to monster voice. I love that
This time around,
episode.
we see the Smiths at the beach where Stan and Roger decide to
The
pretend
cold
to be
open on this
shocked
episode,
Steve
I
goes
would
to
get
the
if
ocean.
anyone doesn't
They
like it
rip
when he's
his
just
arm off.
eating
This, for
like
some reason,
sand.
turns him into a wild card, constantly seeking adrenaline, which concerns Stan. It's basically just that pre-hibernation week episode from SpongeBob, just with a lame Klaus romance story attached.
Pre-hibernation week episode from SpongeBob. This is the Danuta episode. Where do you go there? Do you eat?
There's just a wall
I
over
have
there.
money. Like the Long March. Go on.
becoming the store's assistant
Ruin
manager,
it.
which gives her an existential crisis of where she wants to end up for the rest of her life. Her and Jeff leaving time to become Instagram influencers.
Yeah. Which is great. Superfood.
It would have been so fun if the patrons weren't fucking assholes. And also, if the coworkers weren't fucking assholes. In Ireland, instead of rotisserie chicken, we have chicken tikka, and it is just great. Episode's fine. The Stan Francine side plot was fucking shit, them being afraid of an Uber driver coming after them because they gave him 4 stars. Seems like such an obvious joke to make. Going right above the last.
Okay. This feels like he was bullied into making this at this point. Like, this does not feel like it's coming from any desire to see anything more.
From the Chim Deal episode way back when, to see who's been causing all the kids to
Gucci Mane, you gotta get in the studio!
Oh, yeah?
You are getting clowned, Gucci Mane!
He immediately lets the power of becoming
I still say, like, I love that so much.
Doing this in the first place. He kind of just
I thought it was one of Haley's greatest episodes. I like the long march.
Some good moments in here, like them bringing back the therapist.
Did not like the B story this episode at all.
Kill him again, but it's another alright one. Nothing amazing. Season 16 has been super hit or miss so far.
Okay. Okay, surely Wild Women Do. You enjoy Wild Women Do. It's got Tom Kenny in it. You love SpongeBob.
So far.
He mentions washing machines.
Take her out in the town while making sure she doesn't get too wild. It's always nice when they give Jeff something to do other than just stand there and make dumb quips. Him having to find her as she purposefully disobeys Stan's rules and goes wild. You know, it's nice seeing them get along, but I'm just not a fan of how little
This just does not.
Nothing really is happening.
If I rank every American Dad episode, I'm gonna struggle to figure out what my top 100 episodes are. He's gonna debate which one's the worst episode. It's very much glass half empty, glass half full. If you're going into it ready to hate everything, you're not gonna love anything. An Irish Goodbye, I love it.
Roger and Rogu all become frontiersmen as Healy finds out
Like,
that
that's such a
Francine likes
charming
to
Stan
life
side
for
story.
the
It's a
Irish public
great
airport.
Francine Haley
First thing you saw
episode.
about this reminded
Like,
me that we haven't
Maurice
had a good
LaMarche is in it. It's great. It's a wonderful
This isn't
episode.
one of them.
No offense, Jason.
And then he hates it.
This is just part-time while I plan my terrorist stuff.
Nothing happens here. It's Liam. It's
Nothing
just her
happens.
increasingly getting more and more fed up with him as they continue acting like children. It's that on repeat for 22
Remember when
minutes.
Haley runs off to Ireland and that's the whole third act of the episode?
Their depiction
Sure
of
feels like
Ireland is
something happens.
incredibly insulting.
Oh,
Like,
that's
they didn't
why.
have any leprechauns running around.
Hi, I'm Jeff. I work here because my wife asked me to. I'm not allowed to bring up leprechauns. Can I take your order?
Him literally being told to not be offensive, but okay.
Dan gets a bunch of money from his recently deceased uncle, with him using it to buy the rights to some Liam Broadway show. Him doing such a bad job with the
Stomp.
performance that they have
It's
to go
not some lame Broadway show. It's actually Stomp, which is an actual show. It's not like they came up with the idea of Stomp. That's the funniest part of the episode.
Putting on a shitty performance before getting
It's like when Roger is the third replacement for Rum Tum Tugger in a UK production of Cats.
And then suddenly it becomes like the family separating and all doing their own things in the city.
Go ahead,
It felt
tell me
like
it's
such a
horrible.
shift and not in a good way. Probably would have preferred them getting to this point way sooner. There's no time to do anything with it. Meh.
Alright. Hate mom sauce. It's fair to hate mom
The
sauce.
unthinkable has happened. Snot is now rich.
That's
His
the part
character
that
has
upsets
evolved
me the
into a series
most.
of
Is
poor people
like,
jokes in the past
I
few seasons that
feel-
has gotten extremely stale.
I feel
It's
both,
Steve, though, as he finds
I
out he
guess,
became rich on the rich
elitist
Francine
and
Freedom. It
misunderstood
goes
when I'm like, yeah, I love American
over
Dad.
the talk you
Because
buy
everyone's
and
like,
Steve
oh,
is the one
ew,
who
American
exposes
Dad. I'm
the
like,
fraud.
oh, ew, the fourth longest animated series of all time. Yeah, gross. How dare that be good?
I'm glad
It's
they
just
didn't
like,
include the twist that
turn
Francine
your
didn't
brain
make the
off
sauce until the very
and
end.
enjoy
They got it out of the way pretty
well-curated
quickly. So now
comedy.
Steve is just being a
And then
vindictive
get
asshole for no
episodes
reason.
like
I
Rabbit
seeing the
Ears. Get
side of
episodes
him.
like
It's
Gold
fucked up,
Top
though. He gets his
Nuts.
mom arrested
Like
and
you
snuck into an orphanage.
genuinely have an
Never mind this
elevated
one, despite that
experience
generic idea.
watching
Going right above the middle of the list.
a lot of American Dad. Not Mom Sauce. Mom Sauce is whatever. But American Dad, I loved American Dad.
Yeah, Stan, yeah!
Why was that animated so well? Stan lets Roger
Why
join
do you care?
Ham Club.
At this point, why do
Just
you
what is
care?
Ham Club?
You don't like half the
Well,
episodes.
sounds pretty self-explanatory to me. Francine randomly deciding she wants to try and scare Greg of all characters came out of nowhere and wasn't all that entertaining.
What?
And sadly, this ham shit isn't very good either in my opinion. The joke is that they're
Wait,
really
you didn't like an
ham.
episode of American Dad?
Aren't you laughing? What a
I am-
lazy episode. Going at the bottom, there's
What
nothing
a
to go
lazy
about it. It
episode.
is so uninteresting.
Absolutely. And that is going to be a very strong through line through anything. Like, look at Futurama. When Futurama was in Fox, it had to be very general. Then when it moved to Comedy Central, it had to be much more, you know, it was made for the fans. You were watching Futurama on Comedy Central because you wanted to watch Futurama. You had cable, you could watch anything. You know, and American Dad's the same way. On Fox, it had to be careful, it had to follow broadcast rules. On TBS, it's doing its own thing. It's just...
You've seen the only part of this episode worth watching. I don't think Snot is that good of a character on his own.
I don't know. Okay, Pride Before the Fail. Kathy Najimy's in it. She's amazing. This episode is great.
More of Healy at community
like,
college.
please.
Roger tries to find a way for her to get her last credit.
Please
so she can
like
move out
this
of the high school
episode.
He can have a room. You know, maybe it's just me, but I would have rather had the giant ass attic.
You're hogging all the blankets.
There's some good bits in here. It's just dumb enough
I
to work.
think...
No matter what Healy does, Roger always...
Oh, I would absolutely believe this is... This does not have any passion or joy behind it. This is 100% I was obliged to make this.
But it's a fine episode overall.
See, I feel like South Park, you know... South Park never deviated from what it was trying to be. Family Guy, there was a very sharp drop. After I Dream of Jesus, the series just started going downhill. That was truly the episode where Family Guy started its descent. Now, I will say, again, some standout episodes through the series, but overall, you can tell they really stopped caring around, like, season 11. American Dad, it's more, they realized how much freedom they had, and they were like, hey, you're a dedicated American Dad fan. You watch us on TBS. You know, what's TBS? Very funny. Like, come along. Come along for these dumb American Dad rides. We promise they'll be good. We promise you'll get rabbit ears. But rabbit ears could have never aired in the Fox era. That would have been too weird. Imagine your grandpa watching that because he woke up after football had ended and he was just up at 9:30 when American Dad was playing. He would be so thrown off. Meanwhile, on TBS, more than likely, you're stoned. More than likely, you had just finished a Big Bang Theory marathon, so you're looking for something entertaining, and then you get American Dad, which is just quantifiably better. Better yet, you're watching it on Adult Swim, and it's just quality. Good. Thank God. No Weddings and a Funeral is a good episode. I love Eight Fires. But I also love Chef's Table, so I got the Francis Mallman joke.
Everyone thinks her cooking sucks, and so Roger takes her to a remote island to try and improve.
Hillshire Farms has put more love into this little Smoky than in 1,000 of your dinners.
Why did he say it like
dinner?
Stan's plot sucks. He gets a needle stuck in his head, which makes him mute. Who can play the piano well? Sure, I mean, whatever. It's fucking boring, dude. It's boring as fuck.
I love that episode.
All right, time to see what the
like, okay,
new
if this is what you're gonna make, because this is what your audience wants to see from a vote, maybe just don't.
What?
You know what? What do you guys want to see me review? And you don't have to say Archer. I'm already finishing Archer. Archer will be coming out in like 2 weeks. You know, I've got another series I'm gonna hopefully get out this week. But if you could see me review any series, what series would that be? I am curious to see what the majority answer is.
But he's in like half these episodes, and he's never been funny. I hate you.
He hates Billy. He's not even giving Billy a chance.
He's not bad and never
I think the reason I like the B story of Eight Fires so much is because I love Alan Tudyk that much. Like, Alan Tudyk is one of my favorite voice actors, one of my favorite actors. Whenever I hear him, I enjoy him. So I
This episode is
love him
nuts.
as.
While driving to get him to his
Oh,
PSATs, Helium
I'm not gonna lie. I have wanted to do the dumb idea is review every Kamen Rider, right? You know, every 47 episode season and movies. You know, oh, he doesn't like Francine. He doesn't like Steve. He doesn't like Principal Lewis. He doesn't like Rogu. He doesn't like Billy. He doesn't like Haley. Depends on the episode for Stan. Could take or leave Jeff. So at the end of the day, oh, hates Klaus. BattleBots, okay. Regular Show and SpongeBob, okay, okay. South Park. Shangri-La Frontier I might talk about. Berserk I might talk about. You know, I have been thinking about doing like just manga reviews, just like, hey, this is a manga I really, really loved. Here's what it's just like a brief overview. And then if people wanted to see more, I would do like the full, you know, arc breakdowns like I did in Kinnikuman. All right, let's look here. Okay. If I did Cleveland Show, it would probably be members only. Something like AOT or BoJack Horseman. I will put your mind at ease. I'm never touching AOT. I abhor Attack on Titan. I think it's one of the worst things ever made. All right, worst at SWAT Cats. Okay. So American Dad is at the bottom. I disagree strongly with that. Beck Mongolian Chop Squad. Ooh. I haven't thought about Beck since I was in high school. God, that Funimation dub was wild, where they made their own songs. It's so funny. Cheek to Cheek, that's fine there. Downtown's fine there. Irish Goodbye needs to be way higher. Wild Women Do needs to be way higher. Rabbit Ears is number one's fine. No Weddings and Funeral's fine. Fantasy Baseball, I feel like it needs to be higher, but that's just me. I Am the Jeans needs to be... Like, I would swap Enter Stand-Man and I Am the Jeans, you know, overall. Oh, review the 13-hour Framsin video? I'm unfamiliar. What is Framsin? All right. That's season 16.
I was surprised to see season 16 having a handful of episodes that were really good. The future one, Rabbit Ears, the one where he goes inside Francine's dreams. You know, some of these are in like my top 20 episodes. But it doesn't make up for the fact that a majority of this season was really painfully average. I would definitely say season 16 is better than 15 and probably 14 as well, but I don't know if a season.
I don't even know if I would say that.
Batch of 22, does that really mean the season overall was good? I don't know. Either way, let's
if
see what
okay,
from here.
If you are coming up with like 2 out of a 22 episode season is good.
Opens with Stan telling us a story about one
maybe it's not the show, buddy. Maybe you just genuinely do not like American Dad at this point. Farm Sim. No, that's fair. Okay, if you have like I will be doing more streams. So if you have ideas for like videos you want to watch me react to or just have on like this and we're having, you know, a separate conversation. I'm not trying to do like a Hassan thing. Like, this is still, we're talking about this, but I'm not going to go over every episode. Like, feel free to post them. I'll do like a Reaction Tuesday or something.
Television has begun. Step Brothers is on every channel.
That should be the case, I agree. Roger takes
I love that. I loved.
Stan kidnaps him, and it's actually him too. Apparently he wrote this episode. Damn, I guess he's an American Dad fan.
Yes.
There's not much going on, but there's enough good here to make up for it.
What are you talking about?
Really did not have to go that hard. Would have been super easy for this to be a Lisa Goes Gaga type thing, and I'm sure there are fans out there.
Okay, if I review the original 80s G.I. Joe, I'd want to review... See, I've been thinking about doing Solar Opposites, and I thought about doing Rick and Morty. I thought Rick and Morty would be like a big one.
Obviously, I can't put an episode high just for having a good song. Well, okay,
video on why I hate Attack on Titan.
Still, I don't think it was as big a mess as it could have been.
Look, I'm not going to get into it in an American Dad review, but it should be... You going to add a channel for video mechanisms? Yeah, no, I'll add it right now.
Made me question what the fuck this show was actually about.
I need breast milk!
Yeah, this was not a great episode. I don't love this episode.
So we find out that Francine over the years has been giving her son breast milk, where after trying to wean off of it, he realizes that he needs it to pretty much function altogether. Except, no, not really, she's just been sabotaging him to never want to go off it. I had always assumed when I heard about this
Elf, the animated series.
gotten really wacky and stupid in its later seasons.
Alright, so I made a thing in my Discord. Oh yeah, there is.
Go without saying. I think this is when
Let
the
me
incestuous stuff has officially
get it
gone
pulled
too
up and I will
far.
post
Can't
it.
believe that even has to be said. No somewhat amusing Klaus or Roger story could make me overlook how fucking dreadful of a concept this is.
Yeah, we know, buddy. It's okay. Where's...
What the fuck? This is another episode I saw on Twitter when it premiered. All for one reason.
I post I say join our Discord in all my videos.
Who ordered this? Overwatch or American
All right.
Dad? What
Never
a bizarre
expires,
crossover.
save.
Or should I say, what a Blizzard
Copy link.
crossover? Because they made Overwatch. Anyways, to take out a North Korean general, Stan needs Steve to help him become an awesome new
Pokemon in Jersey Shore. Frasier. I have actually watched Frasier.
Was anybody convinced to play Overwatch because of this? Somehow the episode isn't as horrible as
I
it sounds.
could
The story
do...
is simple but funny,
What
where
could I
everyone gets
do?
Stuck in the banister and has to do their daily tasks at the same time. And
Yeah,
having
AOT is
Florida
not good.
be
Like,
just
I'm
makes
definitely...
it
I'm
somewhat
doing
more interesting.
Ultimate
This is
Muscle.
shockingly
I'm
one of
doing
the better
Ultimate Muscle.
episodes of
Kaniku
that.
Manise.
Best episode of the season so far, somehow.
I'm sorry. This is the best episode so far. Doubt. Freaking doubt, dog. Okay. Odd. Also, I think like he's just a kid. Like it's that's not me being like that's not me trying to be like,
after realizing that his life sucks,
you know,
he's
he's very obviously much younger than I am, and that's fine. It's just it's very interesting to see how like comedic ideas shift generationally. If anything, it just makes me feel old.
The guy who wasn't a good friend to Stan. This is a pretty common trend, except at least this time he wasn't molested. Francine was also a highlight of this one. She makes a good Roger. This episode was super funny. Ending was great too. New favorite.
Worst trains ever. Okay.
To try and help Klaus get his citizenship, Healy turns herself into a fish so they can get married.
Such a dumb.
Children, babe.
Bobo. It's so funny you say Bobo. Not only is Richard Epcar an absolute icon to me, who played Bobo in Bobo. I even got to interview him. But I actually learned how to read like katakana watching Bobo. For those of you who don't know, Bobo has a lot of sight gags. And if you ever want to learn Japanese, so much of 10% of the stream just joined the Discord. Perhaps you should shill it harder. It's one of those things like, hey, if you ever wanted to be around, you can find it here. But like, hey, it's okay. Like, welcome everybody. So glad to have you.
To show off all the local murders going on. It's not as bad as that fish episode.
I'm gonna click all of these again just to be. Welcome everybody. Oh no, did he really? Uncle Grandpa. I love me some Uncle Grandpa. Did somebody say Tiny Miracle? Pizza Steve is Adam Devine, fun fact. I love him in Righteous Gemstones.
No, yes, it depends on her full time to do everything for him.
I'm a grown man.
But no, like Bobo, if you ever want to learn,
the Tutter shit
like,
has reached its apex once it's revealed that his
oh
life
come
is being
on,
monitored at all times
don't
for
hate
free
Trophy
based
Wife,
reality
Trophy
show
Life.
how pathetic
But Bobo is great for learning Japanese. It is phenomenal for learning Japanese because of the puns. Gintama is a little bit better just for like cultural jokes, but Bobo is really good.
You think he just go back to his
I kind of want to talk about Zatch Bell and like Kakaishi, you know, History's Strongest Disciple Kenichi, series where the anime covered like half, maybe a quarter of the actual story.
It's family game night with the Smiths.
Righteous Gemstones review, God.
Things change, however, once you take
Okay, Michael Tuckerman. Here's something funny. I actually did a college paper on how Clarence represented kids with like autism, incredibly effectively because Clarence, Jeremy, and Tom Kenny's character, the trailer park kid, I forget his name, each show off a different thing on the spectrum, and it's kind of brilliant. It also shows that non-nuclear families can succeed. Other than the creator being a sex pest. After you get away from that and you see the other episodes as the show sort of took its own identity, other than just funny kid do funny thing, Clarence is actually very beautiful. There's a lot of heart to that show, and it's actually really good. I did a paper on that, and I did a paper on how you probably noticed how I do if I had a nickel, I'd have 2 nickels. I did a paper on Phineas and Ferb and how it's creating a smarter child because they are, they're basically learning story structure from a kid's cartoon because every episode is a play on that same idea.
Getting arrested for an assumed murder and then having to figure out who really did it.
Have I ever watched Craig of the Creek? I have not. I have heard amazing things of it. Craig of the Creek was Clarence was right there. It was right on the cusp, and I was already doing a paper on children's educational videos and cartoons, so it was already, it was in that realm of study. But have I ever seen Rocko's Modern Life? Yes, I have seen Rocko's Modern Life. I grew up with Nickelodeon of that era, so very much Rocko's Modern Life, Hey Arnold, Doug, God, Cat Dog, I've seen my fair share of Fairly Odd Parents. Phineas and Ferb review? Maybe. Honestly, I've kind of wanted to talk about Amphibia or the new DuckTales, because Amphibia is the best Disney anime that Disney's ever made. Brenda Song is absolutely fantastic in it. And, I genuinely, there's not been a period of time where Cartoon Network has not created something actually creative. As much as, Teen Titans Go isn't phenomenal, it's lasted this long because it understands its audience. It's lasted this long because it gets its, everyone to laugh. It's not for me, but it shouldn't be for me. I love DC, but I'm also not a child. Have I thought about movies? That's the thing. I'm very boring with my movie intake. And it's, do I make a movie conversation long enough? Do I make it, short enough? I rarely ran into that problem when I was doing Futurama Season 6, where I had to talk long enough for a movie. At that point, I'd probably do a 17-minute video about a movie. It just depends on what the movie would be. I went to school for film criticism and TV criticism, so I could do either.
A lot of gags in here I thought were really funny.
Really? Ed, Edd and Eddy is the longest. I always thought it was Powerpuff Girls. That's wild.
On the chin. It moves at such a fast pace that it manages to work. I surprisingly liked this episode way more than I thought I would.
Oh my!
Super entertaining.
All right, well I can react to some of these. I've seen some of these. I've actually seen the 12-hour Phantom Menace one. If you couldn't tell from all the times I've said it in chat, I am a huge Red Letter Media fan, and a lot of that started with the Mr. Plinkett reviews. But then I went, I got out of college. I was working retail. I had to move back in with my mom, which was, not great. Went through a real deep depression, and I discovered Best of the Worst, and I discovered Half in the Bag, and oh my god,
is that a reference to fans?
Loved it. Absolutely love anything they put out. Review is amazing. A review of Billy and Mandy. I love anything Maxwell Adams has his hand on. So definitely, Avatar: The Last Airbender. If people want me to talk it, I'll talk it. You're gonna be underwhelmed by what I think. I've gotten to meet Dante Bosco. He's an incredibly nice person.
I imagine growing up in America, making fun of
I liked Last Airbender, and most of Korra was fine. That's it. That's if you want 9 videos about that, I can do that for you. I genuinely encourage, if you've only seen Mr. Plinkett, watch Best of the Worst, Wheel of the Worst, number 16. Or Junka, either one with Macaulay Culkin. Those are typically pretty enjoyable. Plus they're in Smiling Friends, so you know.
Honestly, I think worse than the breast milk episode.
I adore He-Man 2003. Like, that is the best iteration of He-Man in general. He-Man 2003 is just art. Alright, Lover hates this episode. Guess in chat and we'll see if you're right.
Meanwhile, Steve gets an injury while
because I like it. I love the rebar in his head.
Which makes him think someone wrote it for him. And that's it. There's literally no story going on in either of these. Of course, this wouldn't matter as long as they were funny. But they're not. This hasn't been my favorite season or anything, but damn, it is sure starting to nosedive into...
The reviews are great because they're passionate about what they're watching.
Stan is upset that Francine wants to take up...
Never really liked Damn Stan all that much.
And so decides to create a dam to ruin the river.
Wow, check out the beautiful...
I am always down to collaborate with people. I have never had anyone reach out to do a collaboration. No one seems to want to work with the old academic, and that's fine. That's fine. I do some like guest commentating on like guest streams and stuff like that, but never worked on another video.
The show really is just going through the motions.
I would probably do reviewing and comparing the 80s and 2003 He-Man. That does sound fun.
So they're on an old train ride with Francine's aunt who stands.
Go ahead. Just get all the hate out.
I have popsicles.
Just release yourself from the hate, buddy. It's okay. It's okay. This isn't for you. I respect you. I respect the hustle. I respect the grind. I respect that you, like, at the end of the day, okay, if he didn't want to do it, he still made this. He still made a 5.5-hour deep dive into American Dad. That's fine. You know, God love you for seeing it through. Neon. Neon, am I joke to you? A Venture Brothers retrospective? I have one already. It's out. It's 5.5 hours long. I've got shorts coming from it this week.
Damn, they got it wrong again. You know, it's kind of surreal having them reach a conclusion to the golden shit stuff. As all the religious leaders begin fighting over it, and it winds up in the hand of a little girl who's...
Like, I've got a little Hank Migo doll. Like...
After she succeeds at putting it back where it came, the world is now utopia as Roger is shattered, which pisses off the Smiths as they quickly get bored.
SRMTHF go. Super Robot Monkey Team Hyperforce go? Oh my god, I'm mad my brain clicked that together.
As the family all
like, that's so funny to me. I haven't thought about Super Robot Monkey Team Hyperforce Go in a long time. Yeah, I'll do that as soon as I touch Oban Star Racers and Dragon Booster.
If anything, if any episode should have been a two-parter...
Really? I had no idea about that. That's actually really cool. And I like 80s He-Man. My wife was watching She-Ra and the Princess of Power, and I was like, okay, but like, when's Prince Adam even going to be mentioned? She's like, who's Prince Adam? Like, what are you talking about? She-Ra was a spinoff. Just mention him once. I don't care if he's not in the rest of it. Mention Eternia once. And so we were watching, I'm like, this just is not great.
With this, he's given the chance to repeat the day.
And then I watched Kevin Smith's He-Man. I'm like, this is also not great. But then there was like an animated one. It was CG, and it had like Yuri Lowenthal in it. It was actually pretty fine. It was baffling. It was like, you know, like a sci-fi reimagining of He-Man, but it worked. And yeah, that's Ben Schwartz. Like, see, that's why I kind of want to talk about the new. God, what was it? DuckTales. Because it was, you know, Ben Schwartz, you had David Tennant, you had frickin' Bobby Moynihan, all his recurring characters, all his, like, main crew. Beck Bennett was Launchpad McQuack, and it's just like, Lin-Manuel Miranda is a regularly appearing character in that show. And it does not seem like people talked about it a lot. Like, I'm Glumgold. Like, it's great. Into the Woods #1. Is he well? Roger Needs Dick needs to be higher. A Star Boy is Born needs to be higher. American Data, yeah, that's about right. Men to Boys, I feel like needs to be higher. I love that one personally, but Exquisite Corpses at 13 is criminal personally. Men to Boys, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like Men to Boys at 17 is just, that's way too low. Bump it up a little bit. Hang on, I just, Larry, I work on DuckTales. What, nice socks? You like nice socks? Like, come on, no. I will admit, I love Larry King. Like, God love him. He was a legend. It's just those last interviews of his life were amazing. Code Lyoko.
This was the worst season yet.
I'm probably gonna say I'm good.
It's true. Episode 300 was cool, and there are a few in here that I liked. I surprisingly did not hit the Overwatch one
like
as much. I was getting fucking.
It's not that I dislike Code Lyoko. It's sort of like
yeah, the fucking Overwatch episode fucking sucks. And I sat down and was like, oh.
Either or. Give me shows that you love that you want to see me talk about, even if full disclosure, even if you love a series and you really want to see me talk about it, if I hate the series, I'm going to tell you I hate the series. But if you're giving me...
3 seasons of this left, I don't know how I'm going to get through this.
See, okay, if you have that attitude going into this season, you're not going to be happy. You're going to be so miserable. Sticky Sweet, okay. Mike just had a better answer than Squidbillies. I really want to do Mike Tyson Mysteries. I really want to do Squidbillies. I really want to do Aqua Teen Hunger Force. I love Adult Swim comedy, and I really love the meta ideas that are presented in it because it's usually comedy that evolves as time goes on. And spoilers or shocker to some people, Kevin Feige of Marvel, who runs Marvel, he adores On Cinema at the Cinema. Paul Rudd is also a big fan of On Cinema at the Cinema. And for those of you that don't know, On Cinema at the Cinema is just internet only Tim Heidecker movie review parody show with Greg Turkington. And it's like, if you don't understand these elements, you're still going to enjoy everything, but it just, it takes you that much deeper if you understand meta comedy. Like, I love Unknown Henson. I got to meet him when I was a kid. He was a very nice guy. When he got canceled, you don't go after Dolly like that. But also, it hurt. It actually kind of personally hurt me because I was like, I looked up to him when I was a kid. And then you watch Squidbillies, and I know it's bad. I know it's dumb, but I love it. God's bro. I'm not saying your pecker will grow an inch, but I'm not saying it won't grow either. Squidbillies is such a big part of me, as is Mike Tyson Mysteries. You know what color Gardavan turns in water? Dog shit color. This is one of those if I knew then what I know now situations. That show is gold, and the fact you can't find it anywhere is criminal. The fact it's not available on any streaming is horrid. I have to actually, yar har fiddly dee, if I want to watch Mike Tyson Mysteries, one of the greatest things Norm Macdonald and world heavyweight champion of the world Mike Tyson has been in together, it's not right. And it's you know what the funny thing is? I was not a fan of Community until 6 months ago. I had not actually sat down and watched it. I love Dan Harmon. So to say I am a Dan Harmon fan, absolutely. But I did not actually watch all of Community until 6 months ago. And that was when my wife was watching. I'm like, why not? I'll sit down and watch this. I have not reviewed F is for Family. I will probably do that this Christmas. You know what? If people want me to talk Mike Tyson Mysteries, I'll talk Mike Tyson Mysteries. It's going to be me rambling a lot, just full disclosure. I'm not going to be as in this episode, this happens, because that's not the point. The lady that's complaining about the noise in her car because it's a gnome shrieking, it's just that's a Pokemon. Yes. Yeah, no, it's all from Anime Ape. If you're interested, Anime Ape is where I get all of my shirts. I've got a few Pokemon ones. I've got a lot of anime ones. And now that I'm streaming more, I'll make sure to put them on more. And any of the Digimon seasons. Hot take, Digimon Frontier is way better than people think it is. I really kind of like it. Evolution of American cartoon writing. Maybe. There's a lot that Gendy Tartakovsky did that we do not respect. Like Samurai Jack and Dexter's Lab were way more complex than people remember them being. Tom Goes to the Mayor. I will do Tom Goes to the Mayor. It is, I will do... My favorite of that whole line is Check It Out with Dr. Steve Brule. John C. Reilly is one of my favorite creators of all time. He's a fantastic dramatic actor. He's a brilliant comedic actor. And even if you watch like Kong Skull Island, when you see John C. Reilly in his bomber jacket, on the back of his bomber jacket, it's got it's for your health, which is the Steve Brule call sign, which is glorious. I just, Ratov, he gets it. Now that is a true Tom Goes to the Mayor fan. God, how it led perfectly into episode 3 was masterful. Gendy's Clone Wars were fantastic. Now, am I upset that they got retconned? Yes. Have I heard of Harmon Quest? Yes, I have heard of Harmon Quest. Back when Crunchyroll was wrapped into Verve, and that was one of the only times that you could, access all the Harmon Quest stuff, I actually got to get like a preview version of it because I was working in nerd journalism at the time. So I watched and reviewed Harmon Quest, like the first season. I liked it, but, I don't also watch a ton of I'll watch Vox Machina with my wife, but I don't watch Critical Role or anything like that. I'm very much a DM when it comes to D&D, so I don't get a lot of enjoyment from watching people play through campaigns. It's weird. Thundar the Barbarian as well. Probably not Thundar, probably not Conan, though I do like Conan. See, okay. That's one of the things with, Season 4 of Digimon. It gets so dark, so fast. And one of my favorite things is Duskmon. And it's just being like, yeah, I was going to save you, brother, but then I got hit by a train. So I can't go back with you guys because I don't have a body to go back to. And it's like, this is a kid's show. And he's just gone. He's just out of the series. All right, let's go on. Come on. Who's smarted? So, The Critic is coming, hopefully this week. I am very, very close to done with it. The Critic will come out soon. Love that. One of my favorite lines. The next series that I'm going to try and do is Archer is going to be wrapped up soon. I thought about doing Disenchantment, but I did not think a ton of people would be interested. So I was just kind of, floated on it. It may come back, may not.
Steve over and over again.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Actually, yes, Hayden, on YouTube.
Oh my God,
the Critic is basically public domain. So you could just watch it on YouTube for free. It's in Throwback Tunes. It's got all of them.
But she's my best friend.
Have you ever seen the anime called Is This a Zombie? I have not. I've seen a lot of anime. I don't watch a ton of parody, gag, isekai, slice of life, romance.
Stan just completely drops into insanity. Hope this is
yeah, kinda though. Season 4 was all right, you all got on these trains because you did not want to go home.
What is with all these callbacks, especially to such a shit episode?
Okay. So not only is Ballmasters great, but Ballmasters Lexicon, the new series that came out, they did a Guy King super reference. And it was so... Well, see, I thought about doing Disenchantment, but then the Futurama videos didn't do anything, so I'm like, okay, maybe Matt Groening is, the zombie head in the well water.
Going in the middle.
If I do home movies, I want to do all the Squiggle Vision shows. So I want to do home movies, Dr. Katz, stuff like that. Super Jail, probably not. That was not my speed.
That has to be a
That was, you know, like Metalocalypse, Mr. Pickles. They're special to me, but I don't know how I personally would approach them. They're great series. They're just not series I think I would do a good job reviewing.
And sadly, it is the
because like Metalocalypse, I'm not going to get all the heavy metal references that are in there. And like I try to get all the references that I can when I see them in this series, like in the series I cover, but I'm gonna miss some.
All right, they managed to slip in a new contender for the longest fucking title. That's nice.
All right, so he's just completely giving up. Yes, even Science Court. I talked about Science Court a little bit in my Bob's Burgers video, but I would actually want to go back to it. Like I thought it was Science Court is where I was introduced to it because that's what I grew up with.
I think
close enough. Oh man.
I find these kind of characters are better when they're more silent.
Yeah, now granted, you know, Super Jail is a gorgeous series, and you know, more people need to watch it. You know, it's sort of like China, Illinois. How do you review China, Illinois, other than just going Hannibal Buress is really funny and Brad Neely is a once in a generation talent? Like, all right, The Wonder Cabinet. Please hate this. Please hate one of my favorite episodes of the TBS era.
Believing someone is trying to reach out to him for help and needing to save him. Meanwhile, Roger makes the van equivalent of that one taxi show. That
Science Corps is actually where I started with Squiggle Vision. Like, that was me. I watched that a lot when I was a kid. Hayden, which Tiger Mask? The old one or Tiger Mask W? Or maybe just a Pokemon Sun and Moon reference where I just talk about how great Incineroar is with Parting Shot and Darkest Lariat. I know it's Darkest Lariat.
Starts to make fun of how lame Roger's personas have gotten. And so
it was funny. My wife was like, she was like, you should watch Brad Neely's Heart Slop and Sloppy Opipio show. I'm like, that just sounds dumb. There's no way I would like that. And she's like, you would really enjoy it. And sure enough, I decided, you know, why not? Let's watch it. I watch it, and it's hysterical. I am laughing so hard, I'm crying. You better not leave me, Nerf Dad.
Him promising that his lawyer persona can easily clear her.
I'm a man.
4 life sentences.
I ain't like it's great.
The way out of it was funny too. Go near the top.
See, that's the thing. Like, One Piece is obnoxiously long.
Once again,
Digimon, it's actually pretty manageable.
And also Francine,
now it's a matter of, do you watch the new Digimon Adventure or the old one? You know, it's a lot. Wait, are you actually saying you enjoy? He likes staying with myself. Mucha Lucha. Did you see the Kickstarter that's been floating around for it? I enjoyed Mucha Lucha. I really enjoyed, you know, a lot of the kids WB of the time. Jackie Chan Adventures, you know, Shaolin Showdown, Static Shock, all the classics. I will always remember the Return of El Malefico.
I enjoyed this much more than Stan and Francisco.
Macross Frontier, absolutely. That was a very formative anime for me. Had Richard Epcar and Bryan Cranston in, or I'm sorry, Macross Plus is what I'm thinking of. I don't think I've seen Macross Frontier. Emperor's New School, probably never. Probably never. Like, if I talk about any Saturday morning ABC show, it'd probably be something like The Weekenders and Recess, and that's about it. You know, it's not... I don't do a lot of kids shows. I like to stay in adult animation, but...
So Francine rehires him so he can convince Stan to do all the stuff she wants him to. It's solid. This season sure has picked up.
So it was not the first Flash animated series, but it was definitely it was one of the best Flash animated series. Shaolin Showdown was fantastic. I had no idea Tom Kenny was Raymundo for the longest time. It blew me away.
But overall, again, I like this
episode. But no, Mucha Lucha was fantastic. Like, I remember being obsessed with Mucha Lucha and Ultimate Muscle when I was a kid. Love, okay, Hot Scoom.
They make it apparent from the start that the place is some kind of cult, so you're just waiting for them to put it on the front. Honestly, I like Healy as a character, but she consistently has some
I
of
love
my
this
favorite
episode.
episodes that I
Now,
ever
granted, I
watched.
understand that I'm kind of freakish for
see why
enjoying the
they
episode
seldom
where
had
it's just
a
like,
star in a
yeah,
roast
put me back on the toilet, let me die with some dignity.
Their attempt
But
at a
he
sweet
just
earned ending was
absolutely,
not
like,
earned at all.
he's hating everything in the episode. Doesn't even mention Holly Graham. Lumberjack, go on.
Fair. We'll stand furious that Jeff is forced to join him while he tries to impress the lumberjacks.
This is my son.
I find this lumberjack shit super boring as Stan gets weary.
And again,
of
that's
doing
fine.
everything.
You don't have to
It's
like
not
everything.
horrible, and I like the Steve Francine stuff a lot better. But sadly, the focus is more so on Stan and the plane crash he gets in.
All right. If, like, okay, I will gladly do the manga entertainment movies like Ninja Scroll, you know, Vampire Hunter D. God, what else was there? Virus.
I love this episode. It was great. I like that despite all the arguing, there's an air of playfulness to it all. Well,
Mega, it's so funny you mentioned the webisodes. I literally, in my stream earlier today, which I was not able to save, we watched some of the webisodes. They're so bad. They're so bad. Fun fact, not only is Camp Lazlo a pseudo-sequel to Rocko's Modern Life, because they're made by the same creator, it actually is one of Cartoon Network shows that's won, like, the most Emmys. It's really good. Camp Lazlo is one of my mom loved that show. El Tigre, yeah, El Tigre is pretty great. Who is that? Is that, what is it, Jorge Ramirez? He also did, like, Book of Life and Maya and the Three on Netflix.
But who cares? I enjoyed it.
HBO's Animals. I've heard good things about Animals. I've tried to watch it like 4 times. I can't get into them. Ghost in the Shell. I would adore being able to talk about Standalone Complex. Easily one of my favorite Ghost in the anime things of all time. Like Poker Face is one of my favorite pieces of media in general.
Not that big a fan of it, really. One of my least favorite Roger personas is
Yo, Sticky Sweet, thank you for the $10. Much love, buddy. And thank you so much for being with us through all this. I know it's been a healthy beast. Darker Than Black. Oh yeah, I remember Darker Than Black. The talking cat is his mask and his little electric string. Oh yeah, I watched a good amount of Darker Than Black. I think I watched the first season. I watched the second season, and I think there was like 2 other like properties after that I just never watched.
Death and start living with the Smiths, but that's about it. You know, the show really doesn't have as many Halloween episodes as you think it would.
I believe that you say that. Like, go ahead.
Why 2 exclamation points?
All right, you're just complaining about nothing at this
with
point.
It later being revealed that she's attempting to switch their brains for her youth, Get Out style. I like her being worried about ending up like Francine and trying to fight it, but her thinking that Jeff is more similar to her instead and being put off came out of nowhere. That seems like such a forced comparison.
Okay.
The Roger subplot was good though. Steve and friends joining his improv group and him trying to get rid of them after finding out that they're all funnier. There are a lot of great gags there. I liked Buck Knife Joe. And Francine.
All right.
Spooky.
So, okay, just another episode. All right, sure, fine. All right. I enjoyed Dr. Sanderson's son.
Sucks.
Wow. This is really good.
Stan tries to find out who's been taking his TV listings.
I'm getting really tired of this.
Solar panel company.
Come on, buddy.
Every oil company
come on.
World-ending escalation.
I didn't realize it was going to be this bad towards the end, because like, buddy, you gotta try.
You were introduced to the greatest Roger persona of all. A flower.
I have seen things for Gary and His Demons. I think I watched the pilot. It was fine. I would try it. I would try Gary and His Demons. I'd talk about it.
It's interesting for them to try and give some.
See, I personally did not like this episode. This one was not for me. Sanderson Saga Suckers, loved it. This one, I personally just did not like it.
Stan needs to learn how to cry for work.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I'm not gonna sit there.
Getting to see a different side,
buddy. That's what we're here for. Thank you so much for the donation. Much love. Much appreciated. We're here to make sure that you're having a good time. You know, we're here to make sure that you're enjoying yourselves. I haven't streamed in months. I haven't streamed in probably a year now. And you guys have made it wonderful to be able to spend this time watching this video with all of you.
It's weird they abandoned this halfway through completely.
Played any of the Mega Man games? I played all of the original. I played, Mega Man to Mega Man.
This episode, but overall,
I want to say 10, maybe 11. There's only 10, right? Maybe if there's an 11, I have not played it. I played all of Mega Man X. I played Mega Man Zero. A lot of Mega Man Battle Network. Loved Battle Network. I played all of Star Force. So I played a bit. I've even played Mega Man in base. Evangelion and Future Diary were my favorite adult-oriented anime. That's fair. I feel like everyone needs to experience Evangelion at one point. And Future Diary is very much an anime you watch when you're like 16. And it's like monumental for you. And then you watch more stuff and you're like, oh, well, this was fine. All right, let's... Common side effects? Okay. I have seen the like shorts of common side effects. I kind of want it to be really good. Now, granted, I am a Royal Crackers is one of the greatest things Adult Swim has ever put out kind of guy. I will give anything Adult Swim puts out a chance. Teenage Euthanasia is not that bad, but I love Royal Crackers. And Common Side Effects is very much in that same vein as Royal Crackers. Like when he's got the songs playing, he starts dancing just because he hears it in the earpiece. I love that. I think that's really funny. So I don't know. I wanna be hopeful, because isn't it made by that guy that does the SP overall review, and it brought me to stream. SP? What series was SP? I don't even remember. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I'm glad you liked the video. I'm not sure I know what it is. Steve's Franken out at the bottom, fine. Klaus and Rogue, fine. Hot Scoop needs to be way higher. Let's see here. Russian Doll at number 1 feels weird. What would I put at number 1? Family Time, I feel like... No, Wonder Cabinet. Wonder Cabinet would definitely be number 1 for me. Plot Heavy would be higher up, I think. Shakedown Steve is up there. South Park. I haven't talked about South Park at all. That's wild. God, the Devil, and Bob. Yes, I watched The God, the Devil, and Bob when it aired on, what, NBC?
Season 18 was certainly better than
I have seen God, the Devil, and Bob. I also watched Dilbert.
Time travel. There's some really solid ones in here, but at the same time,
well, I guess I'll have to talk about South Park at some point.
A minute from now, I already have. As we're approaching the end of this, I'm really curious what stories they're gonna come up with.
You can tell he's so glad he's at the end of these. Like, you can tell he is just absolutely elated. He is finally at the bottom. I loved Langley Dollar Listings. Tell me how it sucks.
Amber goes missing on their favorite realtor show. Francine gets hired to replace her, which
oh,
pisses off
no.
Rogers. He wanted it.
Dracana, like,
I liked it as different.
Please, you're fine. You're cool. I'm glad it led you to my stream. We have 46 viewers. Thank you all so much for tuning in.
I have 2 good sides. It's my front that's the problem.
Like, I'm glad you guys are here. Oh, Filbert? Okay. Law and Order for Kids? Wait, that's Fillmore. Sorry.
I guess this is a sign this season will be more of the same. Unfortunately so.
Oh,
this is the part of the ranking where I just start.
Oh my god. The one, that married couple, Baby Blues. Baby Blues was the one that got I've seen that one too. Very young Diedrich Bader in that one.
Bullock's having a party.
You've never seen someone else that's seen Dilbert? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Has Chris Elliott, God.
Wanting him all to himself.
Larry Miller.
Knees that wrinkle up and look like the grumpy old men when I stand.
What a show. Like, I grew up watching
the previous, thankfully,
Drew Carey show. Like, that's so
sucks. That ending is just plain gross. Still though, it's a slight improvement from before. It's the best. Out of 2.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, I remember If you ever see me posting in a group like, hey, I made a Futurama video or an American Dad video, that's actually me, probably. I do a lot of my own sharing. Yeah, and that's kind of how I feel with the Dilbert show. Like, if I review it, I have to talk about the creator. Because, like, the show isn't, like, he wasn't really attached to it. It's its own thing.
Jeff's stuff feeling pretty pointless. It's a shame. I like Jeff as a character.
I'd love to talk Oblongs and Mission Hill. They're two of my favorites. But they've also been, you know, talked about to death. Like, as much as I love them, as much as I want to say that they're cult classics, everybody and their uncle is... See, Eli Wood Fan 10, I'm from Indiana, so we try to absorb it, you know, just by touching. It's like, there's a river between us, but we want your Drew Carey essence. Just give it to us a little bit. We are the basketball state. You're the baseball one. Hey, I'll take it. 9.5 out of 10. I will admit, Venture Brothers is near and dear to me. It is one of my favorite series of all time. So I'm so glad you found it through Venture Brothers. We've got all kinds of other stuff. You know, King of the Hill, American Dad, Futurama. Like, go down the rabbit hole. Maybe you'll like everything. Maybe you won't. If I did Clone High, I want to talk about the revival, and I think that as a video is its own thing. I like your funny words, Magic Man.
In the dump, after finding out it's where the cabin was that he stayed with his family in, now everyone feels too bad to leave. But then they do leave. It's so dumb.
Yeah.
The ending where he realizes that his parents were poor and that they didn't go on good family vacations was so forced. That
I will admit, with the Venture Brothers review, I'm always upset I didn't talk more about the movie. I tried to be as spoiler-free as possible, but the longer we go away from the movie, it's like, all right, but the movie's out, though. All right. Tell me how bad this episode is. Please.
No, stop the music. Not today, big brass band.
Yeah. We can't unfreeze Gandhi. It's like, you can. You're cowards because you won't, but you can.
Which pits the two now against
you know, I'm noticing half the cast aren't saying much.
Given Stan was the one to try and enlist some kind of drive.
There are funny bits to it. It's one of those ones where I feel like Venture Brothers needed a whole season. Clone High could have had a movie and been fine. Like, you could have just done a movie about how they, you know, how they passed that final exam to get to college, and then Clone College is sort of the end.
Francine gets super jealous that he's been stealing the
but instead they made it 2 whole seasons, and they gave Venture Brothers a movie to wrap a whole season's worth of content.
It becomes a little more interesting once we get the reveal that he had simply been hypnotizing everyone the entire time into thinking he was cool. And so now it's up to her and Roger to take him down, finding out that he's taken over the entire town. I wish we got to see more of this place, honestly. It comes in fairly late. And the ending
I love Beyond the Alcove. I think it's great.
One of the better episodes so far. Going right around the middle.
Thank God.
One of the more interesting Clyde episodes, too.
Thank God. At this point, I'm just happy to hear him say something positive about an episode.
Fire station open houses!
This episode I could take or leave. Even though it's got Keith David in it.
About not being able to do anything cool, Francine starts to purposefully start fires so he can put them out, quickly uncovering an arsonist side to herself.
See, and that's like everything, like, it's such a small adjustment. It's such a small detail. But like, that's how you incorporate new characters. That's how you add new things. His episode reviews are also getting shorter, I've noticed. Just like exponentially shorter.
Reunite to investigate a murder at the local swimming hole. It's okay. The Lewis stuff,
it's okay.
But it picks up a bit once the whole cult thing is revealed. And there's at least a little bit more going on with Steve and Roger's inner drama.
I'm not gonna lie. I went to an H-Mart after seeing this episode, and I was like, "Oh my God, Rambutan!" All right, here we go. Here we go. This is Gold Top Nuts.
After their plane crash lands everyone on a creepy island, the family have to put aside their differences to survive. Them all randomly losing their memories at some point, I guess. Then I don't know. Given the lighthouse, I assume this is meant to be a parody of The lighthouse?
It's not.
It's confusing, and I can see some people really hating this, especially with how abstract it is. Them slowly learning how society works again through watching old sitcom reruns. But despite me not finding it funny at all, in fact, some of it is rather uninteresting at times. It's got a really slow pace. But it's still something different. I appreciate them trying an idea like this, even if, again, it is just a movie parody. But that atmosphere and mood they were trying to go for is really well achieved.
It's
but
not.
Still, it's okay. Especially like the third act once they get back to society and everyone thinks they're freaks. If anything, I wish this portion took up more time, going around the middle.
I'm not sure how to feel about that. It wasn't a lighthouse reference.
What this one is with nobody wanting to spend any time near Francine until seeing a little frog by the pool, which amazes them all greatly. It's weird.
Just
though,
because there's a lighthouse doesn't mean it's the lighthouse.
All this frog stuff keeping him up and ruins a big audition for him, and so he sues her. It completely drops off after this, as everyone testifies against Francine for letting the frogs get out of control, and so she gets a restraining order against all of them. It's one of those episodes where the conflict is only created because of everyone acting like a dumbass.
Let's see
and
here.
while the visual of the house overrun by frogs is cool, that's the only real positive I have. It's solved in such a quick and lame way. Going near the bottom. Steve heads to Philadelphia for a class trip where he plans on finally getting close with a girl from school. They abandon this really quickly once the girl...
The Awesomes? I haven't thought about The Awesomes in a minute.
Bizarre, but I'm glad they quickly start up something again with this new girl he met on the bus. I like how obsessed Stan and Francine are with their son's love life, and I appreciate them trying something a little deeper with these characters. It doesn't fit much with the usual...
That's what I'm saying, like, as a parody of The Lighthouse. Well, what, just because there was a lighthouse?
Probably not. What the fuck is that design?
What's wrong with it? Opinions on The Awesomes? I haven't thought about The Awesomes in forever. God, that was what?
Had a series of clips from previous episodes that
they had
He's selfish and manipulative, and
Patrick Warburton was in that, right? No,
It goes in a weird fucking direction.
I know. Forget about it. It's like knowing what Mom Up with Eva Longoria. Like I know. Forget about it. I'm not talking. Forget about it. I'm not. I would prefer not anything Canadian.
I wish an episode about the characters.
It's not like a hit on Canada.
Probably could have done a lot more with this.
What even is The Lighthouse? A horror, I'm guessing? It's not even like a horror movie. It's like a psychological thriller. It's about, you know, two lighthouse workers that start to go insane. And Amazing World of Quest. I'm not doing the Amazing World of Quest.
This episode sucks. I just don't
Game
care.
over.
And the Francine getting trapped in a porta potty B story isn't much better. There's not much to say, honestly. I never thought B.
Go ahead. Tell me how much you hate this episode.
And Steve respect thing a million times. This one not doing much to really stand out among the rest.
It does, but you don't care.
Let's
yeah.
get going. Hit me one.
It's okay. I'm not attacking Canada. It's like name a good adult animated series Canada has made.
This episode has a pretty clever title sequence. I like that.
Don't you dare hate You Are Here.
Roger running the local rundown mall.
Please.
Hiring Steve to help him turn things around. I can see some folks really hating this episode and finding it boring, but I don't know. I kind of liked it's more casual.
Thank God.
At least when it's not focusing on the others' food truck stuff. But I think they intertwine in a good way. It's getting more rare for them to make the A and B stories connect. We also learn here that Tuttle has been a ghost for some undisclosed amount of time. That's nice.
Now I said adult animated because, like, yeah, people are gonna go Total Drama Island or Stoked or 16 or, you know, stuff like that.
So long for it to get to the point, along with Stan's side plot of trying to do a standing backflip being. Well, exactly that.
You're not even wrong.
Going near the bottom, watching Roger push Barry so much to the point of
that's the thing is like people, lazy critics will say that the actors in Twilight aren't good. And I'm like, Robert Pattinson was brilliant in The Lighthouse. Kristen Stewart is one of the first like female, what was it, like female American actors to win a Palme de Fleur because of her acting. Like. She is one of the most talented actors of the modern age. She's very good. Like, everybody in Twilight were good actors. It was just a bad movie. Oh, was Undergrads Canadian? I always thought it was made by MTV.
Not amazing, not horrible, but there's some good moments.
Oh, all right. Well, you know. See, and that's what I'm saying. It's like adult animation in Canada is just like, other than forget about it, I can't think of many examples. And it's not like a dig at Canada. It's just like I'd rather avoid that, because then like people are gonna be like, why aren't you talking about Totally Spies? And I'm like, well, it's just a writer's disguised kink from episode to episode. I guess I could talk Martin Mystery. That was my preferred of the shows, you know.
This episode, I think it would be my least favorite if it weren't baseball one.
I missed the boat entirely on Total Drama Island.
Something at its core, like nothing is really going on.
Yeah, of course, nothing is going on. Invincible. I read Invincible. I have not seen the second season. I watched the first season. It was great. But that was also, you know, it was lockdown and it was new content.
There's too much going on in this episode.
I love Jambalaya. I thought it was amazing chaos.
Clyce and Steve try to write a film script, all while Healy and Stan go on a road trip to stalk a lady from Facebook. It is so busy.
Yeah.
None of these get really any time to shine.
Is Invincible? Is it really? I had no idea.
Alligator getting stolen. I have nothing to fucking say. This episode
God.
is so horrible, and buy the books. It is
If I review Gargoyles, it's just gonna be me talking about how great Jonathan Frakes is.
Clyce needs to learn the importance of sharing.
I thought Final Space was American and co-produced by Conan O'Brien.
Steve tries to keep Roger from taking
I could be wrong on that. I could absolutely be wrong.
It's kind of fun once he turns them all into their puppet personas, but there's not really much to it. They're all locked in the living room, so they're all just like stuck there, standing around until the very end.
Oh my God! All right, Ed. You want to bring up Game Over? I'll raise you Code Monkeys. All right, I enjoyed Echoes.
Interestingly, this episode was originally designed to be the finale to the show, which is super strange. Apparently, it was during that whole Warner Bros.
I actually love Code Monkeys, and Dana Snyder's in it. Weirdly enough, I watched a lot of G4.
Not really. That doesn't mean it's bad at all.
But it's like, you know, I'm not gonna do Tripping the Rift either.
Learns a secret about their weather radar thing.
Oh, Final Space was amazing. Am I gonna shill $400 to get the comic book to get the proper conclusion? No, I'm just gonna be bummed that the series never concluded.
And so now it's up to him to try and prevent it by getting rid of the Doppler.
God. Code Monkey likes
Fritos.
Code Monkey likes Tab and Mountain Dew. Code Monkey likes you, I guess.
Especially given the lack of presence by anyone other than Steve.
Oh yeah, no, like I remember watching Code Monkeys before Cinematech, MXC, and like what, Gungrave, Magical Shopping Arcade, Abanokbashi. Get some sleep. Thank you so much for tuning in. I hope you get to feeling better. Thank you so much for coming into the stream, bud. We loved having you. Oh, my ass is raw. Oh, God. I've been listening to this man bitch for hours.
This is the worst Christmas special yet. There's not
I'm
really
sure it
anything
is.
all that Christmassy about it.
Just one more season, guys.
So predictable.
Just one more season. Just 24 more minutes.
What a poor note to end the season on. Jesus, could you imagine if this was really the last?
Oh. See, I missed G4. All right, let's take a look. All right, A Song of Knives and Fire, #1. That's fine. All of those are fine. A League of His Own is fine down there. Yeah, whatever. Gold Top Nuts, I feel like, should be higher than #8. Like #5, maybe? Move the Book of Fisher down. Oh, man. Inside Job was a criminal cancellation. I loved everything it was doing. Like, the fact you gave me an animated series where I'm like, wow, Bobby Lee is really good in this. I never thought I'd ever say that sentence.
Not in the
usual
ways either, like the really bad Family Guy or Simpsons episodes. They're not, like, offensively bad.
Yeah, even though the last season of BoJack feels incredibly rushed, at least it had a last season. I don't know. I'm really hoping for a second season of Captain Fall. I enjoyed Captain Fall. I thought it was fantastic.
Something a little bit better.
Oh yeah, no. It's super common for Canadian animation studios to pick up the slack.
Roger's origin story. Ooh. I appreciate what they're trying to do here. It's a pretty ambitious episode.
Oh yeah, no. Boogie Pop Phantom is a wild show.
As Bullock's father is hunting him down, even if the argument could be made not being necessary.
See, and that's my problem. Is like, if you were to add another season, I'd only want it to be like 6 episodes. It's like, just make it an extra long final season at that point, because it didn't need a full season. It's just like, give me like 2 or 3 more episodes. Just a little bit more. Not too much. Just a little bit. A little bit of a treat.
I didn't really like it at all. It's pretty much.
Yeah, of course you didn't. I actually really enjoyed this episode. I thought it was great. I'm not even trying to be like contrarian. I love the fact that she's trying to cancel the coach so she can get more time with the professor, and Roger is trying to keep all these personas going.
Jeff's reps, okay.
I don't know. It's sort of like El Hazard. I have not thought about that anime in a long time. God, I got that in a Funimation gift box with Masters of Martial Arts and Desert Punk.
Aside from that first episode, it seems as if season 20 is the most creatively bankrupt yet, which is unfortunate. I was actually so confident in this show being good all the way through. And while it's certainly
Oh yeah, F is for Family really kind of had a perfect run. I don't think it needed any more time. Codename Kids Next Door. Talk about a series that could have had one more season to just end on a good note.
After buying a comb from an estate seal, Klaus finds out it might be haunted. Even worse, it's driving he and Jeff apart.
I'm so glad, because like I know
I like Roger having
what's his face, the creator of Cowboy Bebop actually really enjoys the English dub.
It's just such a bizarre idea.
And it's so funny to me when the English dubs are better, like people recognize them and are better. Oh yeah, the 90s were wild. Like 90s registrations for like anime and everything. People only remember the stuff that was like on Cartoon Network and what Anna Mondays on Sci-Fi. They're so that rabbit hole goes so deep with just like dumb anime. I remember watching like Icon on Encore Wham before Van Dread and what Street Fighter 2V. They had Samurai Deeper Kyo. You know, just a bunch of dumb shows. Galactic Kids Next Door would have been so cool. I get it, but like, don't you dare. Don't you dare hate better on paper.
For some reason. Going on a search and finding out they had come from none other than Bullock. It's so sad when he's in an episode 9 and hearing how old Patrick Stewart is. It's very random as he learns in actuality.
He sounds fine.
A printer containing his romantic lobe. But guess what? It's actually sentient. Who could have guessed? It's okay, despite that stupid-as-hell premise. Gonna be putting it below the previous. Surprised they didn't try to do some kind of celebration for a milestone episode.
I'm so sorry. It looks like it cut you off at, if I remember right, he watched.
Healy's friends, Healy has friends, by the way, they don't do much, are coming over. And so she
but I have not seen his regular show, which I really like regular show.
Stand out a little more, although it starts to border on being too random once it starts talking to her.
Oh, all in like a month?
Like
really? He did that in a month and he was burnt out?
Once it devolves to her dream of inserting herself.
Well, it only has like 7 seasons. That shouldn't be that bad. I could do that in a month easy.
Francine wants to help Steve do his science.
But yeah, no, Bullock doesn't
really respect her much.
Bullock doesn't sound off at all. He sounds fine. Like, I had a problem listening to Billy West in the new Futurama episodes because, you know, he's been doing this for a minute. Give the man a rest. It's hard for him.
Being the title, but I don't know. Some of my least favorite episodes are the ones
oh, you mean Mile Flanagan? Mile Flanagan, who's also in Royal Crackers? I know of her very well. She was also in Piggly-Wings. Like, she's great. I did see her in Lab Rats as like a live action thing. It was funny.
Early on it worked well, but at this point, not so much. I think it's because the characters' motivations half the time just feel so forced. It makes the tone so confusing at times.
Saving face.
He's at the exact peak of his life.
I did not like this one.
Instead of letting himself start going downwards, he attempts to find a way to freeze it, getting kidnapped and having his life and face stolen by his infamous rival. This guy.
Oh, I also switched out your larynx with that guy's.
Good morning, alleyway.
I would talk about the oblongs. It's just, you know.
It's fun seeing them reanimate a bunch of old moments from the series with him lurking.
Welcome, channel unavailable. So glad to have it.
It's my favorite of the season so far. Here's the mandatory shrinking down and going inside someone's body episode. I was starting to think they wouldn't have it like in
copyright
every single cartoon ever. Stan wants to keep Francine away from a lady at work.
I can absolutely hear that they use the music removal tool in YouTube.
It's okay, you know, as good as one of these episodes can be. I feel like every single one of them is the exact same, but oh well, it's solid.
I don't like Tenchi Muyo all that much. So to go down that massive rabbit hole, I think I'm good. I think I'm alright on talking Tenchi Muyo.
She makes them get a friend so they can spend some time apart and make some fresh stories. Except
go ahead.
For someone to do
I hate it.
What's the point then? It was your
Even
idea.
though it's got my boy Breckenmeyer in it, and I think it's hysterical. Go ahead, tell me how bad.
Because you obviously know that he isn't. And the B story where Francine tries to break the world record for longest fingernails is just as uninteresting.
Yeah.
This episode sucks. Oh, suddenly Jeff starts doing all this stuff.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think I was thinking of The X's. Yes, The Awesomes was the Hulu, I think the first Hulu animated series. I've never watched it. I think it had like...
There's a new set of neighbors coming.
Well, who's the Late Show? Seth Meyers? I think Seth Meyers was like the lead guy. Love Hina. God. At that point, I might as well review Ah My Goddess and, you know, Fruits Basket. I'm good on... I don't do a ton of romance series. They're not my spid.
By them and demands they get run out of time again. Still, though, it manages to be one of the better episodes so far.
Maybe for Christmas, I'll do My Santa.
Francine feels as if she isn't doing enough with her life, and so tries to be more open about her pottery
yes,
making hobby.
You felt fine about this episode. It was okay.
They completely gloss
Rambled for too long in the middle.
School
rumble.
And taking herself to a mental asylum. I'm fine with an episode that's dumb for dumb's sake, but I don't even know what the point in this one was. Like, what is it trying to say? And the twist that none of it ever happened, unfortunately, didn't make it much better. Going near the bottom of the list, I didn't like this one in the slightest.
Oh,
Breckenmeyer of Garfield the Movie and Robot Chicken fame, thank you.
With Healy having to travel through the multiverse to find her brother who's on the run.
See...
As if she isn't doing enough with her life, and so tries to be more open about her pottery making hobby, getting discovered and becoming famous. They completely gloss over her mental.
Have I ever watched Welcome to the NHK? Yes, I have watched so much of the NHK.
I'm fine with
it's one of my favorite series. Why not do Marchan Awakens Romance? Marchan Awakens Romance was one of the first manga I ever read. I think I read the entirety of it in a Barnes & Noble. If I talk about it, I want to talk about Flame of Recca too. Just because, like, that creator is really good at creativeness, like with tournaments and like tournament battles. I kind of want to talk about like Sakigake Tokojuko, then Marchan Awakens Romance, and then Flame of Recca. Even though Flame of Recca came before Marchan Awakens Romance, just because Marchan Awakens Romance is a series that people would know from like Toonami Jetstream and playing on Toonami, which Toonami Jetstream is why we don't have an official English dub of Ice Shield 21, which is criminal.
Another Halloween episode. I like their Scooby-Doo outfits. Fittingly, they've got a mystery to solve as Stan is missing. Ooh. It's funny that they just follow a Scooby-Doo storyline to a T, with Jeff and Klaus getting split up from the group.
What's one adult animated show that got canceled would never be able to work when it arrived? Border Town. You could not. Border Town's been canceled for a decade. You could not revive it and have it survive.
Like they couldn't go 5 minutes without him appearing for years. Honestly, I'm all for it. It's something different. This is one of their better Halloween specials.
Yeah, of course. When it's talking about Scooby-Doo, you love it. Like, cool. Cool, buddy.
It's been extremely windy
it's true.
in Falls recently, and so Roger proposes it's because of
yeah.
the mysterious
No, it's kind of nonsense that Ice Shield 21, the football manga and anime, with the art done by the creator, or, you know, the artist for One Punch Man, didn't do well in the U.S. Talk about criminal.
Is just kind of too random of an ending for me.
Yeah, of course. It's too random for American Dad, the series with talking alien. See, like, that was, what, 20 seconds for an episode? He doesn't care anymore. He's so clocked out.
Services after hearing about all their silly antics, and so they have to be on their best behavior, or else they'll.
Glenn Martin, DDS. God, what claymation from Nick at Night? That was a Nick at Night show. Maybe. Wasn't it done by the same studio that did Celebrity Deathmatch?
Shit, I don't know why that got me so much. This is another really good one.
Maybe. I don't remember a ton about that show, but I liked Footprints. Let's hear it. I thought Footprints was clever.
One episode where Jeff lost his hat from a long time ago, because I know we were all dying to know how he got it back.
We weren't. That's the joke.
He stood around for a while trying to figure it out.
Yeah.
Huh. It seems like the thought process for this one more so came from them thinking the idea of following up
So
after a random
David
sequel
Lynch
like
started
5
showing
years
up in
was funny,
Family Guy
but then
after he was in
what they would
Cleveland
do
Show.
with that.
But he is in both. I think he still shows up here and there on Family Guy because he is a Family Guy fan. And I believe he and Seth MacFarlane are friends. Which, I mean, I believe that 100%. Like, Seth MacFarlane is friends with a lot of very interesting people.
Promised to have his dick touched if he comes to this super cool
Oh my
party.
God.
Only stipulation is they have to bring some Four Locos. Have you ever tried one of those? They're fucking horrible. It's pure shit. I'm surprised
Oh
they
yeah,
never attempted to
Glenn
joke
Martin
with the
DDS
characters
is
dressing up as Roger's personas other than
a
Stan
hit or
all the
miss
time.
show.
And so it's funny that nobody realizes who Steve and Snot are, even looking like completely different people on security cameras. What the fuck? This is an alright one. Looks like we're in the final
Yeah,
stretch
David
of
Lynch
time.
was the bartender in Cleveland Show, and that character would show up in Family Guy, but he would also show up a lot in Family Guy as just like random characters. He's quirky. Like, if you've ever heard his weather reports, David Lynch is just a weird guy that does weird stuff, and I'm kind of about it. See, and that's why I do it season by season. If I do it all at once when I'm writing the script or anything, I'm gonna be just so burnt out, and I'm just gonna be barreling through it at the end. Like, this isn't fair to the show.
After Stan blows all their money, and so it's up to Francine to sell pharmaceuticals with Healy in order to raise some extra cash. This is much better than Stan's shit, where Roger tries to teach him how to perfect his sad feet.
And like, that's not, you didn't misread that, chat. You didn't misread like, oh, for Coke and Doritos? Based. No, he did it for a Coke and a bag of Doritos. He will do things just for the story of having that story. He is wonderful. Like, David Lynch is a wonderfully obscure man. And it's just, it's so delightful whenever I see it. Like, the new Twin Peaks on Showtime, I enjoyed it because David Lynch was so heavily involved. And he's just like, you're not going to change my story. I'm David Lynch. The weather in LA will only be reported by me.
It's weird to do an episode about the metaverse and Oculus in 2023.
Yeah.
It's been around for like, what, fucking 8 years now at this point?
Go off, King.
But even still, it's one of their better episodes. That shitty 3D Jingleverse looks so fucking stupid, I love it. Glad we managed to end on a decent episode.
I'll take it. I'll take decent episode. Alright, here's where everything stands. Multiverse #1, that's fair. The Pleasanting Smith House is the worst episode? I don't know about that. The Pink Sphinx needs to be way higher. It's just like, this... Man, just tell me how much you hated most of this season. Go ahead. Just rip that Band-Aid off. I don't know what else is... I think here comes the list, at least. Thank God.
Season 20 was of a very similar quality to 19, in my opinion. Although I will say Season 19 certainly had higher highs. The best one here is the multiverse one, and even then, it's kind of an easy win for them. Multiverse stuff is just ripe for creative opportunities.
Of course.
Still low, I have to give props. 20 seasons in, 366 episodes, and the show, at the very least, is still decent. We'll talk more about that in a second, though, as we get on to the final ranking.
All right, here we go. Final ranking.
Businessly Brunette, The Chili Thrillies, Steve's Franken-Eyed, Tap-Dyed, One Woman Swole, Seizure Suit Stanny, Bazooka Steve.
I'm checking to see when we get a Fox era.
Cheek to Cheek, A Stripper's Story, A League of His Own, Please Please Jeff, Jambalaya, The Grunch, Langley Dollar Listings, Epic Powder Dump, The Pleasanting-Ets.
You know, you can slow it down so that you can say whatever you're saying, and you don't have that blank space.
How I Met Your Mother. Productive
Men
Pen,
Two Boys
Little
is
Extra Scratch,
344?
The Pink Sphinx holds her heart in the turn. A new era for the Smith House. Damn, Stan. Darn Time. Trophy Wife. Trophy Life. One Fish, Two Fish. Lost Boys. Stan Smith is Keanu Reeves as Stanny Utah in Point Breakers.
A Ward Show. A Ward Show is the first Fox era episode that got in their list at 330. Okay.
Santa Schmanta.
It's very obvious they love the early seasons. It's very obvious that they started like really inspired to do this and then just completely burned out and crashed and burned. Of course, what is your last question?
American Dad Graffito. The 3 Fs, American Fun, Exquisite Corpses, The Old Country.
I don't even
The
care
Last
at this
Ride of the
point.
Dodge City Railroad,
He's shown his
Colonel
hand.
Stan,
He's not going to be a
Turner's
fan of the show.
Screwball,
That's
For Black
fine.
Guys Only,
And it's
Days
just
on
like,
Heavy Industries 2,
you
Return
could
to
try to
Innocence,
like it.
A
You could
Star Is
try to
Born,
be a
The
fan.
Boring Identity, Less Money, Mo Problems, Standard Deviation,
Favorite
An Irish
Digimon.
Goodbye, Demolition Daddy, Clodger,
It's
Twinanigans,
probably going to
Shark,
be... Let me make sure I
Show,
say the right
Full
name.
Slot of Love,
I'm pretty sure it's
Wild Berry
Gaomon,
2,
but I don't
It
think...
Fires,
No, it's
Vice
not
Principal,
Gaomon.
The Curious
Gaomon
Case
is
of
the blue one.
Lumberjerk,
What is his
Comb Over,
name?
A Hairpiece, Dr. Sunderson's Sunsuckers, Shakedown, Crystal Clear, The Adventures of Twill Hungenbone and his boy Jabari, Blood Christie onto Heaven.
I think
The Missing
Bancho
King,
Leomon digivolves
Larksnark,
into
A
him.
Love Story, Plot Heavy, The Fast and the Spurious, Footprints, Live and Let Fry, Fantastic Voyage, Stanny Tendergrass, Don't You Be My Neighbor, Star Trek, Not Particularly Desperate Housewife, Helping Handies, Manhattan Magical Murder Mystery Tour, Irregarding Steve, Of Ice and Man,
what is it?
NSA,
Chessmon
No
Math
Snoops
Teacher?
Allowed, Stand and Deliver, Kiss Kiss Cam Cam, Blonde Ambition, I Can't Stand You, Roy Rogers McFreely, Buck Wild, The Mural of the Story, Honey, I'm Homeland, Home a Drone, The Bitchin' Race, A Nice Night for
Gangkumon. Gangkumon is my favorite Digimon.
Nye and Gwen, Family Plan.
Can you believe it's the only series he says that managed to still be good without saying it word for word?
Beyond the Alcove, How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Love Kleiss, The Wonder Cabinet, Little Bonnie Ramirez, Roger Passes the Bar.
Yeah, not Chaosmon. That's my bad. Gangkumon is my favorite Digimon. Other than Gangkumon, you know, I love the Greymon line. I'm very basic
The Long March,
with
The
that.
Hall Monitor and the Lunch Lady, Anchor Fran.
All of these are way too low. Legend of Old Ulysses would not be at under 100 episodes for me. Like,
I'm not looking it up. Who Smarted, Mused and Abused, Stomp Le Monde, Widow's Peak, Disong Heavy Industries,
Cherubimon. I am a big fan of Dynasmon as well.
Steve's not in the quest for the OG
Cherubimon Dark and Cherubimon Light are both really good. Or Vaccine Virus, whatever.
Game Night, Ghost Dad, Roger's Baby, Fight and Flight, The Enlightenment of Raja Baba, Garbage Stand, Camp Campawanda, Roots, Crisscross Applesauce, The Ballad of Billy Jesusworth.
That's fine. I did a ranking every Digimon video. It was like 4 hours long, and it was just me with a tier list ranking every Digimon. A lot of duplicates. So many duplicates. Honestly, play Digimon Cyber Sleuth. It's the best way. It's a really solid JRPG, and it's got just a really solid selection of Digimon. Do not get Digimon Survive. Respect yourself.
Back, Every Which Way But Lose, The Return of the Bling, Shallow Vise, Stand Time, Crotch Walkers, Kung Pao Turkey, Introducing the Naughty Stewardesses, She Will Survive, News Glance with Genevieve Vance, Morning Mimosa, A Boy Named Michael, Camp Refugee, An Apocalypse to Remember, American
You can
Dream,
tell.
The Magnificent Seven, Stan Moves to
Oh yeah.
Chicago,
Oh yeah. There's over what 700 Digimon?
Zero West, Big Stan on Campus, Fantasy Baseball, Rubbernecker,
Trident Revolve. Oh yeah. What was that? Shine Greymon or something like that?
LGB Steve, Faking Bad, Dungeons and Wagons, You Debt Your Life, Flirting with.
Oh, it's a phenomenal entry-level game. The second one was okay. It was definitely very much just DLC that you have to play through.
White Rice, Railroaded.
Like, I'm glad the complete collection is. Survive was good. It was not great. It was not what I was sold on at all. I was sold on like a Fire Emblem as Digimon game, and I got a visual novel. It's so refreshing. I feel like he was way more. Oh yeah, a lot of them are evolutions, though not as many as you think. There's a surprising amount of like rookie and base Digimon.
Deacon Stan, Jesus Man, Stan Knows Best, Threat Levels, Seething Fear.
I love. Okay, so I know that they absolutely use the American Dad font. Now the thing about that is I actually changed fonts when I used my commas because their commas are American flags. They didn't even bother to do that.
Brains and Automobiles, My Morning Straitjacket, Multiverse of American Dadness, The Longest Distance Relationship, Stan Goes on the Pill,
But then they...
Fart Brick Hotel,
I don't know.
Killer Vacation, The Full Cognitive Redaction of Avery Bullock by the coward Stan Smith, DeFlippity Flop, A Star Boy is Born, Top of the Steve, Office Speech.
Top of the Steve? Okay, at least Top of the Steve is, you know, closer.
The Future is Borax.
What season do you think the number one is going to be from?
Adventures in Healy Sitting, Naked to the Limit, One More Time.
Honestly?
Familyland, American Stepdad, An Incident.
Play Cyber Sleuth, and you will love how overly complicated Digimon Digivolution charts are. I know it's evolution in Japanese. I grew up with the American. It's going to always be Digivolution to me. Survive wasn't bad, but yeah, to come after Cyber Sleuth, which is just arguably the best, is just just can't hold up. 4 is your guess? Not farther than 8. Okay, if it's later than 8, I'll be very surprised.
Henderson, Flush After Reading, 100 Years a Solid Food.
Why is there a 38 and a 26?
Farm, Yule Tide Repeat, 300. Bree of Noob World.
He really just does not seem to care.
Homewrecker, There Will Be Bad Blood. For Whom the Sleigh Bell Rings. May the Best Stan
For
Win.
Whom the Sleigh Bell Tolls.
The Life and Times of Stan Smith. Family Affair. Oratron Trio. The Dentist's Wife. Man in the Moonbines. Moon Over Isla Island.
Isla.
Insurance. Daddy Queerist. Finances with Wolves.
My problem with this is they say the names in the episodes a lot of the time.
Stan of Arabia Part 1. Stan of Arabia Part 2. Hurricane.
I don't think I'd put Stan of Arabia in my 60th area. Like, that's a little high.
Assistant. Death by Dinner Party. Dancing With Myself.
Dancing with Myself.
The Talented Mr. Dingleberry. Casino Normal. Dreaming of a White
Russian Doll is 55. Russian Doll is 55. That's way too high for me. That would be in like the 200s.
Cock of the Sleepwalk. Independent Movie. The People vs. Martin Sugar. The Scarlet Getter.
Martin Sugar, rest y'all.
The Unincluded.
I would I love the Irresponsible Captain Tylor. I would cover it. It's free on YouTube. Honestly, I've been wanting to talk about Shingu, a record of interstellar war. Oh, they're together because he had to rank them together, not because they're equally good. You know they're not.
Merlet Dawn Dirty Sham. Black Mystery Month. Meter Mid. Franny 911. Spring Breakup. Widowmaker.
Definitely season 7 to 20. I know a lot of people will say like early Simpsons is better than older Simpsons. Genuinely believe that like widescreen era of American Dad is when they really started to hit their stride.
Lincoln Lover. Lost in Space.
Yeah, no, that's the one where he befriends the dolls. All right, here we go.
Tears of a Clooney. The One That Got Away. A Smith in the Hand. The Vacation Goo. Great Space Roaster.
Rapture's Delight is number 2.
And finally, The American Dad.
Number 1 is The American Dad After School Special. Season 2. Season 2. I heard you on Bison Speakers grew on me so fast. I adored it. But The American Dad After School Special is number 1 out of the entire list. Out of all 350 episodes, The American Dad After School Special is your favorite episode of the entire series. Really? You're not fighting the allegations that you gave up halfway through on this one. Like, that is recency bias if I've ever seen it. All right, let's...
After School Special. Again, I have little
over rabbit
experience
ears
with this show before going into this. I have no idea how unpopular that list is going to be.
Not very popular.
Though, American Dad has been one of the easiest experiences I've had doing one of these rankings. I know the video, like most of them, got incredibly negative by the end.
Bye, have a beautiful time.
With a show that's gone on this long. In actuality, I think American Dad's a really fantastic series. I always wondered what the fuck
you
it was
do?
About, how they got
you had a whole. You did not show that.
Concept, but hey, they sure did it. More to come too, I'm sure. Over watching this, I think I understand why American Dad failed to really catch on in the way The Simpsons or Family Guy did. Not to say it doesn't have a large audience, because obviously it's gone on for so long, so of course it does.
What?
But more so on how it didn't have as big an impact on pop culture.
I'm so confused.
It's in a weird in-between of Simpsons.
It's like he
and Family
doesn't want to
Guy.
acknowledge
The
it's
characters
popular.
are simple, but they're also super specific. Family Guy is the most broadest shit imaginable, you know? It's just guy, wife, girl, boy, and baby, and dog. Simpsons, basically the same thing. Remove the dog. Whereas American Dad is, a guy working for the government.
Like, and I'm not even saying, like, you're wrong for having the American Dad After School special as, like, your favorite episode,
niche
right?
As a fucking 360 episode series can be. You know, it wasn't a concept that was
But,
designed
like,
to go on this long. It was meant
we've
be
listened to
created at a
him
very
basically
specific point
just
in American
bitch for
politics.
2 hours
Which is
about the
essentially
last
interesting because
5
series has
seasons of the
fucking
show.
nothing to do with
That
politics
tells
for
me he did not go
seasons.
into
They
them
drop
with,
that
like...
shit fucking quick. Which is bizarre because so much of the media
I don't know.
nowadays is so politically fueled. But that's clearly not what the writers are
Is
interested
it?
in. They're interested
Is
in
it that
taking these
politically
characters and seeing
fueled?
what silly situations they can put them in. And because of that, I feel like it's why most
Not
episodes
American
are
Dad,
like,
obviously.
like
I know
just
he's
trying to
saying that
find
American
something for
Dad's
the
not like
characters
other
to
stuff
do,
that is,
which
but, like...
why I noticed a really big uptick
I-
in the episodes that are
I
just
can't
this
think of a
character
lot of shows that
gets
are,
this
like,
job this
super
time.
politically charged
Overall,
right
I'll
now.
say American Dad is
At least in
way
the
more
animation
consistently good
sphere.
compared to
Like...
Family Guy. I will stand by that. Family Guy's drop-off was fucking insurmountable. But I will also attest to the fact that I think Family Guy is
A lot of the
better
clips
in
they're using are
fun
from the
than
early
American
seasons,
Dad.
too.
You know, Family Guy has higher highs, but also way lower
Like, a
lows.
lot of these
But, you know,
are
one thing
from
American Dad
the
has over
Fox
that show,
era.
it doesn't really get bad. Obviously, doing a ranking like this and watching all the episodes over the span of a couple months is going to make that drop-off more apparent for someone. But if you're still a fan just watching new episodes as they come out, I can see why you think the show hasn't really lost its charm. And the fact that the past couple seasons have even had
The
episodes
like,
I would
it-
consider like great, you know, near the top
Is
of the
Saudi
list
Arabia like
is
that?
really
No,
a
and that was
godsend.
kind of
It
the
shows there are people who are
commentary.
still there who
You
wanna make
know,
a
and
really
then
funny show.
it's
I
also
really
been
can't
20
see the
years, so it's
trajectory of the
aged
series changing
not
anytime
great.
soon. Honestly, it
Like,
seems
Stand
like
of
it's
Arabia is
very much
absolutely a
similar to
dated
The
episode
Simpsons
in the
was in the
grand
20th
scheme
season,
of
where it's just the
American
fucking,
Dad.
like, coasting
It's definitely
by.
from that era where they were still trying to be somewhat political. It's fine. You know, I remember saying it was like a controversial episode because it was, but like, it's not necessarily like, oh, it needs to be removed immediately. It needs to be
Is one of the best
canceled.
cartoons of all time, and I'm happy I finally got the chance to witness it.
That feels so forced at the end of this video. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's just... It's fine. This whole season just kind of sucked overall. You know, American Dad is really, really good. Overall, I think American Dad's really solid, really strong. And like, yeah, you do? Because that's not what you said, buddy. It's not what you said at all. You said something entirely different. But that is the LS Mark reaction stream. We're gonna wind down. We're gonna take it easy. I'm probably not gonna be streaming for too much longer on account of I just did a 6-hour stream on top of a 2-hour stream that I did earlier. But I did want to thank you all so much for tuning in. If you liked it, make sure to check out the other videos we have on our channel. We've got, you know, the Futurama video, the Venture Brothers videos, the American Dad videos. We've got the King of the Hill videos. You know, it Has Been Hotel, Bob's Burgers, Archer. I will be working on Archer. It should be coming out here soon. The Critic should be next. And, you know, thank you all. Thank you to everyone that came by. B's and G's, Eli, Hayden, Wallach, you know, Hyper, Jonua, Sticky Sweet, you know, everybody that came through chat. It was wonderful having all of you. Some of you for the entire time, and which is wild. Huge shout out to my patrons and support members. We've got some cool stuff coming, as well as patron exclusive like polls, and I'm going to do some special stuff with streams. We are going to do more streams going forward. We are going to do some more events. And if you have anything that you want to watch or anything that you want to have me review or react to on stream, we can do that. Maybe we'll watch some anime on YouTube together. Who knows? But thank you all so much for watching. We're gonna hang on out, pop on out, and if you enjoy our reaction to this LS Mark video, we might even do more. But goodbye, everybody. Stay strong. Stay you. Keep fighting that good fight. You know, a rising tide lifts all ships. Maybe the channel will get the momentum it needs because we just had a great night. You know, if you're going through it, I've been there with you. You got this. You can get this turned around. But I'll see you all next time. Thank you so much for watching.